All right, shalom everybody, peace of the Lord to all of you. I hope my voice is coming good and clear as usual. Today our topic is kind of sensitive, so if you are under the age of 6 years old, which mean if you are a Muslim, because this is the age of marriage, if you are 3, maybe 2 day old, you are not fit for this topic. So just warning, this video is going to be a little bit graphic. There's no images, but the words are going to be graphic. First of all, am I heard? Do you guys hear me? Let me know, please, if you can hear me. Am I heard? Anyone hear me? Hello, hello. Look like there's a delay, maybe. And am I heard, people? Why the chat is not coming correctly? You hear me? All right, good, good. I think there's a delay, and that is for sure normal because, you know, Jibreel is so fast. It take him 1,000 years to deliver the Quran, just to come for one way. Yet Muhammad, he used to receive verses right away. You know, I don't know how fast the angel was. So anyway, today our topic is very graphic. So if you are a case sensitive, those who don't like to hear language which is not good at all, I warn you, the video I will play by a Muslim sheikh from England, this is what England is about today, is going to be very graphic. Again, there's no pictures, don't worry, but the words sometimes is more graphic than graphic. So here our friend, his name is Imran, and Imran is worry. And why Imran is worry? What he is worried about? I hope that all of us, we will take into consideration why Imran is worried. And I want all Muslims to think about it once and twice and 3 times and 4 times, for this is a very serious issue. Imran, he don't prefer to protest to Allah, and there's Muslims around him. Why? Let us hear.
I mean, just so we're clear, I don't agree with protesting, and I tell you not to go. But I say, if you're not going to listen to me, and you're going to take that anyway, and you're going to look past all of the sins that happen in protesting, bearing in mind that we are in these situations because of our distance from Allah and His Deen, right? But there's going to be sins in protesting. You'll be sitting next to a guy who's going to go and penetrate and sodomize another guy tonight.
What? What just happened? What? What this Abdul he just said? Guys, did you hear what he said? He is worried to pray in the mosque because the guy next to him, he is going to sodomize another guy tonight. So he is saying, if you prostrate to Allah, someone is going to penetrate into your anus. I mean, do you see how Islamic religion, even their prayer to Allah is nothing but sex and sexual? Listen carefully. If you don't believe me, this is a video made by him, and this is an interview supposedly. You know, this guy is, they are asking him what the right thing to do. I mean, those are the one who knows the religion, brother. Brother, give us more wisdom. What will happen to you if you prostrate to Allah? And there is a Muslim Abdul behind you.
I mean, just so we're clear, I don't agree with protesting, and I tell you not to go. But I say, if you're not going to listen to me, and you're going to take that anyway, and you're going to look past all of the sins that happen in protesting, bearing in mind that we are in these situations because of our distance from Allah and His Deen, right? But there's going to be sins in protesting. You'll be sitting next to a guy who's going to go and penetrate and sodomize another guy tonight. And you're gonna expect Allah to give you victory.
Yeah, somebody said, he said the protest, not prostrate. The protest is the same. They are going to do prayer during the protest, don't you know? The Muslims, when they protest to Allah for free Palestine, they do prayer in the middle of the square. So he's afraid that the guy next to you is going to penetrate into you. Don't you get it? So when they do protest, they protestate to Allah. They collect themselves, they say Allahu Akbar prayer in the middle of the square, and now they are protesting for Palestine. But when they do that, they prostrate themselves to Allah. And he is worried that all the ones around him, they are homosexual. They are going to sodomize him. This is why he don't want to go there. He is worried when he pray to Allah, what that will happen. And here you ask yourself, how in the world this guy is worried about his anus unless he like it? Because let us say next to you there is a guy who sodomizes other guy. Why that is making you worry? How he is going to sodomize you? Listen carefully what he will say. He will mention the word penetrating.
Guy who's going to go and penetrate and sodomize another guy tonight. And you're gonna expect Allah to give you victory because you're standing next to a guy who's gonna literally insert his genitals into another man's back passage. Does that make sense? And these are the guys who have called for it. If you feel like that's where victory is gonna come from, well, okay, I'm not even here to debate you on that.
Let's talk about the exclusion.
But I'm saying,
को अकल भी होना चाहिए ना, को समझ भी होनी चाहिए. पता लगना कोई बिल्कुल दिमाग फिर गए ना में, कोई होश नहीं ने करने क्या पे, तो बस.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm not even here to debate you on that.
Let's talk about the exclusion.
But I'm saying,
को अकल भी होना चाहिए ना, को समझ भी होनी चाहिए.
Penetrate and sodomize another guy tonight.
And you want victory? So hold on. Allah will not give you victory because there is a guy next to you is going to do sodomize? Okay. All right. Well, why you are going next to a guy who do sodomize? Go by yourself. But this will remind me, in case you do not know,
You'll be sitting there.
to do sodomy act in the mosque is very normal in Islam. If you go in the hadith, you will find the following. A group of Muslims, they come to the caliphate. And they say to him that we have an imam who is leading the prayer. He is giving us a very hard time in a trial. If you read actually all those hadith in front of you, you will see that every house, including the house of Mohammed, they have a homosexual. In fact, the sister of Aisha, she was advised to give her brother a wife who is a male. A gay he was in the house, and he advised her to marry her brother to a male, as you see this hadith in front of you. He called her a woman. He called the male a woman. I shall lead you to a woman who has 4 folds of fates in front and 8 behind. All right. And then this is why the Prophet later, he said to them, put them out of the houses, put them out of the houses. But let us continue here. So the wives of the Prophet, they consider him not haram. Why? Because he is a homosexual. Aisha reported that an Inush used to come to the wives of Allah Apostle, and they did not didn't anything objectable to his visit, considering him to be a male without any sexual desire. this is the house of the prophet, you know, the house of the prophet, not the house of the neighbor. All right, let us continue. So this is the guy who you think is going to sodomize other guy next to you. He was going to the house of Aisha. And you go to the house of all Muhammad wives. And Allah knows best what he do there. So here we will see another hadith about the Muslim. They come to complain to the Caliphate Uthman. Chapter offering prayer behind a man who is a victim of al-fitna. That's deep. Those Muslims are victims of al-fitna. What fitna mean? Fitna, you know, like a man, like, you know, like let's say, we say a man maftoon, which means he lost his mind with something so beautiful. Let us say he saw a woman, so she is so pretty, or let us say in his eyes at least, he have a crush on her. So this is what fitna is. Like, that's it, you cannot even talk about it. He is so much into this. So now the Muslims are going to pray behind a gay. And now all of them, they are suffering from fitna. So look what happened. I went to Uthman ibn Affan, the Caliphate, while he was beside, which means became the Caliphate. And I said to him, you are the chief of all Muslims in general, and you see what be failing to you. We are led in the salat, the prayer, by a leader of al-fitna, between two bracket, trials, affliction, etc. I like that, etc. very much. And we are afraid of being sinful in following him. Uthman said, prayer is the best of deed. So when the people do the best of deed, do the same when they do the, you know, don't do bad deeds. Okay. And then, which mean, so what? So what if he's a gay? Avoid the bad deed, avoid it. Azhari, he said, in our opinion, one should not offer salat behind an effeminate person unless there is no alternative. And by the way, the effeminate here is a translation for the word mukhannath, which means a homosexual. So Muhammad and the Caliphate, they don't even have a problem that the Imam, you see how moderate Islam is? Like now we have in some Christians, who they are false Christians, obviously, they say we can have a church where even a gay he can be a priest, which is absolutely false. But this is in the time of Muhammad. This is not the, you know, those the woke culture who trying to fabricate a new form of Christianity. This is the Caliphate of Islam. This is the guy who right away after Muhammad became the Caliphate. This is a few years after Muhammad's death. At that time, they have no problem if the leader of the prayer, the Imam, he himself is a homosexual. So you notice here with me how the Muslims, they are very backward and awkward in their religion. In fact, the whole Quran, in the whole Quran, there is no penalty for a man who is a homosexual. There's a penalty for a woman if she is a lesbian. If two women are lesbian, you jail them until they die. If two men, they are homo, you beat them with sandals. You hurt them only. So obviously Muhammad never saw homosexuality as a great sin. This is why the penalty is nothing, you know. What beat them with sandals? Is that really a penalty? How that can be a penalty? If we go here, you will see here, let us read together. Chapter 4, verse number 16. And when two of you and now he is reading the word in Arabic, commit a lewd act, which means from the word Lut, you know, the people of Lut. Adultery or homosexual intercourse, punish them both with insult and beat them with sandals. But if they repent, leave them alone. So look how easy the penalty. Beat them with sandals. There's a story about Uthman. You can find the story in Shihab, I think. When Uthman, the caliphate, the one we just read about him, was killed. Let me see if I can find the story in English so I can share it with you. So anyway, when he was killed, a Muslim was screaming, saying, if I know who killed Uthman, I'm going to do beep to him. All right? A homosexual was there and he heard this. He stood up and he said, I am the one who killed Uthman. I am the one who killed Uthman. The other Muslim who made the threat, he took him, make him bend over, and start doing boom boom to him. And then the homosexual from underneath of that man, he was saying, if I know that this is the penalty of killing Uthman, I would love to kill Uthman every day. This is what Islam is about. If I know that the penalty of killing Uthman is to be sodomized, the gay, he said, I would love to kill Uthman every day. And this is in their books. So when those Muslims, they speak about those issues, you know, first of all, when this guy speak about he is afraid that the guy next to him is going to sodomize other guys, and he don't want to go there. When you go to the mosque, do you know what the guy next to you is doing when he is there too? Do you know what he is doing when he is home? Do you know what he is doing with his own private life? Do we even know what you yourself you do? The one who grow a beard and claim to be a good person? So when the Muslim, they speak about sexuality and they speak about they are higher than others, that where you know that they are the one who do that. They speak in such a way, for this is a homosexual community, from the Prophet to every single one of them. You know, when we show you this hadith here about this guy is afraid that the Muslims are being tempted by a homosexual man, isn't it this is a clear evidence that they are homosexual, all of them? Because if a man, he is a gay, and he bend over in front of you, why you are being tempted? How? How that is a trial of affliction? How? He is a gay, he is just praying in front of you, he bend over. What is your reaction? You have a reaction. So it's very stupid, you know. I mean, this garbage cult is so never ending with the stupidity, never end with low trashy, low class, you know, sex maniac religion. All their religion is about the balls, the penis, the vagina, and everything is connected to sex. Their God is connected to sex. Their heaven is all about sex. The mosque is about, their politics is about sex. Anything they want to do is about sex. What is God in your religion? And they are busy to tell us if Jesus is God or not. But they don't see the garbage they have in this cult. The Muslim is worried about the Christians saying that there is Trinity. But you don't even know who's your God. Even your God himself, he have ejaculation. Isn't it this is your God?
Allah will now I have to translate this, so brace yourselves, people. Allah will send, there's a fluid from beneath the arsh which will ejaculate like the sperm of men. Whoa, people, let me repeat. Yeah, look at it for yourselves. ثُمَّ يُرْسِلُ اللَّهُ مَاءً. Allah will send down on earth, shower down on earth, fluid from beneath his arsh. So beneath his throne, there's a collection of fluid, which is كَمَنِيِّ الرِّجَالِ, which is like the sperm of men. This is going to shower down on the globe, and what's going to happen is this is going to then give birth to once again life. So sperm. So for that, people, I had to yeah. So oh यार ये blizzard यार ये क्या हो रहा है यार? What's this? What kind of games are?
It's good that Mufti.
So where we can go in this cult, this stupid religion, and we don't find connection to penis and vagina and sperm. We talk about Allah, we talk about ejaculation. We talk about Muslim, we talk about ejaculation. We talk about Muhammad, we talk about ejaculation. As an example, the Prophet used to F all his wives with one wash. Are we talking about a man or a pig? You see, when you see those information in the Muslim books, then you need to understand that this must be a very low-class, trashy cult. Why they are talking about this? Let me show you. Imagine if we find in our book, the Muslim, they go and they read the poetry in the Old Testament about Jerusalem. It's not about a woman, it's not about a man, and they make a scandal about it. But this is not even about people. Here we find that the Prophet, you know, where is the hadith? Let's see. Here we go. It was narrated from Anas that the Messenger of Allah used to go around all his wives and perform one wash. Guys, all his wives go around. Look at the Muslim translation. I will show you more reference. Hold on. All those, and look at the translation, how short here, how the Arabic is long. Yeah, all of those is speaking about Muhammad, how good he is in effing. Do you see it? All of this, just talking about Muhammad, their prophet, how many women a day he F. All of this. They make a book. They can make a book about it. when we say this false satanic cult is nothing but about sex and penises, you better take that seriously into consideration. Even when they do terrorist attack, even when they do jihad, they are doing jihad for the sake of their penis, not for the sake of God. Muhammad, he claimed that Allah, he gave him the power of 40 men. Some hadith says 30 men. As an example, in one hadith it says that the Prophet, he effed his 11 wives in 1 hour. Now, regardless if those stories are true or not, but this is telling you what this religion is about. Read carefully here. And this is Al-Bukhari, hadith number 268. Anas bin Malik said, the Prophet used to F his wife, not to visit, during the day and the night. And they were 11 in number. I asked Anas, had the Prophet the strength of for it? Here, you see here why the translation here is false. He is not visiting. The strength they are talking about is strength of sex. Anas replied, used to say that the Prophet was given the strength of 30 men. Do you see it? The translation here, they are trying to say, they say, yeah, visit. He is going to F his wives. So 11 wives in 1 hour, not day and night. You know, here it says actually day and night, but in different hadith it says in 1 hour, like this one here. The Prophet as saying, must not prevent anyone to go around the house prayer. Now this is another one I want. Hold on. Let us see. Yeah, this one here, it says, at that time he have nine wives. Yeah, this one, 9 wives. Let me see if I can find you the hadith about 40 men. The Prophet have the power of 40 men in bed. Maybe we cannot find it here in English, so we can find it for you in Arabic. Actually, there is a website. Let me see here. Let me show you here. This one will do. Remember, previously we showed you the blessed urine of Prophet Muhammad. Now we will show you the blessed penis of Prophet Muhammad. The ability of a Prophet Muhammad in effing non-stop, as I don't know how to translate that. Khawariq is like a miracle. Like, now here they say extraordinary. I don't think this is a correct translation. You know, khariq is like Superman. You know, when you say it's like Superman. So Muhammad, the ability of the Prophet, Allah pray on him to have a frequent sexual intercourse, as you see in the translation. And here it says here, is it true that the Prophet was given from Allah the power of 40 men in effing?
Was the messenger peace and blessings be upon him endowed with strength equal to the strength of 40 men because he is a believer or because prophethood is written upon him? Please advise me, may God benefit you.
Good, he did not say may God penetrated you. So look, the question is, like, what the reason the prophet he have the power of 40 men in Ifin? Is that because he is a prophet? Like, what is the reason for that? The answer is here. Read carefully.
Al-Bukhari narrated in his Sahih on the authority of Anas, may God be pleased with him, who said, the Prophet, may God's prayers and peace be upon him, used to visit his wives at 1 hour of the day and night, and they were 11. He said, the narrator on the authority of Anas, I said to Anas, or was he able to tolerate him? He said, we were talking that he was given the strength of 30, and in the Ismaili narration, the strength of 40. It was stated in Jami al-Usul 2/255, the prophets, peace be upon them, increased marriage because of their prophethood, for when the chest is filled with light and overflows in the veins, the soul and veins are pleased, arousing desire and strengthening it, and the smell of desire when it is strong, it only strengthens the heart and soul, so it has strength.
So the translation is messed up. So he's saying the prophet being given because they are believers, so that arouse them and make them very horny and give them the ability. The light of Allah will give them the ability and the power to do intercourse, frequent intercourse. So this is not for everybody. This is only for the prophets. Only prophets of Allah can do that. So even being a prophet is connected to penis and balls and effing. And remember, this is the Muslim sheikh's answer why Prophet Muhammad have the power of 40 men. Let us read the rest here of the translation.
The scholar Al-Manawi addressed this in Fayd al-Qadir, saying, if you say, dispraising the abundance of sexual intercourse of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, have a religious benefit, or a mental benefit that no one except the prophets from the wilderness shares with him? I said, yes, rather it is one of his Sunni miracles, since it has been repeatedly mentioned in meaning, that he ate little, and if he had dinner he did not eat, and vice versa, and perhaps he spent several days, and reason dictates that frequent intercourse only results from excessive eating, as the womb attracts the strength of the man, and that deficiency can only be compensated for by abundant food, as frequent intercourse does not lack of food combines with reason, medicine, or custom, unless it occurs in violation of custom, in which case it is like combining two opposites, and that is one of the greatest miracles, so consider it. And God knows best.
And Allah knows best for sure. Remember, we are talking about the effing of Muhammad, and they say Allah knows best. So why Muhammad he can if a lot? The Muslim, they make a very detailed studies. They are studying how come his penis is so good in effing. And by the way, all this information is absolutely false, because Aisha said it clearly that Muhammad, he cannot even have sex. In fact, if you go in the Quran, there's a verse in the Quran, the Muslim, they explain it in a very, very unique way. Like once Aisha, she came to Muhammad and she said to him, she started playing with his hair and she starts saying things to him which is a woman who is horny wanna do. So Muhammad, he said to her, had your Satan come to you? See it? I looked for the Messenger of Allah and I put my hand on his hair. He said, your shaitan has come to you? I said, don't you have a shaitan? He said, yes, but Allah helped me with him and he converted to Islam, not submitted. So here you notice Muhammad is trying to avoid having sex with Aisha. And he claimed that when Aisha, she put her hand in his hair, shaitan is using her. This is shaitan act. In a verse in the Quran, it says the following. Chapter 113, verse number 3. The translation here is saying, from the mischief of darkness as it's overspread. That is a false, very false translation. غاسق إذا وقب mean when the penis get harder and stand up. If you don't believe in Muslims, I will show you your Islamic interpretation. Just to show you, we don't make things up. Let me post the link. I will post it in Rumble first. And then maybe somebody can shorten it and post it in YouTube for people in YouTube. So if you read here, you will find the following. And we can show this reference in many, many books. So this is an Islamic book explain the Quran. And this is the name of the book. Let us translate. You see the name of the book? And this is in volume number 5, page number 302. And here there's the explanation for the verse in the Quran. Tafsir Ibn Abbas, he said, غاسق إذا وقب قال قيام الذكر وهذه بلية غالبة.
Interpretation on the authority of Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, and from a dark evil when it approaches, he said, the standing of the remembrance, and this is an overwhelming calamity.
This is here, the standing of the penis. The translation in Google is not coming accurate. The standing of the penis. So Muhammad, he made a verse about it in the Quran, claiming that he, sex is not for him. He cannot do sex. So he want to explain to Aisha why he cannot have sex. He claimed that shaitan is behind it. Obviously he cannot. Otherwise, why he is saying, why he's making those verses? Aisha, she put her hand in his hair. She is young, she is a teenage, she want to have sex. Muhammad, he said, I seek refuge by Allah from the standing penis, from the evil when it cometh dark. It is night time, and Muhammad worry about night time. In different hadith, we will find that Aisha, she said, we showed you this one about Muhammad trying to avoid having sex with Aisha. We have different hadith where it says that the Prophet, he was suffering from black magic, and this is for sure the excuse of Muhammad for not having sex. So he imagined himself having sex. So all the stories we hear from Muhammad about him, how good he is in sex. It is, sex never happened. Never happened. As you see, all those hadiths saying the Prophet, he imagined himself doing something, but he never did, including sex. Like this hadith here. Aisha continued, she said, the Prophet continued for such and such period, imagining that he had slept with his wives, and in fact he did not. So when Muhammad he go around and he said to his men, today I did boom boom to all my wives in 1 hour, Muhammad was lying. He never did. But because those savage people around him, they believe that if somebody is a prophet of God, he can if more. The more close to Allah, the more ifing like Allah you will be. So Muhammad now want to prove to them that he is really a prophet. So he start fabricating his stories about going around and do boom boom to his wives. But in reality, Muhammad never did. And if you think carefully about what you see in front of you on the screen, as long Muhammad he never did. So how the Muslim they thought he did? Isn't it because Muhammad he told them, I did? Do you understand? My Discord is not open. I did not open Discord because I don't want to take calls. So guys, are you listening with me? If Aisha, how Aisha she noticed that the Prophet saying things not true? How Aisha she noticed that the Prophet imagining having sex, specifically having sex? Muhammad he go around, he tell his companions how good he is in bed. Then the companions they tell their wives. Then the wives they talk to the wives of Muhammad. And then the wives they say, well, he did not have sex with ours. Right? Do you see it? Somebody saying, can you give me the hadith about, says the Christian women? Where do you get this word Christian women? Where do you get this Christian women from? Where do you get the Christian women? Women who they are in hell. Doesn't say Christian. Women who they are in hell, if they have desirable passages like vagina and a breast, nice breast, Allah will take them from hell and send them to heaven. This is not about Christian women. Don't add things there. We will show it, but after this one. So here you notice, like we know that this black magic joke, it doesn't function with us. First of all, Muslims they claim Muhammad is protected by Allah, and even the Quran mentioned that. So how somebody was able to play a post black magic if a black magic is true? Number two, how black magic is affecting Muhammad to the point that he cannot recognize something physical from happening or not happening. You see, sex is something physical. It's not like maybe I thought, I forgot. No, this is something you do physically, and it takes time unless you are a rabbit. So how Muhammad imagined himself having sex with his wives? In fact, he never did. He did not. Zero. It's not like 1, 2, he did, and the rest like are false. No, all of them. So, and by the way, here we go back to such and such. Do you see the such and such? Did you notice the story, how funny it is? The Prophet continued for such and such. Is that what Aisha she said? She said such and such? Are you with me? Is it possible that Aisha she said the Prophet he was under the influence of a black magic for such and such? So and so? And this is other stupid things about Islam. If you take this and paste it in any page of hadith, you will die laughing. Just paste such and such, so and so. We need to take the thing between them. Such and such. Look at this. Oh, I deleted the letter. Oh, I'm typing in Arabic. Okay. Such and such. Where is the... What's happening with this thing? Let us type it in Arabic then. What's happening in my keyboard? All right. All the Islamic knowledge is about such and such and so and so. As an example here, as you see, we visit Anas ibn Malik, and he used to talk to us about the Ansar, and he used to say to me, your people did so and so and such and such. In a day, your people did so and so and such and such. That's amazing. Now we learn about how such and such happened and how so and so they were happening, you know. And you will find tons of stories like this, you know. All of it is such and such, so and so, such and such, so and so, like, you know. I mean, like what? Like if you read this story here as an example. So here you see that the Muslim, they say that we have like a very, very well preserved details about Muhammad. Your details is the most funny, stupid details ever. So the Prophet, he did not have sex with his wives. He was imagining for such and such period. Well, this is the most important part of the story. The date. How long? Because you are telling us for how long. So what do you mean such and such? Obviously, somebody erased the date and he replaced it with such and such. Look at this here. Messenger of Allah, I did not know that such and such before such and such. Then another man, he came to the Prophet and he said, oh, Messenger of Allah, I thought that such and such should precede such and such. Then another man, he come to the Messenger of Allah, I said, I had thought that such and such was before such and such, and such. What? What is this? You Muslim, you have a such and such a stupid religion. So here you see, Muhammad, he cannot have sex. Muhammad never been able to have sex. This is why he don't have kids. Muslim, they claim that he have one daughter. Her name is Fatima. That is a lie. Fatima is a daughter of Khadija. From his previous marriage, Khadija, she have two husbands before Muhammad. And because she was so young, when Muhammad, he married her mom, so she is considered like a child for him. However, she is not his daughter. So she was maybe 3, 4, 5 years old when Muhammad slept with her mother. But she is not his daughter. And the proof that all the wives he have 0 kids from them. 0. Totally 0. They say to you he have a kid from Mary the Copt, which is absolutely false. Mary the Copt was a slave, everybody sleep with her. And at the same time, Aisha herself, she said, don't you see he don't look like you at all? He don't look like you. And even Muhammad, he commanded Ali to kill the cousin of Aisha because they thought that he is the one sleeping with her. And the baby is from him. So here you see how much sexuality is heavily involved in this cult, this religion. And this is telling you the quality of this garbage cult. First of all, not only we need to question the quality of Muhammad's brain. You see, when people they speak about black magic, and this black magic affecting Muhammad every step of life, including him being a prophet. Because if Muhammad imagined things happening, then he can imagine an angel coming to him, an angel speaking to him. That's it. I mean, he is totally lost control. And the control, the only control we have here is the control of the brain. What they call a black magic here in the hadith is nothing but control of the brain. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not control of a private part, it's not control of a hand, it's not control of a nose, it's controlled of one thing, the brain. So Muhammad, obviously, according to their books, his brain is not controlled by him. And when you say black magic, you make it more stupid, because now shaitan is controlling Muhammad's brain. So the brain of Muhammad is totally under the control of shaitan. And this is what the Muslims they say to us about their prophet. And Aisha, she witnessed for that. But for me, the way I say it is different. I see it that Muhammad is a big fraud. He go around, he speak about his sexuality. You know, when a man he speak to a friend, I mean, it's not like you are telling your problem to a doctor. Like you say, let us say someone he have a sexual problem, he have a sexual habit, he have extreme sexual desire, so he go to the doctor, and because he is the doctor, he tell him. Or let us say a man, when I marry a woman, he warned her, listen, I'm not cold like Muhammad, so I am very active, so is that okay for you, or we will not be matched? I will say, okay, he have a reason to say that, because that can destroy his marriage if they are not fit sexually. Muhammad going around to his friends, telling them that he in the last hour 11 of his wives. Why? Why Muhammad want to do that? Do you respect any man he go around and he speak about what he did to his wives or his wife? What kind of a man? What kind of a woman? So imagine right now you are in YouTube or in Facebook, you go around and you post, you said, we just have boom boom. What kind of a quality of a person will mention that? In fact, Muhammad, he mentioned something very very embarrassing. Muhammad himself, he mentioned that the one who do that is going to go to hell. The one who do that is the most evil person in the eyes of Allah. Which means the man who speak about sex and what they have done inside their houses to strangers. Let me find the reference for you. Read with me. The most wicked among the people in the eye of Allah on the day of judgment is the man who goes to his wife and she comes to him and he divulges her secret. The translation is not good translation. This is about sex, about anything actually in the house of marriage. So why Aisha and why Muhammad, they always publish their sexual news if in the eyes of Allah, the most wicked among the people, in the eye of Allah, is the one who published the wife and the husband secret. So do you understand now who is Muhammad? According to Muhammad. Are you with me? Do you understand who is Muhammad? According to Muhammad. According to Muhammad, Muhammad is the most wicked man, and Aisha is the most wicked women. For they keep publishing the news which should not be published about the wife and the husband, what they do at home. You see the reference? All those are authentic reference. So how Muhammad he go around and he tell men, strange men, what he just did with his wives? And how the wives of Muhammad they go around and they tell what they just did with Muhammad? Do you see why Islam is stupid in the eyes of Islam? Do you see why Muhammad is a wicked in the eye of Allah himself? Who here will appreciate her husband going to his friends, unlimited number of friends, and telling them what he did to you in the bed? Or telling them what have happened between you and him in private life? Who and what kind of a man he is, and what kind of a woman she is? But isn't it this is what Muhammad is doing? Imagine Aisha. Not only she speak about what Muhammad he do in bed, Aisha, like here, she put her hand in his hair. I mean, every single details, to the point even she speak about the dishes they put under their vagina. Let us see. Look at this. Look what this. Aisha, she is describing what is coming from her vagina. All of this is about describing what is coming from her vagina. One of the wives of Allah Messenger joined him in itikaf, and she noticed blood and yellowish discharge from her vagina. I'm trying to be polite, not to say the word. I'm saying vagina, but in Arabic it doesn't say vagina. And put dish under her when she prayed. Can you believe it? This is to be published. And the women, she is praying and she have a dish under her vagina. And there's a yellowish discharge. And the Muslim, why it is yellowish? Is that because Muhammad he have a sexual disease? What is the yellowish is about? What is that? This garbage cult, not only it is extremely wicked, sexual, it's extremely have no shame. When a woman, she came to Muhammad and she told him that she was touching herself last night. If this is what women they say, what men they do? Those are the decent Muslim women in the time of Muhammad. They go and they speak in public about touching their vagina and masturbating. Salama said to Salim said, Salim is a whore, obviously. She offered herself later to Muhammad to F her. Oh Allah Messenger, she came to him. Assalamu alaikum, oh Allah Messenger. We need Dawah to make the voice, you know. Yesterday I was doing so, and do. And between the location of ku. So, and then there is a liquid came. What I should do, Prophet of Allah, you know. And then Prophet of Allah, he's expert. Allah taught him all the information about this, vagina, penises, expert. So Salim said, oh Allah Messenger, Allah does not refrain, for sure Allah does not refrain, saying the truth. She have to say the truth. I mean, isn't it all about saying the truth? Is it obligatory for a woman to take a bath after she get nocturnal discharge? He said yes, if she noticed the water, i.e. discharge. Salama, the wife of Muhammad, obviously she have never had discharge. She never have orgasm. She said, oh boy, does women get discharge really? And then Dr. Muhammad, he said, yes. Otherwise, how the child resemble the mother, huh? So according to the stupid Muhammad, when the women, she have orgasm first, the orgasm is the one decide who the baby will look like, who, the mother or the father. Different hadith says, if the women have orgasm first, the baby will be a child. If the man have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy. So here we notice that this religion, all of it is about penis, vagina, sexuality. What we will do in heaven. We will be busy, if in day and night. You will even have food when you are ifing. According to Muhammad, that the orgasm of the man will be 70 years. Let me see. If I can find the hadith. All right, we found something. In fact, I found something, not the one I'm looking for, but let's just show you. Which one is more important? Praying to Allah or effing your wife in the eyes of Allah? Anyone can give me the answer? Do we have any Muslim can give us the answer? Which one is more important? Praying to Allah, making supplication to Allah, or effing your wife? Let us see the question and the answer. This is the question.
According to Sahih Muslim, the man and his wife will be rewarded for intercourse. Is it true that the reward is equivalent to the reward for 70 voluntary prayers?
So you go and have sex with your wife, and that is better than 70 times volunteer prayer. Can you believe it? What is the connection between ifing and the prior deeds? Huh? Let us see if I can find the hadith in English. According to Muhammad, your sexual desire is a jihad. Let us see, this should be in Sahih Muslim. So Muhammad here was explaining what is charity, what the deeds, the good deeds, how you can make good deeds. How we can make good deeds in our life. Let us see. You go to the end here, you will see it says the following. And in a man sexual intercourse with his wife, there is a sadaqah. They, the companions, said, Messenger of Allah, there is a reward for him who satisfied his sexual passion among us. He said, tell me, if he were to devote it something forbidden, would not be sin in this his part? Similarly, if he were devoted to something lawful, it would be rewarded. So you do boom boom to your wife, you are going to get reward. Let us see more. Are we done? No. Yeah, this is the same hadith, but let's see here this one. Yeah, they don't have too many hadith here. But I want to find the hadith where it says if your wife in heaven, each one of them, just the orgasm will be 70 years. All right. Let us see what we will show you here. We mentioned to you that the women in heaven, you will see the marrow of her bones, but let us show you something more. What is the power of the women vagina in heaven? In fact, every inch of her skin is so shiny to the point you might notice that it is way more powerful than a nuclear explosion, way more. Let me show you this. Here Muhammad, because he is racist, he exaggerates about how white those women in the heaven of Allah will be. And if the Huri from the paradise appeared to people of earth, she would fill the space between the heaven and the earth with light and pleasant scent, and her head cover is better than the world with whatever is in it. Let us show you more. How many times a Muslim man he can if in heaven? The Prophet, he said, he can if such and such. Again. The believer shall be given paradise such and such a strength in intercourse. It was said, O Messenger of Allah, he will be able to do that. He said he will be given the strength of 100. Stop. 100 what? And here you notice how stupid this story. So it's such and such strength. Then is he going to be able to do that? 100. So even when you are in heaven, how Allah reward you? He will make you sex addicted, sex maniac, and now you will have the power of 100 men. Shall we continue? A Jewish guy, he said to Muhammad, okay, well, if you are eating that much and you are effing that much, so where your defecate will go? What will happen? Muhammad, he claimed that he will defecate, he will sweat a lot, and in his belly, let me see, hold on. Let me see if I can find this one. This will be funny if we can't find it in English. But they did not translate it. Look, they did not translate. They did not translate the hadith. They kept it in Arabic as it is.
The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, a man from the people of paradise will be given the strength of 100 men in eating, drinking, intercourse, and lust. Then a Jewish man said, whoever eats and drinks is in need? So he said, sweat overflows from his skin, and behold, his stomach it has atrophied.
Okay. So, in other words, your shit will become your sweetness. This is how all the food you eat is coming to come out. In different hadith, like from Ibn Kathir, it says that when the Quran says the people of heaven, they are going to be busy having fun. Ibn Kathir, he said, they will be busy by opening women vagina, by breaking the skin of the women vagina. Let me show you the reference. In fact, this one, you can go to Ibn Kathir, but I don't know if you will see that in the English one. If we go here, because you know the English ones is different from the Arabic one. So this is Tafsir Ibn Kathir, volume number 6, page number 583. It says that the people of heaven, they will be busy having, enjoying their time. What does that mean? Ibn Kathir, he explained. He said, give me a second to see where it says what we are. We are just trying to give you an idea how that this is nothing but a sexual garbage cult. So what the Muslim will be doing in heaven, what they are busy with, this is a translation.
Abdullah bin Masood, Ibn Abbas, Sa'id bin al-Musayyab, Ikrimah, al-Hazan, Qatada, al-Amash, Sulaiman al-Taymi, and al-Azhar said regarding his saying, "Indeed, the companions of paradise today are occupied with fruitful things." They said, their occupation is the deprivation of virgins.
That is their job in heaven. This is what the Muslim will be doing non-stop in his heaven. Effing women. In fact, effing men too. Because in different hadith it says that the Muslim man, there is a market in heaven. There is no buying nor selling in it except men, images of men and women. And if the man desire an image, he go inside it and he if it. Remember, the Muslims, they believe that in heaven there is nothing is forbidden, including homosexuality. It's forbidden in earth, but not in heaven. Anything was forbidden in earth is not forbidden in heaven. Muhammad, he told them that the one who do not do things which is forbidden in earth, he will get all those forbidden things in earth in heaven. And the one who was doing forbidden things in earth, he will not be able to do anything of those who are forbidden in earth in heaven. So it's the opposite. If you don't do it in earth, you will do it in heaven. And I can show you that the reference for this one too. But first here, this is Muhammad. Indeed, in paradise there is a market, which there is no buying nor selling, except for images of men and women. So whenever a man desire an image, he enter it, and which means he if it. So who is the customer? It is a man. What is the images? Images of men and women. The man, he like the image, he enter it, and he if the image. That is Islam. Shall I show you more? So when this guy talking about penetrating and this madness, this is their level. This is their God, this is their religion, this is their prophet. They are homosexual, all of them, and they claim that they are not homosexual, and they claim that homosexual are bad and they are better. But as you see, all of them are homosexual. Their heaven is about homosexuality. Their God himself is a transgender.
I mean, just so we're clear, I don't agree with protesting, and I tell you not to go. But I say, if you're not going to listen to me, and you're going to take that anyway, and you're going to look past all of the sins that happen in protesting, bearing in mind that we are in these situations because of our distance from Allah and His Deen, right? But there's going to be sins in protesting. You'll be sitting next to a guy who's going to go and penetrate and sodomize another guy tonight. And you're gonna expect Allah to give you victory because you're standing next to a guy who's gonna literally insert his genitals into another man's back passage. Does that make
Question, Imran, question. Why you don't go and do jihad with Hamas? Why you are sitting in a nice couch, fancy furniture, coffee cup next to you, big TV screen, microphone, and why your jalabiya is so short, brother? Are you trying to tempt the guy in front of you showing your legs? Is that halal? This is what their prophet used to wear. Those people, they look the most funny, awkward, backward people. According to the religion, look, if you rape a child, you go to heaven. If you rape a woman, you go to heaven. If you kidnap somebody, you go to heaven. But if your dress touch your feet, you go to hell. This is what their prophet told them. This is why, you see how short his dress is? It looked like a skirt of a woman. Maybe you did not notice that those who call themselves religious, you notice them wearing jalabiya, which is the Arab man clothing, which is so short. You might think this guy, maybe he washed it with extra hot water. No. This is the right way according to Islam. Otherwise, you will go to hell. This is why even Zakir Naik, if you see Zakir Naik on the stage, he's wearing the same thing. Always his pant is so short. Anyone notice that? He looked like Charlie Chaplin. Always his pants are so short. And there is a reason for that, because Muhammad told him you will go to hell if your pant is not short. Let me see if I can show you an image of Zakir Naik pant. By the way, each time I play Zakir Naik video, I receive a warning from YouTube saying to me that Zakir Naik, something about India, this individual is banned in this following country, so we ban your video from India. And I keep receiving warning from YouTube from Pakistan. The government of Pakistan, they make a legal warning that your videos, blah, 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 you know. I can show you the emails, you will die laughing. Anyway, where is the pant of Zakir Naik? You can search yourself, you will see how short his pant is. Let me show you the reason for that. Oh boy. What a crazy religion. Three people Allah will not talk to them. One of them is the one who his dress is long. So if you rape a child at the age of 6 years old, you are fine to go, brother. Where is the hadith? Yeah, his prayer is not accepted by Allah. Three are persons with whom Allah would not speak on the day of resurrection. The bestower of a gift, who does not give anything but by lying obligation on him. The seller of good, who sells them by taking false oath, and the one who hangs low his lower garment. I understand the first two. But this third one, how that will make you bad? What about we go naked? This way we are more humble. What about he wear bikini? What about the women? Why you are forcing the women to cover herself from the top to the toe? This is how stupid this cult is. Having sex with the children is a blessing from Allah. Wearing long pants will take you to hell. Allah will not talk to you. Yeah, you know, if I go to my email and I search for the word Pakistan, you will not believe it what you will see. YouTube can send me the government of Pakistan. You know, the government of Pakistan. Legal complaint from who? From the government of Pakistan. Arabian Prophet. We would like to inform you that we have received a legal complaint from the government of Pakistan. Let me copy and paste for you. The government of Pakistan are worried that the Christian, this is a country supposedly they have nukes, and they are worried from a Christian prince. We would like to inform you that we received a legal complaint regarding your YouTube account. After review, your channel has been blocked on the country's site listed below, Pakistan. This is how coward they are. Pakistan, huh? Yeah. Look, another complaint. The Arabian Prophet. We have received a legal complaint from government of Pakistan. And here, like the other one, they blocked my video. That's it. So there's no need to complain. So now my channel is blocked in Pakistan. But this one here, this link is too long. Hold on. The video name Crazy Yet a Prophet. Crazy Yet a Prophet. So this is their issue with this video. I will shorten the message. Maybe we can post it. No, we cannot. Hold on. Too much words. Okay, I will cut some of it. Okay, now it goes. We have received legal complaint from the government entity regarding your content. After review, the following content has been blocked from view. Video name, Crazy Yet Prophet. I mean, my email is full of Pakistan, but since they blocked my channel totally, I did receive no more complaint. Because I just showed you the one before, it says this channel is blocked. So they come to the solution, instead of keep reporting, they file to block it totally, and they block it. Yeah. Debate challenge Ustaz in Pakistan, Arab, Indonesia. Where are you? This video removed. Okay. All right. I'm just reading the emails. Man, I type. Let me see. Do I have anything from India? I think I received from India. Hold on. India. Where is India? I think in the other channel here. I don't see it. Yeah, I received from India. But do you see how the Islamic phobia work? They have a phobia to the point they are scared of my channel. A guy in YouTube. Let us see. I think I have a complaint too from the government of Indonesia. Yeah, it must be somewhere. All right, I think we had enough for today. Did you have enough education? So do you know why now Sheikh Imran, because he is a decent man, he is worried to go to prostrate next to the Free Palestine? Free Palestine! And you Muslims are so awkward, backward. Everything about you is so weird. So you could not really side to Free Palestine except with the homosexual. At the same time, I have a question for those who grow beard. They speak about jihad, but they sit in their chair, they never go anywhere. Shouldn't you now be in Gaza yourself? What you are talking about? I refuse to protest. Go do jihad. Who's holding you? You see those cowards, all of those YouTubers, they claim that they are Muslim. You see, remember, Muslims call them, those are young men. They are not old. Like this guy is not 60 years old, 70 years old. This is young. So what do? You made videos. Why you don't go and do jihad? Because you're a potato, coward, hypocrite. Why Mimi Hijab and Lily Dawah, both are young. Why you don't go and join Hamas? Cowards. They want to make money from the food, halal cat food. Big belly, comfortable life, making money from the fools, and we get rich. And we tell them, you go. You will notice none of those who have channels in YouTube from the Muslims, he decide to go and do jihad, because none of them is convinced of Islam to die for the sake of Allah. And by the way, I'm so glad for Hamas. There is good news. Hamas collapsed. This is why now they accept to release the hostages. They just want to stop the fighting anyway. Please. At least between 50 to 60,000 members of Hamas being killed. At least 12,000 of them, they lost their arms and their legs. And maybe more than 85% of the buildings of the territory of Gaza is demolished. So what Hamas accomplished for the sake of Allah? And I hope soon Israel will go after Hezbollah and they will make them shish kebab. And I want to see how the nose of Allah and the Shia who support Hezbollah will go under the feet of the Jews. Those people, when they hold the Kalashnikov, which we used to buy for $75, you know, like I used to have one. It's called Marine Kalashnikov. It's like it have like a a cut at the end. You can install a grenade in it. You get it for even $45, cheap. They think they can fight Israel with it. Now they got advanced. They got drones, they got rockets, they got long-range missiles. So when they have a Kalashnikov, they think they can occupy the world. What they will do when they have a drone? So Israel need to show them that your drones, we can take it and we can push it in the butt of your God. Israel, if now did not attack Hezbollah, Hezbollah will never stop, because they will think, this is how they think. They think if you don't attack them, that means you are weak. Those people who don't respect your kindness, they consider it as a cowardness. It's not a strength. They understand one language. And the language is the one they speak with. Violence. So to speak to those such terrorists, the only language you can speak with them is violence. Anything else is stupid. So I hope Israel will decide to attack Hezbollah very soon. Right now they are just hunting the heads of Hezbollah. That's not enough. You need to go inside Lebanon and push them at least 40-50 kilometers away from the borders and cause them heavy casualty. You see the Israeli, they lost now, I think 34 soldiers, something like that. So imagine, Israel lost 300, they lost 50,000 something, and yet the Muslims, they claim that they are victorious. The Jews lost 300, few rooms being burned and destroyed. The whole territory of Gaza is demolished, the whole, everything. The Muslims, they claim they are victorious. The same what happened with Taliban. 2,000 Marines occupied Taliban state for 20 years. The Americans decide to leave willingly. The Muslims, they claim that they are victorious. This is who they are. They lie to themselves and they repeat the lie, they believe the lie. In one hand they cry, look what the Jews did to us, ceasefire now. At the same time they say we are Allahu Akbar. We are, so if you're Allahu Akbar and you are victorious, why you want to ceasefire? Hamas now is begging to ceasefire. Israel saying no, we will not. And that is telling you who is the potato. What happened to Hamas? They don't want to die for the sake of Allah. Why you want to stop fire? Because simply they have a few hundred meters left for Israel to take and they are gone. So they are desperate right now to negotiate about releasing the hostages. They thought Obama will not allow them to go to Rafah. That's the whole story. Obama, the coward Mohammed Hussein Obama, he is the one behind protecting Hamas. They cut the weapon from Israel. They thought that will stop them. They stopped sending smart missiles. They thought that will stop them. They stopped even allowing intelligence. Imagine the American, they have information about location of hostages and they hold that from giving it to Israel. This is what Mohammed Hussein Obama doing to Israel. And we know that the president of USA is Obama, not the junkie Joe who don't remember his name. All of us, we knew that. So I hope the Israeli will continue and they will finish this garbage terrorist group and they will finish Hezbollah. At least Hezbollah, in the case of Hezbollah, if they don't want to go in massive war in Lebanon, at least give them a spanking or remind them how good to say the name of Allah when you get spanked by the hand of the Jews. Will make them remember that for the coming century. So they need to be spanked so hard. As simple as that. And actually I believe that Israel right now waiting to make an agreement with Hamas and release the hostages, and right away they will launch a big attack on Israel. I think this is all what's happening. And Hezbollah was hoping that Hamas will listen to them and will not release the hostages. But Hamas, they cannot. That's it. They are out of men, out of everything. They are dead. They are out of choices. So Hezbollah was controlling what Hamas say, yes or no. But now Hamas leaders are going to die soon if they don't say yes. So they had no choice but to say yes. And now they are negotiating in Egypt, in Qatar. So soon we will see the hostages released. And there is a deal will be happening behind it. Maybe they will kick out Hamas leaders to Qatar, to Erdogan, to every hole of garbage, whatever it is. And then the Mossad will chase them and kill them one by one. Because even if they go abroad, Mossad will kill them. But at least now they will release the hostages and then they will be free once one war. Because now Israel is fighting multi-war front. The Yemen, from the south, Hezbollah from the north, Gaza from the west. So they have multi-front to fight, and now Julan Heights in the south too with Syria. So they are fighting many countries at the same time. So when they finish with Gaza, Gaza is the most important because they are so close to their towns and city. They are inside Israel. So they finish with it, and then they should go and they deal with Hezbollah. And I hope they will do what is right. And remember, if you are a Christian and you don't support Israel, you are supporting the terrorists of Islam, which means you are supporting those who want to kill you. So a smart one of you who say, I'm not going to support Israel, you are not supporting Israel, you are supporting yourself. If they finish Israel, they will come after you. Israel is taking all the hate, which is supposed to go to you if there is no Israel. If there is no Israel, what is the next step for Iran and Hezbollah? In case you do not know, Hezbollah was fighting in Bosnia. Do you know that? Hezbollah was fighting in Bosnia. Hezbollah is an international terrorist organization. Hezbollah now have camps in Venezuela, have camps in Cuba, have camps in major cities and countries in Africa, have camps in many South American countries. Training, I'm not talking about camps to teach Quran. We are talking about terrorism, terrorist. So they are everywhere in every country, the same as the Muslim Brotherhood. So getting rid of Hezbollah is getting rid of one mice out of many. So don't think that you are supporting Israel by going against those terrorists. You are supporting your homeland security, your safety, your economy. For those people, they will bring nothing to your country except destruction. For me, based on the Bible, I believe that we should support Israel, for this is their land. I'm not supporting Israel because Israelis are perfect people and they are nice people or good people. No. I'm saying this is their land. And you know that. And those Arab, they came as occupation. And you know that. Those Arab, they took everybody land. Those Turkish, they took everybody land. This month, actually, the people of Cyprus, I think they will. It's going to be the memory of I don't know how many years, 50 years. I'm not sure. Not 50 years. No, sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure how many years. The occupation of Turkish. They took half of their island. 90% of Greece is inside so-called Turkey today. Most of Armenia occupied by Turkey today. Azerbaijan. Just a few months ago, they killed tens of thousands of Christians in Armenia. Those people, they cannot live in peace. And when you speak against this garbage cult, they call you Islamophobia. Imagine, they take everybody land. They rape women. They kidnap children. They rob. They do everything filthy. And then when you speak against it, they say you are Islamophobic. This is how stupid those Western. They think by defending them, that will cool them down. They think when they say Islam is not what you say, the Muslim, they will say, oh, okay, you know, Islam is not. Islam is what it is. It's not what you say, you stupid Western people. Mohammed himself, he says, I've been victorious by terror. Do you ask yourself why Muslims around the world, they want to destroy Israel? What somebody from Indonesia have to do with Israel? It's about religion. Everything is about religion. And then you will see a stupid Israeli, he speaks in the name of the government, he says, this is not about religion. No, it is about religion, you idiot. They speak about genocide. It is Muhammad who practiced and commanded genocide. It is Muhammad who killed every single Christian, every single Jew, and kicked them out of their land. And we have it documented in their own books. No Christian, no Jew is allowed to live in the Arabian Peninsula. They kick them out. And you will see clearly it says, I will certainly expel. This is not about don't allow them to come. He is doing ethnic cleansing, religion cleansing. Who? Jews and Christians, specifically. And then you will see those, they make speeches about ethnic cleansing and how the Israeli are killing the Palestinians. Those are not even Palestinians. Those who live in Gaza are multi-ethnic. Nobody even knows where they are from. Many are Arab, some they are African, some they are Egyptian, some they are from Iraq, some you never know who they are. But they have nothing to do with Gaza. They are the last one to claim Gaza. In a few months from now, we will have election. And I hope that Trump, he will win the election, and then Israel, they can do what they need to do. As long Hussein Obama is in the White House, things is not good for all and every American. Everybody saw how this dead man standing behind the table like a ghost. He have no voice. He can't even talk. You don't know what he is saying. So who is the president in the White House? We know. Hussein Obama. And this is why, as soon as Joe Biden became the president, after less than 5 days, the first decision he make is to take the terrorists of Iran from every terrorist sanction. Isn't it? This is clear? Go check it out. Al-Houthi, he was added to the terrorist list. For sure we should add them for terrorist list. I mean, those people, they have a big sign behind their leader says death to America, death to Israel. Death to America first. Why Joe Biden, he took them from the terrorist list? Not even 5 days in the office. For this is Hussein Obama. He is a Shia. He is Iranian puppy. He is the one who gave the money to Iran. He is the one who signed the deal with them, which will allow them after 5 years to have nukes. Many people don't understand what Obama did. Obama did not forbid them from having nukes. He just delayed 5 years. So if Trump did not become the president, Iran have a nuke long time ago. So Obama gave them permission actually to have legally a nuke. This is what the deal is. 5 years after now, you make a nuke. And he sent them an airplane full of money. And then the Iranian regime got so rich because now they can sell oil everywhere. They got their money from every bank. They can use every bank in the world. For Obama, he opened the gate. And not only that, they're allowed to buy technology. They are buy to weapon. They start building their nuke facilities because Obama, he opened the door for them. This is why the first thing Joe Biden he tried to do is to return to Iran-America nuke deal, which again, 5 years from now, you will have your nukes. But thank God, the Congress did not let him do it, because the Democrats don't have the majority. So we know what the plan is. Is the Houthi Ismaili? No, they are not. They are Shia. No, Ismaili are different. They don't care for those things. Ismaili, their leaders are not the mullahs of Iran. The Ismaili sect, there is a person, his name is Hassan al-Hashash. Hashash mean hashish. Hassan of Hashish. This guy he was rich. I don't know how his richness started in the beginning, but what he do you want to hear information about the Ismaili? Anyone interested? Or this is not important now? All right. So this guy, Al-Hashash, he was very rich. And he bought a castle or built a castle in a very isolated area in the mountains. What he do in his castle, simply, he bring young men. He bought couple of hundreds of very pretty women. And he opened his castle to any young man when I enter it. He stay there, you eat, you drink, you have sex for free, totally free. In the top of that, you take hashish. Every day, Hassan al-Hashash, and this is a movie about him, he sit with them and he indoctrinate them, like he teach them about what we should do, how we should be a family, how we should support the leader, which is me, how you should be willing to do anything I say. In return, look, you live in heaven. So you stay in his castle for 6 months, 7 months, 10 months, and then when you became so addicted to drugs and sex, they will call you, the Hashash, Hassan, he will call you. He will say, I have a mission for you. You don't come here until you go and assassin this person. This is where the word assassin is coming from this guy. Assassin is coming from his name. So, what he do, he send a letter to any king in the Middle East. He give him, let us say, 10 days or 40 days, or like the king, he might say to him, okay, I will give you the money, but can you give me like extra days? So if you agree, fine. But he will give you a certain time. You are a king. He will send you a message. He will send you one of his slaves. This is a delivery from Hassan al-Hashash. You have 40 days to live, unless you pay me, etc. money. The king, if he say no, al-Hashash will kill him for sure. For his men, they are like ghosts. They dress civilians, and they are willing to die for him. They are under the influence of drugs and sex. So what he will say to you, you go kill this guy. If you don't, never come back here. This young man, in order to come back to those beautiful women, unlimited, you take any women you want. The best food you like, the best drink you want. You do nothing, no work. Just sex, food, drugs. That's it. You go kill this man and you come back. And then you can stay in my castle. And to do one mission, he sent multiple person. So if one of them did not succeed, let us say he tried to stab the king or etc., but he could not reach, the other one would be able to do it. So he sent to the same mission multi-assassin to accomplish it. And then By terror, every king pay him. So he got richer and richer and richer. So his castle became 2, 3 castles, 4 castles, 5 castles. And then his authority spread all the way from Iran, all the way to Syria. All right? So, and this is the nature of Islam. Those are not those Shia in Iran. You can consider them a form of Shiaism, but they are not. For them, they believe, like their leader right now, actually, he's in Canada. The leader of the Ismaili cult is in Canada. He's very rich. You see, just to show you how corrupt the Western society. You will find that every leader in the West, he meet with their leader, the one who inherited the business now. Let me show you his pictures. The Queen of England. Every scumbag from those you think they are good people, they are bought by the money of this guy, which is a money coming from his grandfather business. So if we search for his name, Aga Khan, what we will see? What we will see? We don't know how many $1 billion he have, but for sure, this is the Queen of England with him. You see her? Money. This is what money can do. This is what money can do. This is the King of England with him. See what money can do? Yeah. However, we have to say that the Ismaili sect, they were not bad to the Christians. They did not really do too much harm to the Christians. And they don't really care for, you cannot even call them they are Muslim. They drink vodka more than water. But this is what money can do. So this guy, he inherited his money from his grandfather, who became a very scary person in the Middle East at his time. For sure now they are not like that before. They are more, women, they don't wear hijab, they don't dress like Muslim, they don't care really, they don't read Quran, they don't care about, they're not Muslim really, But I'm just showing you what money can do. So this guy now, because he's so rich, and for sure he have authority because all his sect, they follow him. So when this potato of Canada, he shake hands with him, that will make all those who follow him in Canada, his sect, vote for Trudeau, So so now, until now, they have authority over politics, they have involvement in government, plus the money, which is, as you see, everybody, you name it. I mean, you will not find, palaces, villas, airplanes. I guess this is his, this is a Trudeau. Maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah. Aga Khan moved to Portugal. Well, I don't think so. This guy, he have a palace everywhere. Yeah. So now you have an idea how the world respect criminals, because simply this money, the money of this guy is coming from crimes, from blood of people. All his money inherited from what? From assassin. But this is what money does, you know. This is what money do. American model to marry Aga Khan, Prince. Model. You know, I like it when they call a whore a model these days. Model. Yeah, this is the new title for whores. Right? They call her model. Do you see how they upgrade you when you get rich? Or let's say, you know, like you are going to be married to someone. Like even the wife of Trump, she was what? Model. You're right. Model. Yeah. So when you are, you know, when you marry someone is powerful, suddenly you became, what is your name? What do you do for a living? Model. What does that mean? Exactly. Yeah. Like me, when I was, you know, when I was working, I got a job in, you know, as a striptease for blind women in a striptease club for night women, for blind women. Sorry. So what do you do? A model. I was modeling for the blind women. Who? Really? What do you do exactly there? Well, they are blind in this striptease club. I told the guy, like, I mean, come on, I look so ugly. They said, they are blind. Go, just go. Don't worry about it. You know? Yeah. Model. All right. Yeah, it's a fact. You see, if you are poor, they call you a whore. If you are connected and powerful, they call you a model. Very simple. So now a model, she will marry Aga Khan. Huh. Well, she is a model. Hello. Yeah. And look who they choose to be the mother of their children. I don't know what's wrong with people. Yeah. Anyway. Any question? I just gave you an idea about Al-Hashash. This is why in the old days they don't call them Ismaili, they call them Hashashin, which mean hashish, you know, Hashashin, like people of hashish. They don't call them Ismaili. Ismaili is not really the title are known with. Yeah. And you know, the method of Muhammad is the same as this his grandfather did, but the difference is Muhammad, he promised them hashish when they go up to heaven. This guy, he can do it now. So he opened his castles, women, drugs, sex, etc. At the same time, every day they sit with him. He gave them a class. They sit to listen to him, and he like indoctrinate them so they can obey him. So they become his fighters, his warriors. They are willing to die for him. So he showed them how much he cared for them. We are a family. Eat, drink, have fun, etc. And then one day he will call you. He says, "Son, I need you. Go and kill this evil man. He refused to pay us." And then this young man, in order to come back to this heaven, he have to do what he been commanded to do. Otherwise, he can't come back. He bought a palace. Yeah, he have houses everywhere. I mean, they don't know what, you know. I used to have a friend. I visited him. I was a teenage. I don't know who. I mean, all what I know, he is with me in the school. You know, I know nothing about him really. So there is a sect of Shia. It's like Ahmed Mirza Ghulam. You know Ahmed Mirza Ghulam? They are like them. So anyway, I went with him to his village. He invited me to go hunting with him because I took him hunting, you know, with me in the desert. He spent, almost 2 weeks with me. We went hunt for deer, for etc. So he invited me to his village to do hunting. So I went to his village, and then when I went to meet his grandfather, I saw how people, they bend down in front of him, which is not normal to see in the Middle East. You know, they bend down totally to the floor. So I said to him, why they are doing that? He said to me, my grandfather is the God. I said, what do you mean? He says, the God. The God of who? He says, he's our God. It's really. So anyway, what I learned, that those people, they worship, his grandfather was the God, claimed to be God. So this is the grandson, the one they are worshiping right now. At that time, he was an old man. So this guy, money come from everywhere, like rain. So every day I look, there's trucks full of furnitures, food, sheeps. He don't even take them. He right away they take them and they sell them. So what people do, let us say your wife, she want to have a baby and she is not able to have a baby. So she vow, if she have a baby, she will give 50 sheep to the God, this man. So they bring them. He will not take them. What he will do with them? Right away, they send them to the market to sell them, and he get the money. So money come like rain. He don't do anything. They are willing to die for him. Literally, I'm not joking. So he told me, my grandfather is the God. You don't know? I never heard of him. I said, I'm not going to bow down to your grandfather. He said, no, don't worry. You're a Christian. Don't worry. But for them, you know, they have to, you know. So anyway, so I learned how, I saw that like with my own eyes, how it worked. Big villa, fancy villas, every day 5, 7, 8 trucks full of furniture, sheep, crops, vegetables, all kind of things. Because he don't even know where those things coming from. People, they vow, if something happened, like you succeed with high school, you finish your degree, whatever, etc., you say, I'll vow to the God, which is him, to donate, etc. So every day in the morning, you will find long line of trucks full of products. Not to mention the money. Some they vow to pay money directly, you know. This is why they are so rich. Extremely rich. I believe that this guy, during the Western occupation to the Middle East, when England and France, they occupied a big territory in the Middle East, they needed to recruit local fighters in their army. But those Muslims don't want to join the British army or the French army. So what they did, they made like this guy, according to the stories, what they say, like he put a lamp on his body and then the lamp shine. People, they could not believe it. So like he claimed to be God. Look what I can do. So what I believe happened, that the intelligence, the British intelligence or the French, I'm not sure which territory was, they they would maybe connected him to electricity or something. So when you touch it with your body, the lamp will go on. So he have a power of God. And like he did miracles, like he said to them, go and find food under the tree in such a place. They go and they dig, they find a lot of food. So, and then he told them, you go and join the British intelligence or the British army or the French army. So the Western, they used him to be an authority of religion, because Muslims, they say, oh, we will not join the kuffar, the enemy of Allah. So now by having this new God, they are going to join. The same as Ahmed Mirza Ghulam. Ahmed Mirza Ghulam was the fabrication of the British intelligence. They wanted people to join the British intelligence, and the Muslim, they are not willing to join. Ahmed Mirza Ghulam told them, you join. Will you debate Shia Zulfikar? Well, what is this guy Zulfikar? Bring him. Anyone is welcome. I don't care for the name. Don't tell me his name. Don't tell me you want to debate this one or that one. Bring me any Muslim, he is welcome. All right. The Western intelligence, the British intelligence, they did a lot of garbage in the Middle East. As an example, one of the reasons the Ottoman Empire, collapsed, the major reason, one guy was sent, and he is like James Bond in his time. But this is a real person. His name, Lawrence the Arabian. Lawrence the Arabian is a real person. It's not a fiction. One guy, he was able to make the Ottoman Empire collapse. He went, and for sure he was sent by the British intelligence. So he was able to meet with some Arab tribes, and he met with the one who claimed that he is descendant from Mohammed, the one which now the king of Jordan belonged to him. He's a grandson. So he started teaching them how to fight, how to make to use weapon, how to attack, how to do ambush. And he is the one who launched what is called the Arabian biggest revolution, which in fact it was the Lawrence the Arabian, who is not an Arabian. They call him Arabian because he speaks Arabic, he dressed Arabian clothes. So the revolution which destroyed the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East was done by one man, Lawrence. I believe there's a movie about him, but I don't know if the movies are telling the true story, because movies. Yeah. So do you see how foreign intelligence, they can destroy countries? And this is not new in the Western intelligence. They always use Muslims for to destroy countries. As an example, Afghanistan was ruled by the communists. Correct? Now, which one is better, having those terrorists or the communists? I will say to you, the communists, for sure. But the filthy American at that time, they decide that supporting the terrorist, the Muslim terrorist, is the way to fight the communist. So it was them who supported Taliban. Taliban flourished, nursed, fed by the money of the American. Osama bin Laden himself, you can go search right now. Washington Post, all those famous newspapers, they publish his name as a hero. Hero. Not as a terrorist. Hero, Osama bin Laden. This is how the American, they used to sell Osama bin Laden to the public. He is a hero. He was sponsored by them, supported by them, given weapon, everything you can imagine, by the CIA. And even we have congressmen, senators, they went to Afghanistan and they were, shouting with them, Allahu Akbar. The same as in the war is in Syria. Obama, he sent $560 million to the terrorists in Syria. John McCain, he went to Syria supporting the terrorists of Syria. Always Western government, they support the most evil. Always. right? And I'm not saying things, I love this country. I love America. I joined even the USA Army, which means I'm willing to die for this country. Otherwise, why I want to join the army? But saying the truth is a must for me as a Christian, and this is the truth. Right? All the leaders, like, they use them, and the day they get upset from their dog, they shoot their dog in the head. If their dog start biting out of the control, they shoot him in the head. The same as they did with Saddam Hussein. The second you go out of their control, they shoot you in the head. Saddam Hussein was fighting for them for 8 years, 9 years. The American, they love Saddam Hussein. Suddenly Saddam Hussein did something stupid. He went to Kuwait. American will not allow that. You made a big mistake. We told you to go to Iran, not to go to Kuwait. And then hell break open. And the American, they sent 250,000 soldiers to fight Saddam Hussein. And the scenario continue, the same everywhere. And I don't know, nothing changed. I don't think anything changed. I will not be surprised if America in the future use Hamas for something. I will not be surprised. Depend who is the devil will be in the White House in the future. All right. Any question? This is why we say you have to be careful, you have to be vigilant, you have to be smart, and don't believe everything they say to you in the news. By the way, I have a question about this idiot Joe Biden. In just less than 24 hours, the media break loose on this guy. And this is telling you that there is somebody in control. How he was their beloved president, and suddenly everybody against him. That is telling you that there's one person is controlling the media machine. Not a single liberal media defending Joe Biden. Who is behind it? We know who. Soros. Soros decided that Joe Biden must be out. And if Soros says out, and Joe Biden did not go out, then Soros will unleash his dogs. It doesn't make sense what happened. Okay, the guy, he have a bad debate, always he talk like this, always he is loose, always he is say stupid things. What happened? Look for the devil, George Soros. Who is the one behind opening the borders? George Soros. How he will do it? By opening the borders. How he can do that? Bring in migrants, millions of them. In 10 years from now, we will have more people who they are voting for Democrat. Open the border. This guy is in control of everything in the media. Banks, medias in Europe, etc. Yahoo Finance, look at Yahoo Finance. Now Trump is dangerous because he will take the tax away. He will use tariff. But tariff is used since a century. This is not something new. So if you take income tax away, that will bring a lot of business. Yahoo Finance, every day they have interview about the plan of Trump, how that, and every day they have interview about Joe Biden must go. What happened? From the one they love most to the one they hate most? The answer is very simple. There is somebody behind the scene is in control. He turned the switch on. He turned the switch off. So obviously George Soros decided that Biden must go. He made a decision. Now Joe Biden, the guy is dying. Why he will leave anyway? He will lose his career, So he's not listening. So let us say their impact on him is almost zero, because he don't care no more. What is left for him? Not a big deal. Look, George Soros is trying to turn Texas blue. You see? You will see this guy everywhere. This is the devil. Who is the one who is supported by pro-Palestinian? George Soros. This is the devil. George Soros' son is a frequent guest at Biden White House. I mean, are we blind to see it? It's all over the place. Who is this guy? I mean, this guy is a businessman. Why his name is all over in politics? He controlled everything. And I believe strongly now, Joe Biden is not able to convince him to keep him as a president. George Soros, he wants him to be out. In order to put pressure on him, he launched his dogs, which is the media, to bite the guy. And now, what if Joe Biden, he did not, or he refused to get out? Then this same media who is saying Joe Biden is a dead, they will start saying, you will see, just wait. If Joe Biden insists he is not leaving, the same filthy media who they want him down, they made tons of videos now about him, how weak he is, how he should drop. This is the same media, they will start saying he is okay, he is healthy, he proved himself, he was tired. They will change everything they are saying if he refused to leave, if they could not take him out. So I hope, and the funny, by the way, he is a Jew, but many people do not know that those are Jewish by name. They don't care for Israel. They don't care for Judaism. They are Jewish by name. In fact, many who they are Jewish by name, they join pro-Palestinians. Don't you see those, they call themselves rabbi? Rabbis of the devil. They join pro-Palestinian. They join people who want to kill their own people. Those are the same people who join Hitler. I don't know how many of you knows about the history, what happened with Hitler. In the time of Hitler, most of the Jews who were killed was delivered by the hand of Jews. So In the time of Jesus, there was a guy, his name Judah. I'm sure all of you heard of him. So the Jewish community in Europe, they have Judah in every street. They are the one, because they are Jews, like, you know, you see someone, you are a Jew, and those fascist Nazi, they want to kill you. You trust him because he's a Jew, right? So the German, they use Jews in order to capture Jews in exchange of money and authority. They are still existent and now, nothing changed. And George Soros is one of them. He is a pro-Palestinian. He support them. He donate to them. He defend them. And he is behind them. And the funny is, just published that Iran donated a lot of money to pro-Palestinians. This is published by the American government. And why it's published? Because the Congress investigate some issues and they could not hide it no more. And it's funny that supposedly I'm an Arab and I support Israel, and those are Jews and they support Hamas. See how brainwashed people they can be, how evil they can be? They support the people who want to do genocide to their own people. So I hope that this coming election, people will go and vote. Even though I don't trust the voting system in this country no more, I believe the Democrat will do everything to cheat. They have a low ethic. They have zero ethic, actually. What low ethic? They have zero ethic. I mean, if you watch any news run by Democrat, you will see how stupid they are, how dummy, how low, awkward, backward. They claim that gas price now is better than the time of Trump, and Trump is lying. Like, I mean, how stupid you are. They claim that houses was better in the time of Biden from the time of Trump. They claim that food is cheaper now from the time. I mean, are you stupid or what? Their lies is beyond stupidity. They claim that Trump is a dictator and Joe Biden is not. Who is the one who burned the street? Who is the one fascist? He chased the Jews in the street. He want to beat them. Who is the one who kicked them out from schools? Who is the fascist? Who is the Nazi? When Michelle Obama, she decide what our children will eat. Who is she? Is she the president or she is the wife of the president? She decide what your child will eat in school? Suddenly, Michelle Obama, she found that American children are fat. We should lose weight. What's your business? I will tell you what's your business. The business is we will sign contracts. If I am able to make the government buy food from certain companies, I will have commission. All of this is about money. Anything they promote is about money. When Biden, he promote electric car, you know, because they own a lot of stocks in the battery material. They have a lot of stocks. They bought already a lot of stocks for electric cars because they knew what they do. They will force the agenda of electric cars. So now the stocks will go crazy. So they bought the stocks go up, then they sell their stocks. They sell them when people discover that electric cars is not going to work. Those people never lose penny. They always make, you know, this woman, her name but Lucy and Lucy the turtle, she always invest and she never lost a penny. Why? Because she knew all the news about stocks. This is why they will not leave the office. She don't want to be in a higher position too, because that place she is in is where the stocks is. So all of this is about money. How Joe Biden, who work for the government, he have house everywhere? How much the salary of a person who work for government? $70,000, $80,000? How that will make you buy houses and villas everywhere? How Hillary Clinton, her daughter wedding cost $3 million? Is that from the salary of the government? They love the office, not to serve you, to get rich. How Hunter Biden make money? I want to know what the business he do. What is exactly his qualification? If he did not pay $1.5 million tax, this is the tax. How much money he made? From doing what? We cannot question Trump because Trump is always rich. This guy, he have his own airplane before he was a president. He have his palaces before he became president. But those people who spend their life working for government, where their money coming from? So we know how they and why they are there. It's about money. It's all about money. Joe Biden will not leave until he make a couple of billions before he leave. Even though he's a guy, he might die tomorrow. I mean, how many years he will live? Go have vacation. No, you want to make more money. They worship money. They worship power. President, he make 120,000. Yeah, whatever it is. I mean, that is nothing. They pay their tax, right? So anyway, we will see in 5 months from now what will happen. And if you think about it, Trump, he must win 100%. But again, if you think again carefully, I think Joe Biden will win 120%. Because I believe strongly those Democrat, they will do everything to cheat. There's no way they will let Trump become a president again. They are so afraid. So we will see. But you know, there's no way that Biden, he is going to win election. I mean, even his party don't like him. So how in the world he will win? He will win because they will cheat. They will dump millions of false votes in the boxes. They have places where they can dump easy. And there's places where it's very risky for Biden. But the one in control, the Congress or the police or etc., mostly they are Democrat in those states. No solution. What solution? You see, the Democrat are way smarter than the Republican as a regime. So when Democrat take the office, they occupy every front desk in every government. Judges, federal judges, post office, police, FBI, CIA. So they are everywhere. When Republicans take the office, they do nothing. Like Trump, he became a president. Did he change the leaders of the armies? No, he did not even change anything. The same Democrat is the one in charge, hired by Obama. When Obama became president, he fired every high rank officer in the army, replaced them with his own men. Atheists who make fun of Jesus. Trump became in the office. Did he change that? No. In fact, Trump, he was the most stupid leader when it's come to the administration. He never fixed anything in his own office. Everyone around him was corrupt. Everyone around him was from the swamp. He did not replace them. He hired names are recommended to him. But the one who recommend them is from the swamp. This is why later they betray him, all of them. Did you notice how many foreign minister Trump he have? Every few weeks he have a new minister. How many minister for justice he have? The guy, he keep changing ministers. Because the ones around him, he was surrounded by scumbag. And they give him false advice. Put this one is better. And he put it and he screw with him. He betray him. And this is what happened. Even the vice president, Trump, he did not choose a decent man. So when it's come to choosing the right people to be with him, Trump is horrible. Everybody betray him, even his daughter. You see, did you notice that his daughter Ivanka, the Barbie, who is she hired to be consultant? I don't know why. I mean, what her skills? This girl, she is a Barbie, fashion Barbie. What she have to do with politics? And her husband, who don't have a mouth, he don't even talk. Have you ever heard the guy talking? Suddenly, the husband and the wife became consultant. That is another stupid mistake of Trump. Then you notice that there's a lot of information. There's no way the FBI can have if not one of the family betray Trump. That is Ivanka Trump and her husband. This is why the FBI and the Department of Justice did not go after them with any case. Because they have a deal. Give us information, we will not go after you. They went after every one of his children, except those two. Which should be the opposite, because they are the one involved in the office. They are official, which means officially you can go after them. So they betrayed their father. And this is telling you how bad the situation of this guy. Everybody around him betray him. Everybody, including his own family. This is why you don't see them around him. Do you see him in pictures with Trump anymore? No. Do you see his son-in-law with him? No more. That's it. They sold him out. So I hope if Trump won, and I believe he should win. If we have a real election, he should win. But because I believe we are not going to have a real election, so I say it is really hard to see that happening. But if that happened, that means we are still have election, really. But I don't think we do. But we will see. If Trump, he won, if he do the same stupid mistake again, this guy is doomed. If he start hiring people based in the idea of people around him saying, hire this one and that, he should not hire. He should hire young ones. When I say young, doesn't mean they are 20. They have to be from in 39 and between 39 to 50 something, maximum 60, less than 60. So they have to hire a younger generation, and they are not involved in any corruption. They have no history of to be involved in anything bad, and they are not men of anybody. People, they've proven themselves to be decent. They are not rich. They are not heavily polluted, and they support his agenda. He should not hire professional politicians who they have century working in a government. For those already are rotten and they are part of the game for a long time. He have to hire a new blood, never work in the government. They are not under the control of anyone, and they have agenda, agree with his agenda. In other way, he have to find people who they are loyal, not people who work in government before. You know? Like now, he is going to hire somebody as a vice president, right? Let us see what he will do. You know? And I hope he will not do the same stupid mistake as he did with this guy Pence. But I think he will do the same mistake. Somebody said he should hire CP as a consultant. Do you remember the Sheikh Hisham al-Husseini? Do you remember him? Do you know that this guy was a consultant for George Bush, the one who debated me? Can you believe it? This guy, he support Hezbollah. This guy, when he debated me, he said he want to erase, he want to do genocide to the Jews, to the Zionists. He was hired as a consultant, Islamic consultant, by George Bush. This is what he said to me when he debated me. We want to erase the Zionist like you. Yeah. This is my debate with him. He claimed to be the Sheikh of the Shia in USA. I smashed the floor with him. I made him shish kebab, literally.
4 دقائق لسه.
شكرا.
أهلا وسهلا.
إذا يجب أن لأجل أن نحكم على الرسول إذا كان فعلا هو من عند الله أم لا، هل جاء بنظام عبادي يربط الإنسان بالله الخالق، وهل أوجد نظاما اجتماعيا يتساوى فيه الجميع لا فرق بين عربي وعجمي إلا بالتقوى خير الناس من نفع الناس، الناس كلهم سواسية كأسنان المشط. نعم، هذه من ناحية. ومن ناحية أخرى، هل جاء هذا النظام لأن الإسلام هو نظام ورسالة محمد هو نظام، ومحمد جاء لأجل أن ينقذ البشرية بعد أن كانت وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار، فجاء الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم وأنقذكم وأنجاكم منها. فكان البعض يقتل البعض، كان الوئد سائد ودفن البنات الأطفال الأبرياء، وإذا الموءودة سئلت بأي ذنب قتلت. كان هنالك الإنسان يستعبد الإنسان، وخصوصا إذا كان متأتي من خلال غزو أو شيء من القبيل. المرأة لم تكن لها قيمة في ما قبل الإسلام في الجاهلية، فجاء الإسلام ووضع نظاما. وإني أشبه هذا النظام بسكيل، يعني بالميزان، والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان. هذا الميزان هو النظام.
Anyway, so this is the guy. He was a consultant of George Bush. I wiped the floor with his face and his bum, literally. This video have English subtitle if you like to watch it. And look how sneaky they are. Islam, nice Islam, and we are brothers. If you hear him in the beginning, this guy was acting like we are really in love. Those Muslims are in love with the Christians. They are very sneaky. Shia are very, very sneaky. So he was like giving us like all this amazing stuff about Islam, and then I started spanking him. And you know, the funny is, before I debated with him, the owner of the TV station, he spoke to me in private. He said, Christian, please, please, easy on the guy. I said, how easy? He said, very easy. I said, really? He said, yeah. We want them to come back. We don't want them to break bones from the first time. I said, okay, I will break few bones only. And then I sent them email, by the way. I told them, don't contact me anymore. Don't tell me how to debate people. You bring me a guy to debate with me, I will wipe the floor with him. I don't care what you think. Your TV is not the last of my worry. So anyway, I was supposedly easy on him, you know. You watch it. Yeah. The guy was jumping like a rabbit. And then he started complaining that the Zionists are cutting his internet. And the funny is, the guy from the Christian TV, he took side with him. I mean, do you see how hypocrite they are? They want to make they feel good. They want to make the Muslim feel good. So the guy is speaking there. He says, yeah, I don't know why he is talking about that topic. He took side with him, with the Muslim. So like he's doing taqiyya, the Christian guy doing taqiyya like the Muslims. But who care? You take taqiyya, you do baqiyya, I will make you, both of you, falafel. Yeah. They asked him to debate me again. He said, over my dead body. He said, you did not tell me you are going to bring me a Zionist. Like Shabir Ali. Shabir Ali, they told him, we have somebody to debate you. Shabir Ali agree. Shabir Ali, I told them, don't tell him a Christian prince. This TV station, they remind me of those Indonesian guys. Not Indonesian, sorry, the Filipinos. Those Filipinos, if you remember, they told me there's a sheikhs, they don't know how to answer him, and they want to debate him. I said, okay, listen carefully. Set up the debate, but don't tell them a Christian prince is going to be with us, okay? And I sat with them for 20 minutes, kept repeating one sentence. Don't tell them a Christian prince, okay? Yes, sir, yes, sir. Okay, listen, don't forget, don't mention anything about Christian prince. Sir, yes, sir. We will not tell him, sir. Okay, we understand. Again, guys, bye-bye, I'm leaving. Don't tell them anything about Christian prince. Then look what they did. In the day of the debate, they have a thumbnail. I don't know, the picture of somebody looks so handsome, which is not me for sure. Debate, sheikh, etc. versus a Christian prince. So what's wrong with you? The guys did not show up. They ran away. I told them for 20 minutes, repeating one sentence, don't say Christian prince. Not only they told them, they put it in the title. Oh boy. So since then, nobody want to debate me, with those guys. Right? Yeah. The second you say Christian prince, they will not show up. They are not stupid. But what you can do? All right. Well, we will not keep you longer. I think we have enough for today. I did not open Discord because I don't feel like taking calls from Abdul, maybe tomorrow or the day after. Any question for me? Tawhidi is just a snake. Shia, all Shia are the same. Shia are sneaky people. They don't never trust what they say. Do you know what the Shia believe? At-taqiyya tursul iman. Who can translate? Let's see. Who speak Arabic here? At-taqiyya is the shield of faith. For those who do not know what taqiyya is to lie. So this is what Shia believe. Lying is the shield of faith. If you watch this guy, watch him. He's speaking nice. Islam, we love people, etc. But the second I start spanking him, the devil inside him came out, and he want to kill, he want to slaughter, he want to go to war. So never trust what Shia says to you. Lying is the shield of religion, the Shia believe. Sunni, they are the same, but Shia, they practice taqiyya and everything, even when they debate with each other. So you will see two Shia saying to each other, don't do taqiyya to me now. It's a very normal practice in their life. The wife, she do taqiyya to the husband do taqiyya to the wife. Everybody, taqiyya, which means lying, is the shield of life for the Shia. All right? What Al-Albani removing Bukhari? Al-Albani, he could not move anything. I mean, this guy, he made a book. People take it, don't take it. It's not important. All right. So take my advice. It sounds like, you know, stereotype when you say this, but this is the truth. When it's come to religion, every Muslim is a liar until he proves the opposite. Never take any Muslim saying something to be truthful. They lie about everything about their religion. I never saw a Muslim who is honest. He's not a Muslim no more. That's it. He's gone. There's no way you're a Muslim and you're honest. You left Islam then. Somebody asking me why the Hezbollah, they have a yellow flag. Okay. Well, they have yellow flag. Do you remember when the hadith, if you wear black shoes, your penis will not stand? If you wear yellow shoes, your penis will be hard. So the Shia, they believe that the yellow color is giving them extra power from Allah, including sexuality. This is why Hezbollah flag is yellow, not black. The Muslim Sunni, the ISIS, their flag is black. The Shia, their flag is yellow. It's all connected to sexuality, penises, and you know, all the garbage. Share the link for the video. Which video? You mean the debate with the sheikh? Oh, okay. No problem. Here we go. You can type like the name here. Christian Prince versus Sheikh Hisham al-Husseini, full debate. All right. And I hope the translation is accurate. And this is the link. I will post it in Rumble too. Yeah, but you know, those debates are negative. What I mean, even though we wipe the floor with them, but then no sheikh dare to debate me no more. Those who speak Arabic, they notice that the guy who claimed to be sheikh, he cannot even read correctly. He don't speak the high quality Arabic, not like me. I mean, you cannot even compare. He could not even make a one sentence in the classic language. He could not support what he say with any phrase from his book. He could not refute me with any proof or any reference. I'm the one who was giving reference. I'm the one giving the proofs. I'm the one giving him the spank. All what he do, he cry, he play victim, and he's upset. He was totally like disappointed that they got somebody he knew, not somebody will say, you know what Christians usually do, there's certain things they talked about with Muslims, but they don't really give, let us say, clear evidence, and they don't go, let's say usually Christians are so polite. In such a debate, if you are polite, that means you are doing taqiyya too. I believe that taqiyya is part of that, like let's say, the strategy of being polite, which means you hurt no feeling of nobody. You said nothing. You are sugarcoating. And this is what some Christians, until now, they do everywhere. Like you ask them about any sensitive question, right away they start saying Jesus love everybody. My friend, I did not ask you if Jesus love everybody. No, Jesus don't love everybody. This is not true. The Bible says God loved the world. He sent his only begotten son to save them. But God did not say he loved the wicked world. God, he loved to save the world. He loved the world to be saved. This is what the Bible teaches us. But God don't love the wicked ones. When Jesus come back, the wicked ones will be burned in hell. So stop saying Jesus love everybody. No, he don't. There's billions of people will go to hell. If he loved them, he will not send them to hell. So what is the problem? Their wickedness. So what so many Christians they do, because they got, they understood the Christianity wrongly. So now to be Christian is about being polite. Well, Paul was not polite. Peter was not polite. Jesus was not polite. Jesus told, called them sons of the snakes, serpent. The devil is your father. Liars, hypocrite. So the Muslims, when they debate the Christians, they are used to the soft Christians. Very soft. They say nothing. They hurt no feeling. This is why they debate them, because simply they will lose nothing in this debate. The Christian will not say anything to offend. I put between two brackets the word offend. The feeling of the Muslim. So why you are debating the Muslim? To say to him what? If you are not willing to say to him your prophet is false, he is a pedophile, he is a child molester, and you prove it. He is a criminal, he is a thief, he is a liar. So what the debate is about? So a Christian who don't offend, he offend nobody, he said nothing. You see, there is no way you will have a truthful conversation with somebody and you will not offend that person, including your wife or husband. And then the other person, either he received the truth and he say, what, it's offending, but this is true. I mean, this is what I did. All right. Or he's an idiot and he will say, why you are using offensive language. And I'm not talking about using bad language or bad words, no. So if somebody is dirty, you say to him, you are dirty. If someone is clean, you say he's clean. If someone is a fornicator, you say to him, you're a fornicator. As simple as that. So now we don't say to somebody, you're a fornicator. We say, God forgive sin. He's a fornicator. Tell him, you're a fornicator now. If he's a thief, tell him, you're a thief. You have to name the act. If you don't dare to name the act, how you can name the medicine? Can we name the medicine without naming the disease? So many, sadly these days, they want to talk about the garbage of Muhammad, but they don't want to offend Muhammad. Oh, Muslims are terrorists. Oh, Muslims, they go violent. I'm not going to offend them. I will offend everybody, including Christians, if I have to. Because this is the only way to be truthful. Sugarcoating is being a liar, a deceiver, a hypocrite. And that is not your duty as a Christian. That is the duty of the devil. This is why the Muslims, they prefer certain people to debate with them. Why the Muslims, they line up to debate with certain people? There is a reason. Always there is a reason. Muslim, they will debate with someone, he is a Christian, if they knew that there is an opportunity to win against this person. Another way, it's like, boxing match. That guy will not go in the stage if he knew that you will hit him with one hit and he is down. He will not commit suicide. He will choose someone he can win against. This is why Muslims are very careful. They debate who, and they refuse to debate who. If we cannot be truthful, then we cannot be a Christian. As simple as that. All right. Any other question? Too bad you guys don't speak Arabic, because if you know Arabic, you will laugh way more. Those who speak Arabic, they will. The funny is, the Muslim, they start saying about that debate in the original website, they start saying that this guy is paid by the Christians. The sheikh is paid by the Christian. There's no way this guy is a, because he can answer you so easy. How come he could not answer you? There's no way, you know. You paid him, those paid him. Yeah. We paid Hezbollah leader. They have videos of them going in the street holding the signs for Hezbollah. If you remember when Israel attacked Hezbollah in Lebanon in 2006, this guy was in the front supporting Hezbollah. Full stream about the Shia lies? Well, I prefer not to make it about Shia or Sunni. You see, usually we don't get Muslim Shia calling us to debate us. I do not need to debate Shia, actually. Like right now, if I want to laugh at the Quran, I go and open any Shia, let us say, channel, and you will see all their videos is laughing at the Quran. There's a sheikh, very well known, he lives in England, I think. All his videos is laughing at the Quran. Now, don't take me wrong, he is a Muslim. But he believes, as the same as the Shia, that the Quran today is a joke. This is not the true Quran. He even make fun of the Muhammad. He believed that Muhammad of the Sunni is not the same as Muhammad of the Shia. So all his videos is just making fun of Muslims, Sunni, and their Quran, and Aisha, and their Muhammad. Even he called Muhammad, the Muslim Muhammad, the Sunni Muhammad, a pervert. Yeah. All his program is nothing but insulting to Muhammad, to Aisha, to etc. However, he's a Muslim. So what they try to do, they say that Muhammad, the one we know, or the one we recognize, is not this Muhammad. And the Quran we recognize is not this Quran. All those videos. Like if I type I don't know if I can find videos of him in English. I think there is. Like all those videos here, only about the corruption of the Quran. So he believed seriously that the Quran is corrupt, you know. Like here it says, a caller from Qatar, he agreed that the Quran can be corrupted. So like, you know, all of this, all his videos about Quran being corrupted. And making fun of Aisha, he called her a whore. So Shia in general, they are very, very, they lie a lot. So the same guy, he is talking now in Arabic about the corruption of the Quran. If you speak to him in English, he might say to you the opposite. So the Shia, they have many faces. Never trust what they say. And they are very, very much hypocrite. I mean, hypocrisy is in their blood. So they claim that they are better than the Sunni. They hate the Sunni. They want to kill each other anyway. But but it's two faces of one coin, the devil. This is the devil religion. Automatic translation, there's no need. Here we go. I can post the link I just here I'm showing. You open it, click in it, and you will see all the videos you can translate. Because if I click, it's going to play the video. If I click in the video, it's going to play. I don't want to do that. And if I translate, it might translate everything. Let us see, hold on. Translate the page to English. All right. Sunni with bachelor degree in Arabic language, he entered. Sharp of a group debate between a Qurayshi group. There is not a single narration around the Shia says, see that translation. How the distortion of the Quran occur in the Quran. You see it? See the title? So in this video he explained how the Quran is corrupted. Jordanian Nasibi, they mean Sunni. Ali is in hell because he killed a companion. They call the Muslim Sunni, they call them names. That's why I call them Nasibi. A large Jordanian man gave Aisha multiple shock over falling, what? I don't know. They make fun of Aisha a lot. They insult her. How can distortion occur in the Quran when the Prophet said? So he's explained somebody trying to refute him, and he refute back about the Quran. A very nervous Moroccan woman says that I am the daughter of who? I don't know. Daughter. I mean, I give you the link. You can use that translation from your side. Distortion of the Quran. It is who? It is we who reveal the remembrance. Okay. How do we present narration to the Quran? But do you see how many videos is all about the corrupt of the Quran? And I can show you hundreds of Muslim sheikhs saying the Quran is corrupted. But then if you speak to Shia alone, he will deny everything you see there. If a Shia call me right now, we say to him, is the Quran corrupt? He will say no. So those conversations happen in Arabic, but when they speak in English, the story is different. Do you understand? Taqiyya is the shield of faith. Remember that. I don't think that auto-translation will work, because I think it will work only if they have translation. Can you choose the language for the auto subtitle? What I know that you can just click at the CC, and that will make subtitle appear. But I don't know if you can. There is an option to turn on translation in the video. I don't know about that. Okay, well, if you can, then you can click at the video. If you know how to switch the language in the video, good for you. This way you can watch it easy. Now remember, always automatic translation is not very accurate, right? Always remember that, because it's just automatic translation. Mostly, maybe like most of the time, it's not accurate at all. All right. Okay. How do you say hat in Arabic? Yeah, taqiyya, it's not taqiyya. Taqiyya is different word. Taqiyya, the one you are talking about, is not taqiyya. The taqiyya, the one we're talking about, start with the letter T. T. All right? Taqiyya is letter Ta. Ta. It's totally different. Okay? So don't be confused between taqiyya and taqiyya. Taqiyya is with T. All right? It's not the same word. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, you know, I have a channel, by the way, if you like to learn Arabic for free. It's called Arab for Christ. And you might notice there, and I think I chosen this, like it says 666. I think because I decided to make it like the Arabic language now is used by the Antichrist. So then you will see there in the owner 666. But this channel is devoted to teach Arabic. I have full classes about how to learn Arabic. So if you are serious to learn Arabic, you can watch every video, how to pronounce the alphabet, how to connect them, how to write, how to read, and the grammar. And I make it in a very simple way. You know, Arabic language, if you go to school, you will have a very bad time because, you know, they do the classic way of teaching, which I don't like at all. So I make it so simple, so easy. And I made my own, let us say, rules, like to teach you how you can connect things. Like as an example, just to show you. If you understand the key of the language, then you will be able, I wish I can write here on the screen. I don't have this option. Let us see. Yeah, I cannot do it here. Like, you know, in Arabic, let us say you want to make from the same word two, a couple. You add an at the end. So, like, if you learn those simple things, that will save you from memorizing words. So in school, when you go, they don't teach you this. They teach you to memorize words. So what I did in my class, I teach you how you can add letters to the same word, and that would give you a different meaning. So to make it, let's say simple way, to use your memory, so you don't burn your memory, your brain, with just memorizing words. So if I can teach you what is the base word and what you can add to it, so you can give it additional, that will work for anything. You know what I mean? Like, you know, in English you can say happy and happy, you know? So you can use un before many words. So instead of memorizing the word, you learn the base. How by adding certain letters to the beginning or to the end will change totally the meaning. And because Arabic is way more, let us say, complicated than English, that can save you a lot of time. So this is what I did in my course, which is for free for everyone I learn. Surah 3:3. Yeah, it says between their hands in 3:3. It is changed since chapter 4, verse 157. No, because chapter 4, verse number 170, it doesn't speak that the Bible changed, and that they are talking about the Trinity. That would be a contradiction for the Quran, because it cannot be changed in the same year. In the same time, so if the Bible is exist in verse number 3:3, and then it's not exist in chapter 4, that is a problem for Muslims. Additional to that, just to show you how stupid the one who told you that. Give me a second. You see, always when you debate people, you need to use your brain carefully. So what is the argument of the Muslims? The argument is chapter 3, verse number 3, saying that the Bible with them is not changed. All right. And then chapter number 4, according to them, the Bible is being changed. All right. Well, that will be even more bad for the Muslims, not good. Because chapter number 3, if we go right now to the book according to Revelation, let us see. Let us see. Hold on, give me a second. All right. Chapter 4, according to Revelation, is a chapter 92. Chapter 92. All right. So now if we find verses in the Quran coming to us after that, this is according to Muslim, remember, you know, this is according to Muslims. So if we find in the Quran verses saying that the Bible is never corrupt and it's delivered to Muhammad after that, then the Muslims are in deep garbage. Same time, if the Bible in verse number 3 never been changed, and chapter 4 speaking about the Christian belief in the Trinity, does not confirm that the Bible changed. That confirm that they believe in the Trinity, but doesn't say the Bible changed. However, that will be a contradiction, because that means Muhammad, he have the Bible. So why you don't have it? Shouldn't Muhammad then add it to the Quran? If this is the book of Allah, and in verse number 3 he have it. Are you with me? In verse number 3 he have it. Okay. So why Muhammad don't have it? Muhammad should have the Bible connected to his Quran. This is the book, he agree with it. Let us see. Oh, give me a second. If we go all right. Yeah, I mean, this is the easiest answer. If we go to chapter 35, give me a second. Especially the Quran have many verses saying the book with us never changed. You know, never changed. Many verses. Then the Muslim, they are in trouble because they should have the Bible with them. Muhammad should have it. Muhammad don't care to preserve the word of Allah. Why he did not have it? So he agree with it, but he don't have it? That is even more stupid excuse. Yeah. What if Muslims then lies and says he did not include it in the Quran, the rest of the Quran? What do you mean? No, what I'm saying, listen. If we type the word musaddiq, all those verses saying that the Bible is not corrupted. Like this. Confirming what is with them. All right? All right. So, what is with them is what with them. So now at that moment, Muhammad, he have the Bible. Muhammad, he have a short time of life as a prophet. Remember, he announced himself as a prophet at the age of 40, and he did live about 20 something years after that. So Muhammad, he have now the Bible, and if he believe in it, that's mean this is the word of Allah. So why the Muslim don't have it? Why did not preserve it? So the Christian cannot corrupt it. So either this is a contradiction, Muhammad is a liar, he believe in a book without knowing what is inside, saying, confirming what is with them, without knowing what they believe, or he knew what they believe. If he knew what they believe, as you see, the Christian believe in the Trinity. The Trinity is already established faith since the time of Jesus, not something new. The Muslim, they lie, they say, no, since the Council of Nicaea. This is false. Because in the Council of Nicaea, they did not establish the Trinity, and that they defeated cults who they say Jesus was created in certain point. Otherwise, even those cults, they believe that Jesus is God, is divine. So they believe that Jesus was born in certain point of time. The Christian, they say, no, time have nothing to do with when Jesus is born. Before the world was, Jesus was. This is what the Bible says. So they lost the debate. It was not a debate if Jesus is God or not. It was about a debate if Jesus is born in a certain time or not. Now there's other cults exist, but all they've been defeated because this is what the Bible teach. However, if all those verses in the Quran saying confirming and believing in is what with them, then there's a verse says the Christian believe in the Trinity, that means the Quran is a false book. Because are you saying to me that you confirm what is with them and there's no Trinity in there? Same time, just to show you how stupid what they say. If we go let us close this page. Too many pages. All right. If we go to chapter 5, verse number 17. It says, those who say that the Messiah is Allah, they are kuffar, disbelief. Okay, wonderful. So where is the Trinity? Do you understand what I'm saying? The Trinity, you cannot say that the Messiah is Allah. If Allah is the Messiah, and the Messiah is and like vice versa, Allah is the Messiah and the Messiah is Allah. Now we have two became one. Who is the third, second, and who is the third? Do you understand? So who is the third? Who is the second? Because we just eliminated two names from the list. The Christian don't believe that the Messiah is the Father. Not a single Christian believe in that. So how the same Quran say that the Christian believe in the Trinity, and the same Quran says that the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah? We don't. And remember, this chapter, chapter 5, is in the original order, is a chapter 112, which means it came after chapter 4. Chapter 4, by order, the original order, according to Muslims, is chapter number 92. So if the Muslim want to go by the order, well, here we go. Chapter 5, which is the chapter 112, according to Revelation, saying that the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah. That means they believe in one God. They don't believe in Trinity. They believe in one God as one person. Where's the Trinity here? So the argument of the Muslims is very weak, very stupid. So remember that as long as the Quran agree that the Quran between their hands is not corrupt, then there is no excuse for a Muslim to say our book is corrupted, because Muhammad, he have the correct one, and the Christian at that time, they have the correct one, and all what Muhammad need to do, he get one copy. In fact, Muhammad do not need a copy. Allah can give him the correct copy. But as long as he agree with the copy, the book with them, that means he agree with them. When Muhammad, he says the Christian, the Jews, the Sabian will go to heaven. At that time, don't they believe in Jesus, he is Son of God? Yes. But the whole story, Muhammad is just a hypocrite, false man. He was trying to make the Christians agree with him. He agreed with them, the same as the satanic verses. How Muhammad received satanic verses? He asked Allah to give him verses which will make the Arab like it. The Arab pagan like it. So Allah gave him a verse about the 3 daughters of Allah. So Muhammad, he worshipped the 3 daughters of Allah and he bowed down to them. And then when Muhammad, he noticed the negative impact on him by doing that, he claimed that Shaitan gave him those verses. Forget about them. So it was a trial from Muhammad to see what will happen if he mentioned those 3 daughters and let us worship them. When he noticed that those who follow him, they notice him to be a hypocrite liar, and some they start leaving Islam, he said, oh, you know what? This is not what Allah told me. That was from the devil. Additional to that, the same verse, chapter 4, verse 171, the one it says, say no Trinity, that one is a Trinity. Because it says that the Messiah is the Word, is the Spirit, and the Messenger. 3 and 1 in the same time. And he is the Word of God, and he is a Spirit proceeding from God. So the same verse is contradicting Islam. The same verse contradicts itself. How say not Trinity, and then Jesus is a 3 and 1 in the same time? Anyway, for us, always, if you wanna, the Muslim, they can argue about this and they can play games. So don't waste your time with those things. Hit the head of the snake. So try to use the proof that Allah cannot be God by being stupid. There's no way God and stupid in the same time. There's no way God and he's a liar in the same time. So when the Quran do not know how the baby is made, we laugh. This is cannot be from God. We do not need to debate about Islam to prove Islam to be false. I mean, have you ever heard of a God do not remember which one he created first? Stars or mountains? A God he think that the sperm became blood, dead blood? God who think that hail is coming from mountains in heaven, mountains of ice? So don't waste your time with those things. Try to hit the head of the snake, which is obvious. They cannot play with it. And you can use their translation to show them how stupid what Allah, their God, says. There is no way that this is God talking. The sperm became dead blood, and then the blood became a clot, and the clot became a lump. Is that what science says? You do not need to be genius. Or when Muhammad, he claimed that women have a sperm in chapter 86, verse number 6 and 7, and her sperm coming from her ribs. Is that what science says? Women have a sperm? Since when? A Muslim woman, she's saying in Instagram that the word daraba, where it says hit women with miswak, the word does actually mean hit. So what the word mean? The word daraba. Okay. Hit with the miswak. Well, what is the miswak? Miswak is a root they use to beat the animal with it, the camel. It's a very long, flexible root. And the Bedouin, they use it to beat animals with it. And when the shepherd, when he is leading the animals, when he sit down, he put the end of the root in his mouth, trying to clean his mouth. But this is a very long root. It's a root of a tree from the desert. And very long, not those small tiny ones. Those now, because they became commercial and they cut them pieces. Let me show you how the miswak look like. The real miswak is not those little tiny thing you see. The real miswak is very long. See, they cut it pieces, they cut it small, but it's a long, long root, and this is a tree for the miswak. But let me see if I can find you before they cut it pieces. I'm trying just to find you the... Man, until now we could not find anything. Okay, let me type. We have the hadith when the woman, her husband did beat her until her skin became green. Here we go. I just found something. I changed the word in the search. And bingo. Here we go. So this is the miswak. This is the miswak. All right? And now he cut it off. You can tell. This is not the full branch. It can go really long. And it's a root. It's very flexible. So if you beat a woman with the miswak, that will be extremely, extremely painful and will leave a lot of dark spot. Muhammad, he said, don't beat your wives until you break their bones. Or a different hadith says, don't beat them the same way you beat your slaves. All right? So do you see now what the miswak is? You see it? And this is the short one. This is after they cut it off. All right? And then you have the hadith where the woman, her husband did beat her until she cannot, you know, see how they look for it? They collected. Those are very thin. But now because they are expensive, everybody wants them, you know. This is roots of a tree. This is not even a branch of a tree. But you have the hadith where a woman that beat his wife will tell us how Muslims beat their wives. Go to sunnah.com, type greener. Just type greener. In English. You will see right away the hadith. The man that beat his wife until her skin became greener than her clothing. Aisha, she said, I never saw believing women suffering women as much as I believe in women. So when those women, they say, oh, does not mean beat and, you know, garbage. And you will see here, Muhammad, he took the side of the man in the story. And this is the hadith number, Al-Bukhari. And then when a Muslim, he tried to lie to you, says does not mean beat, open Ibn Kathir, open Al-Qurtubi, open Al-Jalalain. Who care what they say on Instagram? You can go to their official Muslim website and read it. Read the interpretation according to Muslims, not according to Christians. And you will see you can get them busted in 2 seconds. All right? This is Ibn Abbas. This is Al-Jalalain. This is not the Christians explaining the Quran. Beat them, you know. Don't seek any way against them, reason to strike them. Here, and they are saying, this is English, don't beat them violently. Don't beat them, but not violently. Not violently. Right? If Jesus was sinless, why he turned over the table? Didn't he teach the opposite? No. For God, he will he have anger himself from the sin of man. The whole Bible is about God will be angry from the sin of man. The sin of man, a sinner man is angry from his brother is a sin, not angry from him because he is just angry. So if I'm angry from you because you're a sinner, this is not wrong. Same time, we know that God teach that God burns cities because of his anger. God destroys cities. He destroyed the whole earth by the flood because of his anger. So when Jesus said, don't be angry with your brother, which means you have no right to be angry, and you are using a bad language with somebody, you don't deserve it. All right. So you call your brother fool, but he's not a fool. You deserve judgment. But if he is a fool, you call him fool. If he is a foolish, you call him foolish. So Jesus is speaking about illegitimate behavior, which will do nothing good to you and to your friends, your family. This is not about not to be angry only. It's about not to be angry falsely. Otherwise, all the disciples of Jesus, they were angry from the pagans. They were angry from the Jews. Jesus was angry from the Jews. Many places you find only the tables story. So when Jesus, he said to the Pharisee, the Rabbi, you are a snake, you are the son of the devil, that was not because he's angry from them. How you come to this conclusion? And even the verse, if you read it carefully, it says if you are angry without cause, which means he did not do anything wrong. But we have verses in the Bible says, if your brother he commits sin, you rebuke him. If he repent, forgive him. Rebuke is an act of anger. We are commanded in the Bible to rebuke sinners. So how you rebuke? You say to him, this is shame. You don't do that. You don't say it's okay, don't worry, Jesus loves you. No, you rebuke him. And if he repent, you forgive him. All right? Haidar, maybe next time. I'm here for many hours. Soon I'm going to leave. Actually, I was supposed to leave long ago. Yeah. So don't take those silly. Don't be silly. Think about it. So Jesus never said, like you see, Jesus, he said, don't kill. God said, don't kill, don't murder. But the same word, don't kill, have two faces. There's don't murder and kill the murderer. So which one we do? The Bible says clearly that we should not kill in the meaning of don't murder. But the Bible says clearly we should kill the murderer. Correct? Do you understand? So when God, he said don't kill, he is talking about don't murder. But the Bible punishment for a murderer is death. So who's going to kill him? So how we are not allowed to kill, and then we are going to kill the murderer? Because simply, God is speaking about not to kill the innocent person who did nothing to you. But the murderer, Jesus said, the one who lived by the sword shall die. Which means his punishment is the sword. He killed, he lived by the sword. By the sword shall die. This is justice. So don't be silly and take the words out of their meaning. So God says don't fornicate. God said don't fornicate. Jesus says to the women, he asked her, who judged you? She said, nobody. He says, I don't too. But he said to her, go and sin no more. So this is God giving her a chance. He forgive her. But now he gave her additional condition. Go and sin no more, which means this is your last chance. And this is the case with all of us. So God, he says don't fornicate. God said don't lie. God said don't murder. God said don't steal. Don't. We have the 10 Commandments. And at the same time, God said, if you repent, go and sin no more. So repent in Christianity is not like a cleaning towel. Each time you do something wrong, you wipe yourself and you are clean again. So you do it again and you clean yourself again. No. You cannot fool God. So you repent, that means you repent. So if the word repent is to be abused, then you will never be forgiven. All right? Many Christians, they say, sometimes you call some Christians foolish. Isn't it the Bible says, the one who said that to his brother, he will deserve judgment? Well, no, the Bible didn't say that. He says, if you do it unjustly, but if you will go and search for the word foolish, you will find the Bible is full of it, talking about foolish people who my people destroyed because of their foolishness, ignorance. Correct? My people been destroyed because of their ignorance. What ignorance mean? Foolishness. Foolish. The whole nation destroyed. Not one, not two. So people, they take one sentence of Jesus and they try to make a story of it. What Jesus says to you is not to use bad language and not to use a language you do not have the quality, you don't have the right to use it. That verse is a question. No, I don't agree with this as a question. You see, either you are a believer or not. Those who they say it's in a question, I believe they are deceiving themselves, because you see, when the Christian, they start copying the manuscript, if the older manuscript does not exist no more, and there's some have and some don't have, because we have a fragment, not because we have books. So the fragment is collection of pages. And because the Christians, why they want to keep, nobody was thinking about after 2,000 years from now, people will ask us where is the original. And those papers, they are written in a very cheap papers anyway. Like, you know, how many of you have a receipt from Walmart? 3 months ago. Go check it out. The ink is gone. 3 months ago, not 3,000 years ago. Are you with me? I look for a receipt to return something to Walmart. You know, I cannot read it. The ink is gone. I have it in the drawer. And this is with the printing, this is with the papers we have today, quality. So the church fathers, when they start copying the manuscript, they don't have the quality of printing, the quality of papers. They are not rich, they are not kings. Remember, Christianity for the first 300 years was only poor people. The rich is not there. The rich are drinking wine, having sex. The Roman kings. The Roman, they used to play with the Christians. They bring them to feed them to their cats. It's like entertainment. We bring some Christian today, we throw them to the lion. So those savages, they used to enjoy it. The Christian are the poor. The Christian are hidden. They are praying in the basement. They are meeting in secret. So they don't have neither money, neither the quality, neither any of this to print. The first time the Christian they have, let us say, source of money is when the king of the Roman became a Christian. Before that, they are nobody. It's just working under the ground. So all those years, all the Christians didn't have leather to write. This is the very expensive. This is for the rich. So when we say we don't have a manuscript, it doesn't mean we don't have the Bible. Because what we have, the fragment we have, confirming what we have today. And so they copy from copy, and that copy is destroyed because of time. Even if you put it in the shelf, it's going to be destroyed. For the bad quality of papers or ink, whatever they are using. However, we have other way of writing the scriptures. It was the mosaic. You see, me myself, I'm against people praying in front of icons, etc. I believe this is not what the Bible says. However, that does not make you a bad person. You love the Lord. But I believe that this is not what the Bible says. However, the mosaic, which is an art of writing the story by pictures, preserving all those stories, even by writing. So we have, if you go to countries like Antioch, Syria, Jordan, Israel, etc., you will find a lot of mosaic, which is a small stones. They make it as a piece of art together, telling the stories with even writing, either by Greek language or Aramaic language. Those, they preserve the Bible. So when Jesus says, go and do this, there's an icon for it. When Jesus said, do like he did that, there's an icon for it. So the art was one of the way to preserve the Bible, which is amazing. Because it's written by rocks, well, most of them, they survive the damage. And we have tons of them. So don't go by those people that say it's questions because we could not find the fragment, because simply those who copy from copy from copy from copy, they did not think about copying the old copy. So you check it out. For them, this book is not here no more. I mean, it's the paper are collapsing. It's like today, if I have a book, I have a new book for the same book. And I have an old book and the papers are coming out. Why want to keep the old one? Pages are collapsing, the ink is gone. Why want to keep it? So nobody thought of keeping the book because this will be historic. You know, this is your thinking. A car you drive today, if you can keep it in your garage for the coming 2,000 years, trust me, after 2,000 years it's going to be very expensive antique. Right? But people don't think about this thing. I mean, I'm not going to be alive after 2,000 years anyway. So what the value for me, I mean, to keep the car for 2,000 years? That it will happen if I will live for 2,000 years. So we copy book from book from book, and the one is not valid no more. I mean, the papers are gone, ink is gone. They burn it. They get rid of it. So when somebody says to you, you know, like we cannot find the fragment for this supporting this is a silly conversation. For this was transformed to us, copy through copy through copy through copies. I remember carefully the church. If you go right now to Orthodox Church, I mean, if you say you want to take a letter from the Bible, they will make you shish kebab. If you say you want to add a letter to the Bible, they will make you a shish kebab. So who in the world want to say this verse is a question? Those people, before they took anything, they examine very well. Extremely. Historians? No, historians, not up to them. You see, what I'm talking about historian too. I'm talking about historian. When you say this is a question, that is a stupid reasoning, because simply, why they are saying it's a questions? Because there's a fragment doesn't show it? That is the reason, right? But what they don't, but don't they agree that it's a fragment? There's no book? Fragment from here, fragment from there. So when they say they don't agree, it's not about they think. They have to give a proof. You see, what happened to you, you claim to be a believer, and now you follow a historian. He did not provide a proof. Do he have the original? So he can compare it and say it does not exist? The only way to compare it if you have the very original one, and then we can say what is exist, what is not. What they have is a fragment. And you need to remember too that the same page, sometime even maybe 50% of the page is gone. In the top of that, if we have a fragment and we could not even confirm what's coming from where, how come we can trust it? As an example, there is books written claiming to be the Bible, written by people we do not know, and they have funny stories in them. How you know who wrote this fragment? How you know there is no error in the copying? Is it possible that when you write by hand, there's somebody make an error in one copy? You know, I printed my book using computer, right? Using computer, using grammar check, using Microsoft Word, using all technology. And then I found there's a lot of errors. So, and we are talking about fragment written we do not know by who. It's not written by disciple or etc. They found a fragment somewhere, right? So this is not historian. This is not the way history can be written. In the same time, a book have to go through the approval of the believers, not the historian. To make it simple. So let us say we are back in the year 300, when the first time we have a king, he's a Christian king, and he said, let us write now in leather, no more in those cheap papers because we have money. Do you think that those people, they did not check very well every single manuscript they have with them at that time before they transform to the new way of printing and writing? Do you understand? So historian, they base their study in what they have between their hands, but not necessarily what we have between our hands is the whole image of the story. To make it simple for you, I study law. So now if I am the lawyer, I'm going to defend the one who been accused. If I am the judge, I will listen to the lawyer to see how much he can prove to me that the guy is not victim. If I am the prosecutor, my job is to do the opposite. But all of them, they are working in one case. Lawyer, prosecutor, and judge. But each one of them, his duty is different. So if I am the believer, give me one reason for them to accept something not true, and they are believers, which means they add verses to their book. That's against what believers mean. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why a believer will add something? He's a believer. He believes he will go to hell if you do that. Isn't it the Bible says, let him be accursed, the one who bring other than the scriptures? Is that true? Are you with me, people? Let him be accursed, the one who bring other than this scriptures. So a believer is someone believe if he bring any fake scriptures, he will go to hell. So how the Christians around the world agree to add this verse? And they are not in one place, and they are different churches, which means even they don't agree with each other, but they agree with the Bible. How a Bible exists in India, agree with the Bible exists in Iraq, agree with the Bible exists in Syria, agree with the Bible exists in Rome. How that work? So if you go by the stupid so-called historian, I laugh at you. Because historian, they have only what is between their hands, and what between our hands is nothing compared what it was there. But those people are the real believers, and they are the one who deliver to us what we have. So either we believe that the Christian, they are believers, or that mean even the scriptures mean nothing, because simply, let us say for the sake of argument, we take only what somebody wrote, and even it is a manuscript, but we do not know who wrote it. But what if he is a liar? So let us say I found a fragment written not like 2000 and like 1199 years, which means during the time of Jesus, which is funny, when Jesus was just born. But he was a liar. So old manuscript not necessarily is a true manuscript. It's not about how old it is. It's about how truthful it is. Remember, there is always liars who they lie and they come with their own cults. Until now, there's always a newborn cult. Until now, the faith is established, the Bible is established, people, they have it everywhere, and every day there's a new priest coming to you with a new story. Do you understand what I'm saying? But we knew that those Christians who give their life, they feed them to animals. There is no way we'll accept anyone change any single letter of the Bible. All right. So if I go to, I work, during my career, I work even as a police. So when I investigate a case, I don't investigate the case based on what he said. The criminal, he can be the one is making himself the witness. The victim, he can be the criminal. You don't know. So when you investigate, you don't go even by evidence, because evidence can be fabricated. The evidence is a temporary tool to reach into something else. So if you go only by what's so-called evidence, that means you are just an idiot. As an example, I can give you an evidence that I was in different place when the crime happened. Okay, I'm clear now. But that does not mean he did not do it, because still he can kill somebody even if he is in different place. Who said that you have to be in the place to do it? I can cut the brake for the car. I can leak the gas in the house. I am not in the house. I am in different place with my friends. The person come, he turned the switch on, boom. It's accident. So when you investigate, evidence itself is in a question. What people do, they take evidence for granted. Do you agree with what I'm saying? Do you understand me? So you don't take the evidence, because evidence always can be manipulated. It can be even made for a purpose to make you believe in something. It's not true. So when it's come to believe, if I go to a place and I know that those people, they are willing to die for the sake of the God they worship, literally. And their God said to them, don't lie. And then you say to me, their book is not true book. And somebody added that. How that will work, and why all the believers agree upon it. We know that, as an example, when Jehovah's Witnesses, they added a letter before the word God, we spat them out immediately. Just by adding a letter, just a letter before the word God. So why the believers, since the church father, they agree with those verses? Yeah, I serve in the police. So you know when any job have people that are fit for it and have people that don't fit. So to work as a lawyer, not everybody can be a lawyer. There's a lot of donkeys don't even deserve to be a lawyer for a second. They will make you go to jail actually. Last time I was doing like a jury duty, I mean the lawyer is idiot. I feel sorry for this guy who hired him. He should not hire him. I mean this guy almost he put him in jail. So if you trust what somebody just because he claimed to be historian, well, we have a Christian historian too. So what people they do, they go and take somebody is liberal historian. Those are more acceptable. Those are the real historian or atheist historian. But we know that all they have agenda. Same time, what the Christian they will get from adding that verse, like the one who say to his brother foolish, what they will get from that, what they add actually, you know, what does that mean? Why they will add it, and how many languages you add it? Anyway, you know, you have to be smart. Don't let people make you think. Think. Don't make them think for you. You think. If people think for you, well, anyone, like now I say something, you go with me. He says something, you go with him. Why? Because you are not using your brain. You're like a dry wood in the top of a wave. It take you back, take you front, take you back, take you front. You never go to the beach. You never go in the deep ocean. You are just in the between the sand and the sea. Because backward, forward, backward, forward. You hear something from me, you believe me. You hear something from him, you believe him. Why? Because you decide not to study yourself and search it very well. All of you remember this guy. What's his name? Borat, the one interviewed by David Wood. David would ask him, and you can go watch the video. I think it's still in David Wood channel. He said to him, do you believe that when Jesus, after Jesus' crucifixion, the disciple, they saw him again? He said, yes. Okay, hold on. I cannot believe how stupid this guy is. He's an atheist. He believes Jesus is not God. He makes fun of the Bible. And now you are saying that Jesus after he crucified and died. And he said he died very much. And they buried him. And now you are saying after all of this they saw him? Do you see how stupid is that? How you can be agreeing that Jesus was resurrected, and then you agree that Jesus is not God? So what? Who's Jesus for you? Are you an atheist or what? This guy is mentally ill. This guy literally is mentally ill. Go watch the video. If somebody can find it for us, we can play it. It was an interview with David Wood. And I played it here before. Because if Jesus is not God, okay, he was killed. How he came back? Like what happened? Right? So here we go. This guy, he claimed to be historian. He claimed to be, he is a scholar. You know, he study So, okay, I mean, examine their stupidity. I watch a documentary about the benefit of seeing a shrink. Who is this shrink? Like somebody have depression, so there is people who they are consultant to speak to you, to help you, etc. But I noticed that those who do this business, they themselves, they really shrink. If you go and watch those people who they call them, as an example, how many of you like this guy Patterson? Who think this guy is a genius? Patterson. Anyone? Jordan Patterson. His name is Jordan, right? Go watch any of his video. This guy is mentally ill. But many of you like him. I confirm I will shave my 25-meter beard if this guy is not mentally ill. He's not stable. But I don't know how people they make judgment of who is smart, who is educated, who is not. Look at their faces when you talk to them. Look at their, when this guy he was talking to Mimi Hijab, he looked like, you know, his I don't know what's happening. Like, there's no smart words, there's no intelligent words, but then people they say, wow, this guy is so good. I mean, him accepting actually to talk to Muhammad Hijab is proving to me that he's stupid. And if he's smart, how come his daughter is messed up? So when you come to me and you say a historian or famous person said, or etc., or even a professor, I laugh, because those people themselves are the last to be called for knowledge. I find them awkward, backward, unstable people. They are moody. The one who came with the Big Bang Theory. There's a scientist. He looked Japanese. I don't know his name. Anyone remember his name? So this guy, he wrote tons of books about the Big Bang Theory. They invite him to every university around the world. He is the specialist in the Big Bang Theory. And then suddenly they send this what they call John Webb, that a telescope. They call it John, right? Oops, turned to be the theory is messed up. The theory is collapsing. And then they make an interview with him. He says, I need to rewrite my books. So look at this stupidity. The scientist is a scientist. And he don't say anything but science. And the science turned to be unscientific. So we invite the guy to teach us in schools about what happened in the world for 25 years. And then, oops, he says, I have to rewrite all my books because there's many things I said obviously is not true, including the age of the galaxies and all those understanding. So what it was amazing science yesterday, it come to be amazing stupidity today. So now the one who bought his book, he spent money, he believed in it, he read it, he taught his kids from it. How you can correct that? James Webb, sorry. You can search his name, the interview. He admit that his books is wrong. He said literally, I have to rewrite all my books. So is that a science really? So we can take science for granted for things is easy to prove. Like as an example, the sperm go to the egg, fertilize the egg. We can even watch it with our own eyes, you know. So this is not a mystery. But other things which is not, cannot be proven in any way, in any mean, and then we make the theory a science, that means we are being stupid. I am not against theory, by the way, because theory can make us do something. As an example, a theory to go to the moon. It's a theory. It's a dream, let us say. If we calculate numbers, the power of the engine, etc., blah, 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 x the graphic of the earth, x the power of the wind, x the power of etc., then if we can make an engine go out of this atmosphere, we can go, and then we burn the distance, we try to measure the distance and say, okay, we need extra fuel, every second we will burn extra fuel. So mathematics. So this was a theory in a certain time, and then the theory become real. That's good. But theory about how the world was created will never be science, because all what you are doing is something you cannot prove. You cannot go back on time. You cannot witness it. We did not witness it, and we cannot witness it back, and nobody can witness such a thing. Am I giving you a headache? Did I give you a headache, guys? Enough for me for today. I was going to go an hour ago, 2 hours ago. Maybe I should delete this video because there's nothing there anyway. So don't let those things, you know, like when I was a kid, I always question things. I don't take things for granted. My mother is a very devoted believer. My dad is the same. But I don't take what they say, not because I don't trust them, no. But I like to learn. I like to check it out. I like to study. I want to be the believer, not a follower of a believer. If you believe a believer, you are not a believer. If you believe in the one who you believe is your God, you are a believer. So if I take what they say, I will just memorize, the same as the Muslim they memorize, copy paste. Jesus says, Bible says, he said, she said. My mom, she said. Okay, wonderful. Through your life, you have to examine things. And when you examine them, now you are sure from your ground. It's like, you know, you have a carpet in your ground, but you never get too close to the carpet. If you get close to the carpet, get closer, 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 closer. Oh man, you will sneeze. There's a lot of dust there. But from far distance, it looks so clean. Oh, you use the vacuum machine. The carpet is a farm of germs and bacteria and dirt and dust. So in the appearance, it look white, clean, nice, puffy, wonderful, you know, we just to clean it. In reality, carpet will never be clean. And this is what happened to all the information we have around us. It's like a carpet of information. And inside this carpet, there's a lot of garbage, a lot of dust, a lot of bacteria, germs. So either we get so close to the carpet to check it out and see what is between the hairs, or we look from far distance and everything look fine. All right? So you have to choose which one you want to be. You just take it for granted what people say to you, it look nice, it look fine, or you check it out. Many, and people, by the way, they do the same mistake for everything in life. You want to get married, he find a girl, she is beautiful, okay. He like her eyes, okay. He like her face, wonderful. He like, I'm not going to go in details, you know the rest. So, oh, she look perfect. But he don't examine the most important thing. Because he's a man. The man is a physical person. He is attracted to physic. And physic is very deceiving. The women, She can be the same. She can be attracted to physics, and she can be attracted to emotion. Like he's kind, he's nice. So each one of them is looking for something, but none of them is looking for what is really important for both of them to make this marriage successful. It's like the carpet from far distance. So from far distance, look clean, look nice, look etc. But if you look in details, you might find some things really disgusting. So what people they do, they keep distance because getting too close will expose you, will expose the man for who he is, and will expose the woman for who she is. So they keep distance. This is what the like Middle Eastern women and men they do usually. When they want to get married, they say you get engaged. They talk about stupid stuff like, what food you like? I like hummus. Oh, I like hummus too. Oh man, we can be a great family. What is the food you like to cook? So the conversation is very silly, very stupid. The women, she put 10 kilograms of makeup. You cannot even see her lips no more. How they look like, you know. Her hair every day different color. The perfume, you know, it's like you are coming from, I don't know, like a perfume manufacturer. You don't even know how she smells. And then when one day you marry her, oh, this face is not the same face I saw. Oh, this is not the same body I saw. Oh, this is not the same eyelashes. Oh, this is not, you know. So all the dream collapse because both of them, they never show the real them, and then the dream collapse. The man is not the man she thought. The woman is not the woman he thought. And then the family is not the family they thought, and they end with madness. So anything in life you do, examine it very carefully, including your belief. With all the debate I went through, how many Muslims accuse the Bible of bad things, saying bad things, trying to challenge me? Did that make me leave? I mean, why I want to stay believing in something if it is bad or stupid? Why I'm not the same as the Muslims, Abdul. I'm a person who examines things. So why I decide to stay as a Christian? Because I examine it, I decide to become and to be Christian. Not because I did not. Especially in America? No, this goes everywhere. Life like this everywhere. People, they care for, you know, like this guy, Andrew Tates. Why he have those expensive cars? You cannot drive 10 cars, can you? He knew how stupid his fan. His fan, they don't worship him because he is really amazing. They have a dream. The young man he see in the front of him, this guy is he's a kickboxing strong, okay. He is showing his masculine, oh, okay. He's get so successful. He have villas. Look at the blonde girls around him. Look at the fancy cars he's driving. All of those are manipulating tools to scam people and take their money. It's an investment. So when those people, you will notice that all the scammers, like there's a scammers, they've been arrested. They are big names. All of them, they have Porsche, they have Rolls Royce, you know, and people send us money, you know, invest with us, etc. So all those are tools. So you need to take into your consideration that there is a widow spider. She tempts the male to make him have sex with her. And then after he finish, she kill him. And this is how a scam is. Scam can be in school, in history, in religion, in business, in marriage. There's one is going to be the victim, and there's one is going to be the black spider widow. So you choose to be, what do you want? You want to be the victim? So I advise you not to be the victim and not to be the spider widow, because both are bad. One is a fool and the other one is a criminal. So you have to be careful, otherwise you will end in that place. Yeah, always those flashy things have a reason. Those who wear flashy things, they post their videos and their nice cars, etc. Simply, they have a reason. You will see that all of them, they share one thing. They are scamming people. They make money from those. They don't buy cars to spend money. They buy cars to make money. For me, if I have money and I buy those cars, expensive cars, what is the accomplishment I did? I mean, you cannot even drive it. The speed limit is 65. Maximum you can go 70. You go 80, they take your driver license from you. So what the benefit if I have a donkey or if I have a horse? If both of us, we will go 65 anyway. However, those who like to show off, usually they spend money because showing off paid them back. So if my business need certain appearance, let us say I'm doing business with businessmen and they are so rich. Well, I cannot go and meet them, you know, driving a car is 20 years old. Those people, their mentality, they will look down at me. They will say, look, if this guy was successful, he would not be having this car. So now I have to abrogate my car because simply this is how they think, even though I'm not convinced. So here, this person, he abrogate his car for necessity, not because he himself is convinced, but his business have a necessity. There's other person, he abrogate the car, not because he is meeting with real business people, no, but because he want to cheat. So in order to make you trust his investment, or to give him money to invest with him, you have to show you that he is successful. How I can show you that? I take pictures with bag full of money. Look how much money I have. You don't trust me? You don't want to give me $10,000 to invest with me? Look, look. And then your saliva will start running. Oh, look at the money he has. This guy can make my money 10, 50, 60 times more. So you give him your money. And 100 of people like you will give. If you go check now, right now with scammers, you will see all of them, they have one method. Is to make your saliva run like an animal. They put an image of the food, but you never bite it. And if they let you bite it, maybe just in the beginning, like you give them $10,000, 2 days after, they give you, hey, listen, we just made $2,000 for you. You want it? Really? I just gave you the money yesterday. No way. He said, okay, well, come and take the money. In the same time, he's not giving you really your money. He's giving you the money of somebody else like you, a fool like you. He invested with him. So if you come to take it, he said, okay, this 2,000 in your hand. You look at it, man, I just gave him the money 2 days. He said, if you want, give it to me back, and then you will have it double. So, oh yeah, give it, please, I don't want to take it. Keep it with you, you know. So they fool you, they deceive you, and they use their tools to manipulate you. And then you feel for it, or you fail for it. And this is how many things in life. So you have to be careful. And doesn't mean, by the way, if you are careful, you will not be scammed. You can be very careful, still there is somebody can scam you. Even though you think you are very careful. There's some of them, they are really professional, you know. Very, very, very deceiving. So you have to be extremely careful. And that again goes to everything in life. Everything, you name it. Your marriage, your relationship, your investment, your education. Like, there is here anyone studying a master degree in business? Anyone here is doing an MBA? It's a scam. What you will learn with this stupid MBA? Nothing. What you will get from it? Nothing. There's tons of degrees schools offer you to scam you. They even fabricate courses. They are useless just to take your money. If you want to build a career, either you study and you have a degree which is going to give you a real career, or you don't. Any degree is useless. And I don't know, maybe I should make a special video about it to help the young ones, to, you know, like people who they are in high school. To make it simple, if the degree you own does not make you a necessity in the field you study, that means your degree is a scam. To make it simple for you, if you are working in McDonald's, how long it take to train somebody to work in McDonald's? 15 minutes. That is not a degree. They can replace you in 2 seconds. So if your degree can be replaced so easy, that means you did not have a degree. But if what you have is not easy to replace, that means you have really a career. Do you understand me? So the way you think about it, if I got a job, how easy to be fired? How easy to replace me? If it takes them 2 minutes to replace me, that means I have no degree. I have nothing. If it's very hard to replace me, well, they cannot even fire me. That is a real job. Are you with me? So when you decide to learn, if there's any young ones here, choose something. It doesn't matter where you go, you will be successful. So if you are a doctor, everywhere they need a doctor. If you are a lawyer, they need a lawyer. If you are a nurse, oh boy, they will need a nurse everywhere. But if you have a degree in literature, who cares? They can fire you. There's tons of them. This is not something really. The teachers make small salary. No, the salary is so small. They kick you out anytime. If you're a plumber, you make money than more than 5 teachers, 6 teachers, 7 teachers. Plumber. If you go study 2 years air conditioning, how to install air conditioning, how to fix air conditioning, you will make money more than a doctor. That is a job. So you go, you study, you waste your life, you waste your money, you take a mortgage, and then you end, you cannot even find a job. So this is not a degree. If this is what you want, if just you want to show off, I have a degree, then you are just fooling yourself. So either you have a degree, which is necessity for society, and by time will not change, which mean, like if I study right now programming, 10 years from now, the programming I learned is going to be useless. So I have to keep upgrading my knowledge about this programming thing. Very, very stressful job. Otherwise, there's a competing one who just graduated and he have the up-to-date technology. He learned it, you notice, learn it, and I am behind. They will throw me out. So if the field you are working in need non-stop update, that is very stressful. There's things do not need really, you know, nothing much change. Nurse, you know, or let us say air conditioning. It's the same concept, same installation, and you do not need to make the air condition. It's just to install it. You know, let us say what is the error of it. So the upgrade is so simple, very easy to abrogate yourself with the new air conditioning. So what I'm trying to say to you, even jobs which can be certainly important now, you have to look for the future. Are they important tomorrow? As an example, if you open a manufacturer to make, do you know the cassette, the old days cassette, audio cassette? Anyone remember them? Who remember the audio cassette? I don't know if people in Ramble, they hear me. If you remember the old, you know, so let's say you invested $20 million to make audio cassette. It was a big business. I mean, it's international business. Then a kid, he come with an idea, he make a CD. Oops, my cassette business destroyed. So what it was a big, huge business. Every car have an cassette tape from music, etc. Suddenly, my cassette is useless. Nobody want it. So now I have to start from zero. Then the one who made the CD, he became billionaire. And then someone, he made a, micro memory card. Uh-oh. Now nobody need the CD. This memory card, you can have in it songs, videos, images. I mean, it can hold a lot of things, way bigger than the CD. Uh-oh. And then now there is a virtual memory card. Uh-oh, I do not need the memory card. I can store my things online. So you see here that what it was guaranteed today, it is not tomorrow. Those things, the technology, never take it for granted. So if you're a person who invests in technology, technology is very fast changing and it can be very destructive. Like now, they are making cars work by battery. If somebody come with engine which can use hydrogen way better than the battery, then all the batteries will be demolished. And then all those companies who establish their business based on battery, investing in batteries, all their investment, billions of dollars will be thrown in the sewage. So technology is very fast changing and very risky. So what I'm trying to say to you, that life, you have to see the future. You have to look at the future. Don't be limited in what is today. What is successful today can be a big loser tomorrow. I hope my message is clear. Yeah, like now, there's the AI, right? The AI is the biggest investment, and everybody's speaking about it, how amazing. I'm sure the AI, maybe in 10 years from now, they will have AI, and AI will die. Yeah, I mean, all of this is this is, it's like a celebrity, go up and then go down, So those things, they grow fast. Anything grows so fast will die so fast. It will die. Like now, there is people, they are talking about the taxi, flying taxi, right? So you will find a lot of companies, a lot of investment, a lot of money, people buying stocks. Okay, what if the federal government tomorrow, they decide, because a terrorist, he used a taxi to hit a building in New York or in Washington, D.C. What if the government decides suddenly that this business should shut down? We will not license any more taxi. All those business will collapse. Because this business, I see the future of it is collapsing. For it's going to cause a big threat, big, massive threat for any country. Imagine those junkie, driving flying taxi. What will happen in the sky? Just imagine for a second. So as soon those will become, let us say, we start seeing them in the sky, then their problems, the negative side of them would appear. And then you will lose your money. And then they will shut it down. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like Hunter Biden driving the flying taxi of Joe Biden. Hunter Biden is taking hashish, taking cocaine. Hunter Biden, he thought that this is his house. Hunter Biden is landing. Hunter Biden is landing, is landing, is landing. Oops. He landed in the second floor in a hospital. As long we have junkie and we have criminals and we have all kind of crazy stuff, how in the world this taxi will work? You know, imagine, anyone watch those police chase? So the police, they have rules. They cannot stop you like that, you know. You slow, they slow. You stop, they stop. You drive, they drive. Okay, thank you very much. So now, how the police in the sky will stop a flying taxi? I want to know. You know what I mean? And what if the guy, he decide to turn his taxi and hit you? Hit the police taxi. So many people, they are buying stocks saying this will be the future. Wow, this will be crazy. I say to you, you will go bankruptcy. Just wait. All countries around the world, as soon this is established really, they will shut it down. Because the first one will start using it is the criminals. And there's no way. This is not the same as, you know, in the ground. They are flying. Good luck. You can't even shoot at them, because you shoot them, they will fall down on top of houses. You know what I mean? So what you would do? How you can take them down? How you can control this? The only way, if they make those taxis, if the company in the ground, they are the one who is driving the airplane, not a pilot. So if the driving is done in the ground, not the person who is driving, somebody else driving for him, and that will be impossible too, because that will make it very costly. No freeway needed, yeah. I know. You know, Donald Trump, he made a website, The Truth, and he put it in the stock market, right? If Donald Trump became the president, this truth thing will become maybe 2, 3, 4 times more the money. What if Donald Trump, he lost? You can imagine. Do you know hadith of a prophet having loving intercourse with camel when be menstruate? With the camel? He's having intercourse with the camel itself? Or having intercourse in the top of the camel? I don't understand what you're saying. Anyway, again, I better go, and I should delete this video, right? We spoke about many things, but just a reminder of what our topic was. It was about Imran. He's worried if he go to prostrate or to protest, the guy next to him is going to do boom, boom to him.
I mean, just so we're clear, I don't agree with protesting, and I tell you not to go. But I say, if you're not going to listen to me, and you're going to take that anyway, and you're going to look past all of the sins that happen in protesting, bearing in mind that we are in these situations because of our distance from Allah and His Deen, right? But there's going to be sins in protesting. You'll be sitting next to a guy who's going to go and penetrate and sodomize another guy tonight. And you're going to expect Allah to give you victory because you're standing next to a guy who's going to literally insert his genitals into another man's back passage.
Hey, Imran, when you go in the bus, do you know who is the one next to you? I mean, while you are using the same train, the same guy who betrayed other guy is there. Why you live in the same country? What's wrong with you? I mean, those people are really mentally ill. All right, guys, I'm not going to keep this video. It was just for fun, you know, so we can have a good time. Because there's nothing there. I mean, I don't like to keep videos. We speak about many things. I get to keep it only about Islam. We spoke about politics, about, you know, many things. Why you want to have it? You guys did not watch the previous videos. Did you watch them? We have many videos, you know, and the funny is, you will see like 30,000 people watch the video, and then there's 1,500 only like. So you have to tell people, like, do you like the video? Maybe I have to do the same as those who make videos, you know, like the first 2 seconds in the video that says, hey, like our video, please don't forget to like our videos. So people watch, people come. How in the world 30,000, 40,000 watch, and then there's 200 comment? You have to tell them. And even if you tell them, they will not do it. So we have a lot of videos for you to watch, more important. Keep the first half. The problem is, I'm afraid if I keep it, YouTube will chase me, because this guy, he might, you know, say I'm using his video, etc. So we better just let it go. And in Discord, I ask you about hadith of Camel Prophet. Chase, check it. Well, you know, this guy is crazy, but it might be like you have wrong understanding. Like, I know a hadith about Umar al-Khattab putting his hand inside the anus of a camel. I don't know what he was doing there. Maybe he's looking for car key. I mean, there's a lot of crazy stuff, and it doesn't matter how much you learn about this garbage. You will be surprised about what you discover. It doesn't matter really how many years you study. You might find something new, but either it is something I never heard of before in the way you are saying it, you know, or it is something I know, but you get it like the way you're typing in the chat is wrong. Check your dim. Okay. Well, you know what? I don't really open my messages in Discord because I receive a lot of silly, stupid messages. You know, I don't want to like be rude to people, but some people, they are, you know, like some people looking for a date, some people looking for, I don't know what people are looking for. So I have, I don't know how many thousand messages in Discord. So if I read one by one, God help me. And the funny is, some they send me message saying, I know you don't like anyone to text you, but I have to. You know what I mean? So you know I don't like anyone to text me, so why you text me? And then I know that you don't like any private talk, but you know, I mean, they knew I keep repeating, but they keep doing it. I don't mind, by the way, to speak to any, but there is, I have to choose carefully who, let us say, who is mature, who is smart, who is, otherwise there is some people, they can understand you wrong. Let us say there is like a girl, she texts me and I said, okay, I will talk to you. But if she is stupid, sadly to say, she will take that, just speaking to her, as a sign of something, you know. So I choose carefully. Let us say, like in English they say, choose your friends carefully, you know. So you have to choose carefully the mature one, the smart one, the intelligent, and the decent. So decency, intelligence, and maturity is very important. Otherwise, you will meet a lot of weirdo, a lot of idiots, a lot of immature. And I don't want to associate myself with those people. I answer Urina. Who are Urina? Do you want me to block Urina? Yeah. Yeah, actually, you know, I don't mind. I wish I can meet you all. We can have coffee. We can, but there's people, they are weird. You know, there's people really, they are weird. And specifically, I don't want people, ladies to be upset, but some women are really scary. You know, they scare the hell of me. They are like, I don't know, like it's somebody of obsession, you know. So I have like, I get scared from women. I'm willing to go to war, but not with women, please. Leave me alone. I've been in the police, I joined the army, I've been in war, but just women, no. They are very dangerous. Yeah. Don't get scammed. Oh, okay. No, I mean, there is, I'm sure there's a lot of decent, good women there. But how you know? It's internet. You don't know you are talking to. You might talk to a woman, it might turn to be a guy. Did I tell you the story about this guy? This is from the time when I was in Paltalk. This guy, he met a lady in Paltalk. He's a Christian. And the lady is in England, specifically in London, I think. So anyway, he talked to her for 2 years, 3 years. He sent her gifts. He have her name. He have her address. He never saw her in camera, never, you know, because she is conservative. She don't talk to people in camera. The guy, he believe it, you know, not even for a second. For a second, imagine, for a second. So 4 years he talked to her. He's in love. That's it. He want to marry her. So this guy, that's it. He made his mind. This girl is so conservative. She is a very good Christian. You know, she don't even open the camera for me, man. Not even for a second. She must be so conservative. And I was saying, okay, well, at least for a second, so you can see. I mean, what? I mean, if you go to the coffee shop, don't you see her just to meet her there? Okay, open the, you know, she can open it in the coffee shop, not in her private place. For a minute, just to talk to her, see who you are talking to who. This guy is stubborn. I mean, it's so 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, I think 4 years, something like that. And then he decided to surprise her. So he bought a ring, expensive ring, very expensive ring. All those 4 years, by the way, he sent her a lot of gifts. She tell him, I wanted to buy this, but I'm not working. I don't like to ask my dad. I would like to have this, but I don't like to, you know, I can work, but I don't want to associate with those bad people. And the guy, he buy her whatever she asked for. So anyway, one day, because now he have the address, right? He sent her gifts. He buy her the gifts, they arrived to her address. So he decided to surprise her, and he brought the ring for the wedding. He flied all the way to England. He told his family, but he did not tell her because it's a surprise. So then he arrived, you know, close to her house, and just right away in the front of the building. There's those, you know, like in England, the phone, the street phone, you know. So he called, hello. He saw a woman answering from behind the window. He's watching, he have the address. She's an old woman. She's like in his mother age. Hello? Yeah, hey, honey. What? He said, okay, how you doing? You know, where are you now? Are you in your room? No, I am in the kitchen. Oh, she's in the kitchen. He said, I will call you back. He hang up, so he will see if the one is talking there will hang up too. So he hang up, she hang up. Uh-oh. No way, this is the same person. It's the same voice. He called again. He called again. Hello? Hey, honey, what happened? Why you hang up? You know. He said, you know, I don't ask you usually what you are wearing. I never ask you those questions because they are not appropriate. Like, what are you wearing now? So she said to him, truly what she is wearing, the color, you know. Oh, no. This guy almost fainted in the ground. So this woman, she is in the age of his mother. She was sending pictures of her daughter. Her daughter, you know. But her daughter never spoke to him. She don't even know him. So for years, he spent thousands and thousands of dollars on her. And then he, you know, like, I felt really so sorry for him. Very, very, very. I told him, I told you, speak to her at least once. Let her open the camera for a minute. Just see that this is the person. This is the picture she sent you. You know, you're not doing something bad. Just, you know, talking a conversation. She opened the camera. You don't do anything wrong. Just see her. See who's she. Maybe she is, you know, maybe it's a totally different person. And this is what happened. It was, she was sending the pictures of her daughter. And this potato, he bought her phones, he bought her jewelries, he bought her shoes, dresses, and yeah, I mean, and he you know, he said, like he said to me, I felt suspicious because she asked for clothing. It's not really conservative, but she said she always wear a coat when she go out. This is only for girls, when girls meet together. And I said, okay, you know, she don't go out with men, etc. So this is only for girls meeting each other. Whenever the wives had their period, yeah, but you know, even that is, I don't know if this is an accurate statement, what you are saying. I will check it out. I will check it out. Give me a second. Hold on. You see, I remember I told you I don't take what people say, even if it's about Muhammad being negative. Like, I mean, a negative thing about Muhammad. Yeah, I don't think this hadith is accurate. Yeah. If you have the Arabic, give me the Arabic. Do you have the Arabic? I think this is a kind of a you know, fabricated. See, we as a Christians, as we said, we have to examine everything, and we are against Muhammad, yes, but we should not fabricate and lies and spread rumors, you know, or spread lies. If it's true, then it's true. If it's not, it's not. Do you have the hadith in Arabic? The one you are talking about? About relationship with the female camels? Me, myself, I believe does not exist. And me, myself, I don't remember I heard something like this. All right? So anyway, this is an example of how people, they can scam you. We were talking about scam. So be careful in the internet. There's people here, they come, they curse Muhammad, they say the F word to Muhammad, but they are Muslims. How many times I warned you? They called themselves George, Tony, Johnny, all those names, even they post verses from the Bible just to fool you. There's a whore, she keep posting comment in my videos. I don't know if you saw her. Oh, CP, I love, but she is wearing, you know, like, you know, obviously she is, you know, Maybe it's a guy, all right? So people will text her, will talk to her, or to him to scam them. So you have to be careful with this stupid internet. You don't know you are talking to who. All right? If you cannot show it to me in Arabic, I cannot confirm anything. I don't. I never saw such a thing. I said to you, myself, I saw about Umar putting his hand in the anus of the camel. I have like some stories, but Muhammad having sex with the camels. We have a hadith about Muhammad having sex with the goat. You know? You remember my debate with Ahmed Nader? Yeah, that is confirmed. That they cannot deny. But the Muslim, they say this is not about a goat. This is about her. The 4 legs does not mean 4 legs. You know, as usual, like the sunset in murky water doesn't mean sunset in murky water. They lie. Yeah. Anyway, anyone here, she is beautiful and want to have a date online? And she want to receive gifts? Bukhari 2357. Okay. You know, by the way, this woman, she was lucky that this guy is not violence, because some other men, they can, you know, you never know, they might go crazy. You stole all the money from them. You never know what they can do. So some people, they think that they are smart. Yeah, where is the hadith you are talking about? Al-Bukhari 2357 doesn't say what you are saying. Excuse me. There is no such a thing. Yeah, mostly it's a fabricated, not come to Chicago. What I would do in Chicago? You know, when we were debating about Muhammad having sex with the goat, I was debating in Paltalk, and then suddenly I found myself bounced out of Paltalk. My Paltalk program closed. You know, Boof. I tried to log in, I could not. I try again. I mean, I have a debate. People would say I run away. I try again, and then I check my email. It says from Paltalk, because of your violation of our policies, we decided to ban you totally from our program. Oh boy. At that time, they banned me totally, really totally banned. I could not get in, that's it. So what the Christian they did, many Christian, they wrote letters, emails, even letters from lawyers, you know. They threatened the company, they will sue them. And then they send me an email back because it was not justified. I did not do anything. I mean, Muslim, they open chat rooms for Al-Qaeda and ISIS and etc. And they don't shut it down. What I did, I was showing them the reference about Muhammad having sex with the goat. And Nader Ahmadi agreed. Oh boy. Many cougars, catfish in Chicago. I don't know what does that mean. Remember, you might say something in English. It have different meaning. For me, I don't know what it means. So don't waste your time. Once I was debating a Muslim, and you know, my English is not, I'm like, you know, I'm getting better. So he said to me, I know, like he said the word pussycat. I said, look, he's talking dirty. Why he's talking dirty? He said, what dirty? I said, what you just said? No, I don't want to even say the word again, you know, because it's not nice. I never heard of such a word before, you know. I know the first word. I said, you just spoke dirty. He said, no, I did not. I said, no, you did? I mean, what's wrong with you? Everybody heard you. And then they start telling me in the chat, hey, CP, this is not dirty. I said, what do you mean? You just said, pussy, you cat, you know? So when you don't, sometimes people, they insult me. They say words I do not know. It's good for me. I heard nothing, you know? So sometimes there's a benefit of not knowing the language very well. Because somebody might say something to you, he might be racist, he might be idiot, he might be filthy. But because you don't understand what he said, it goes even better, you know? Yeah. Do you know how the goat was married to a goat in Sudan? Yeah, but you know, those things, that's necessarily, it's Muslims, they, you know, teach them. People do stupid stuff. Trust me, you know, around the world you will hear a lot of crazy stories. But you can say, like Muslims in their religion, it's okay to have sex with your dead wife. You can say that a Muslim, he believes that if he have sex with the animals, he can do Hajj. So other things, if it's not connected to the religion, this is not, you cannot use it against Islam. All right? Chicago is a different, is it a bad word? So this guy was saying a bad thing when he said catfish in Chicago, Chicago catfish. I don't know what he meant. All right. Yeah, I'm just sharing with you those things so you will not be a victim of some of those scammers. You know, if you ever met with someone, let us say you are being a decent man, you like a woman, you're thinking in a very decent way, you don't want to do anything bad. But there is no reason for the man or the woman not to open their camera. And be careful, by the way. These days, cameras are deceiving too. So they can open a camera, but it's not them. It's not like open the camera and there's a video of somebody is smiling. There's ability to make a video roll in your camera, but it's not your camera, playing a video of somebody. So in order to do it correctly, you have to speak to the person, like, you know, ask questions, see his lips, see the lips, if they, you know, the answer, what he is saying. So you have a conversation, not just a video, like you turn the camera or she take the camera for 2 seconds and then hang up. Additional to that, the one you see in the camera, even if it's the same person, the video can be very much manipulated, which means these days, like especially Chinese phones, and people who they are from Asia, they knew what I'm talking about. So many Chinese phones, they have ability to change your face live on camera, which means you do not need to do Photoshop. So she opened the video to talk to you. Her eyes will be big, her lips will be different, her face will look different, the fat will become skinny, the skinny become fat, the short become tall, the small eyes become bigger, the eyelashes be... So those new phones, especially, I noticed that Chinese phones, they have a lot of features like those. Crazy features. So they can remove wrinkles from the face, they can change your eyes, they can, all of this in live video. This is not a recorded video. So you might think you are speaking to this person, yes, but in reality, in fact, if you see all those images posted in those app, you will see how fake they are. I mean, you can tell. All women there, they have eyes of a deer. Is it okay to upload your video for... Yeah, my video, use them as much you wish. I always say to people, you can, please, I beg you to download my videos. I used to be very upset from people not downloading. But thank God, you know, now I do not need it because many people, they are doing that. And I don't mind if you, like, you receive advertising from YouTube, make money. God bless you, why not? Good for you. Actually, I'm going to buy a Chinese phone, you know, and then I will open my camera, and you guys, you will love me more. Unbelievable. I will look so good looking. Even my mom, she will not recognize me. Yeah, those phones are crazy. I mean, you change you totally. I saw one. I forgot which country it was, and the guy in the store was showing me what you can do with it. You know, I forgot the brand. But it was Chinese for sure. He was showing me how I can change the size of the eyes, the nose. I said, why you are telling me this? This is for girls. Show me what the phone can do. You know, does it get hot if you are in the sun? Does it shut down? Does it charge fast? How clean is the screen? I don't care for those things. Yeah, but look like in Asia, this is #1 sales point. This is why those companies, they focus on it. So be careful. You might talk to someone, boy or a girl, which means a man or a girl or a woman. They will turn the camera for you, and they look totally different from the way they are. For me, I will never turn my camera for you because all of you will fainted, and I will be talking to myself. And I will say, oops, where is everybody gone? You know, what happened? What's going on? Why the room is empty? Why everybody took a rocket? And he flied like a mullahs. What happened? Yeah. And this is the reason I don't turn my camera on, by the way. If I am good looking, I will turn it right away. But I say to myself, I have to have mercy on those people. If you want to have audience, you better keep no camera forever. So my computer don't have a camera at all. I don't have a camera. Yeah. Actually, I hate pictures. I don't know why. Like, if I take a picture with a person, that because I am so, let us say, shy to say, please don't. You know, like, but I don't take pictures. So I think I have maybe 3, 4 pictures of me when I was a kid. Maybe 2 only, you know. I think there's 3, but there's one, I lost it. So this is since I was a kid, have nothing to do with later, you know. People take pictures, I don't take pictures. It doesn't matter what the occasion. So there's a picture of me, I was wearing a very funny suit. I was, I think, 6 years old. I have a, you know, the papillon. Do you guys know what the papillon? What is the English word? Papillon is a French word. Those, like, they look like a butterfly tie. Yeah, so I was wearing a suit, which is a short, and a jacket, and a papillon. Yeah. And I was, I think, maybe 5 years old, something like that. Shy? No, 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 it's not about being shy. I never been shy. But I don't like cameras. I don't like pictures. This is not about shy. What shy? But I don't like cameras. If I'm married, and my wife, she is in a different place, I will not open my camera for her. I don't like cameras, you know? Yeah. It's I don't feel comfortable with it. Vlobber? What a vlobber is? That is the papillon? I wish I can show you this picture. You would die laughing. Oh boy. Let me see what the word you are saying. Volop. What bar? What bar? What does that word mean? I see nothing but what this is Chinese, Japanese Barbies. What are these guys talking about? It's like Mr. Bean, you know, the Mr. Bean, the one he wear. Hold on. I saw Mr. Bean wearing one. Mr. Bean, hold on. Maybe you understand. Let me see a picture. Most of them, he's wearing a normal graphite. Let us see. This one. Oh, I found one actually, but they have writing over it. Hold on. Yeah, I found one of him wearing the same, but there's writing over it. In French, they call it papillon. Yeah, I cannot find. I found only one, and it's hard to see. There's text over it. Anyway, it was funny and. It is, yeah, it's the same they wear for tuxedo. Correct. Yeah. If you wear a tuxedo, they dress it, they use it with it. Exactly, this is the same. So what they call that thing? You wear it with a tuxedo? Yeah, this thing you wear it for your neck with a tuxedo, exactly. So I was wearing like little, I was wearing a suit, but the suit is a short. The pant is a short. And my dad, he used to buy us shoes. It's called what? Hold on. I forgot the name. It was like the best shoes exist at that time, like it was the best brand. So I remember I was looking at my shoe. Oops. Yeah. So I forgot the name. It's a brand. Yeah. Those shoes, you wear them, they stay for like many years. They never damage. Not like the shoes today. Yeah. So I have only, I believe, maybe 2 pictures. One only when I was in the 5 years old. One in the church. Maybe I was 8, something like that. And that's it. Thank you, Yvette, for the invitation. Well, but is it the season for hunting now? I don't think so. Is it? Thank you very much, brother. Bow tie? Look like people have many names for the same thing. Anyway, I hate ties. This is the only, I hate really seriously. I will, in my closet, I have many suits, many, but I never bought one. Not even single one. This is my mom. She keeps sending me suits. Even though she knew I don't like suits, I will never wear them. But in her mind, that now he changed, like, you know, he live in America, is, you know, so in her mind, that's it. I mean, he's not going to be the same. So she sent me clothes I will never wear. Yeah. I took a picture with my previous phone, it burned. So I am afraid to use the new one, which I bought a few years ago, to use it. No screen YouTube? What do you mean no screen YouTube? Is he circumcised? Look at the question, look at this. I'm telling you, this is internet. The people are crazy, man. Look what. Imagine, you know, somebody asking you, "Are you circumcised?" What the heck? Oh boy! It turned to be not only Abdul or Abdul. There's many Abduls. Yeah. By the way, Mohammed never circumcised. It's a medical question, really. Are you my doctor? Even my doctor, why he need to know what is there? So, doctor, I have a problem with my heart. Are you circumcised? This is not a rude question. Seriously. This is medical. Really? Okay. So, guys, this is medical. This is what? Medical question. Should I give you a medical answer? Oh Lord have mercy. Do you see why I don't talk to people in private? I'm scared. So imagine you accept somebody to message you and then hello, SCP, are you circumcised? What? What? And this is not really the question. This is medical. Oof, man, you know what? It's my fault. I took it wrongly. I apologize. I never thought about it in a medical way. But I can confirm to you that I have 3 balls. Are you happy now? Oh, Lord have mercy. Will you debate Jehovah's Witnesses again? I don't really, in the street, I don't use my phone and record. But at that day, the video you saw, it was not my intention to record them. If you watch the video, I was walking just to make a video to tell you I'm in France, right? I was recording way before I met them, you know. I think it was like maybe I took like a curved street and then suddenly they became in front of me. So it was not my intention. Last time I was in Ukraine, I spoke twice to Jehovah's Witnesses. I never recorded them. The first time actually I spoke to them, they don't speak English. They told me afternoon, there is somebody like, you know, they explained that, you know, after like 2 hours, you know, somebody here will speak English. So I came again after 2 hours. Yeah, but I did not record, you know. And then once I spoke to those hippie, you know, the Krishna people. So those Krishna cult, they go between those European and they fool them, you know, Krishna, music, they are dancing in the street. Yeah, but the second you try to speak to them, they don't answer. You know, they are not willing to debate, or, you know, they're just like mentally ill people, you know, jumping like monkeys in the street. Most of people, they record. I know, for me, I mean, if the person is recording, then you record, because he is trying to use his recording maybe against you. But for me, I prefer not to do that, because the purpose is to convince those people first, not to, you know, to be against them. Do you think Brew West Iran president? Brew West? You see, in Iran, there's no election. This is a joke. Those are two men chosen by the big mullah, and one of them have to win, you know? And even when they do the election, they cheat. Actually, nobody voted. They extended the election 3 days because nobody was voting, you know? So the whole election is a fraud. There's no election. What to Brew West? That's a joke. This guy is a Hezbollah. All of them, they are terrorists. Yeah, I tried to speak to those people, but they did not really, you know. Have you visited Indonesia? No. And I don't think I will ever do. For two reasons. I found that Indonesian Christians are troublemakers somehow, you know. Like I found there is something wrong in the society. I don't know if the Muslims are the same, but there's a lot of gossip, and, you know. So like I saw in the chat some Indonesian girls. The one she say, CP, speak to me. The other one, she said to me, good graduation, Christian Prince, we heard that you are engaged. So I felt like there's something very bad in the culture, you know. So I don't know, there's something really weird and not right at all. I did not really feel comfortable with those people. I'm not talking about all Indonesian, but those people I met through what I do. There's one, she claimed that she were going to get married next week. Other one, she said that we will spend honeymoon somewhere. Other one, so they are fighting each other, like, you know, each one she make her own news, like he is mine, she is, you know, I mean, it's very stupid and very crazy. So I felt so uncomfortable, you know, when I saw this. But I have to say, not for sure, not all of, you know, those people are the same. But there is some women in Indonesia, they are really weird, very, very weird. I don't know how to explain it. And honestly, I felt disgusted. Yeah. Yeah, I start receiving emails, you know, like, is it true you are getting married next month? I said, from who? I said, this girl, she is saying that in her channel. I said, what channel? I told the one who sent me the email, I said, well, tell this girl to call me live and tell everybody. When I want to hear it myself, so I can, at least shouldn't I be invited? Am I invited for the wedding or not? Yeah, but there is something wrong in the culture. I notice a lot of girls, they are lying, which is not healthy. You know, I mean, this is not how Christian people, they behave. But obviously those are not, they don't present, you know. I hope this is little tiny minority of stupid women doing that. Yeah. There is a person I blocked yesterday. She always texts me. I said, "Are you a teenage or what? Why you keep talking this way? How old are you?" She said, "I am not teenage. I'm 35." I said, "So then act like a lady, you know?" And then I blocked her. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. People. Sometimes you see, age does not mean that you are mature. So she is 35 years old. Actually, she might be in the chat now. I blocked her yesterday. Are you in the chat? Say yes. I blocked her yesterday in Discord. So she kept texting me non-stop, you know. And honestly, it's like a behavior of someone is a teenage. So I said, "Are you a teenage? What's wrong with you?" She said, "No, I'm 35." 35? Seriously. They are acting like 6 years old, Aisha. Anyway, I have many there's many good ladies here. They are from Indonesia, like Lisa, etc. They are admins. They are admin in my Discord. They are good ladies. But there is some, obviously, they are here for a different purpose. Yeah, like they told me you should say that you are married, so they will leave you alone. But that would be a lie, you know. I mean, we don't want to lie to, you know. And do you think if you say you are married, they will leave you alone? If somebody is trashy, it doesn't matter if you are married or not. Where are the best women from? It's not about ethnic. I think there is some kind of tradition, you know, like some cultures. As an example, Middle Eastern culture is very horrible. So, like I was speaking about Indonesian women, but Middle Eastern women are not better. But, you know, remember, when I say Middle Eastern women, I don't mean everybody. And when I say Indonesian, I don't mean everybody. But it's based on your experience, you know, the ones you experienced with them. You might go to a country, you stay there for 3 days, and no problem happened to you. This is a wonderful country. But you might go 3 days and you met all kind of problem, and then this country is ugly. So we cannot judge really that easy, especially I never been in Indonesia. I did not live with them. But based on what happened here in the chat and gossip and etc., it was not really good. But Middle Eastern, women and men, both of them, their culture is horrible. Middle Eastern women, they don't chase men like other ethnic group, but they have a different method to trap you, you know. So they have a trap. Usually what Middle Eastern women they do, they make you do something, and they make you feel guilty that you did it. Then you have to marry them. You know what I mean? So let us say you spoke to a girl for some time, and then you don't feel like you want to continue talking to her. You don't, etc. So right away the tears will come down, the drama, you are bad, you are ugly, you are evil, you used me. So they have different tactic to trap the man. And then the man, oh please, you see, I don't know, you know, especially if he's naive. So, oh, you know, that's honestly, I wasn't playing with you. I'm just, but I'm not, I don't think we'll be successful. So they have different tactic to trap men in the Middle East. Yeah. Yeah, but being famous is not a reason to chase somebody like this. This is not right. Same time, what do you know about me? You know nothing. People post things about me in the internet. It might be true, it might be false. But I say to you, nobody knows anything about me. However, even if you know a person, even if you meet him, if you don't know him for long enough, and know him doesn't mean, you know, just meet for a coffee. Know him mean you have his history, how he treat his parents, how he treat his sister, how he treat his family, because later he would treat you. So, you know, to know a person is to know his life, not just to talk to him for 5 minutes. As an example, if a person he is not good to his mother, he will not be good to you. Why he will be? This is his mother. She did feed him, she nursed him, she changed his diaper, she was there for him when he is sick, she did everything to make him grow, and then he is not good for her. This is a person, this is a man. A woman should not even for a second, accept even to talk to him. Because a person, he cannot be good to his parents, he cannot be good to you. Trust me. He is just a trashy person. Especially if his parents, they were good to him. You know, like some people, they have history. Some parents, maybe they are even criminals. You never know. But if your parents, they never did something wrong to you, and they are good people to you, and then you throw them behind you, that means you have no loyalty. You know, you are just, you're not decent. Right? So, it's not about being famous, about, you know, being funny. You need to know the person, how the quality. Quality is something different. But again, you know, people, they like, they don't like the quality of the brain, the decency. They like the quality of appearance. If you are maybe funny, you know, you can attract them somehow. Maybe you are so smart. And women, some women, they like intelligent men. But usually, this is not where you can find the quality, because smart man can be evil man too. He's smart. So you need to see where his intelligence goes, which direction. All evil people, they are very smart. You know? But they use their intelligence. This is why they can hurt people easy. They use their intelligence to deceive. They don't use their intelligence to help, to do good. All right. Yvette, my friend, why you want to open your camera for me? Thank you very much. Yeah. No, you see, I'm talking about a girl. We were talking about that scammer. The girl, she scammed that guy. My friend, I'm not going to fly all the way to North Carolina to do hunting. That would be very costly. I can hunt here, you know. Yeah. I like to go to Alaska. That will be worth it to go. But not to go, you know. All right, thank you very much. Good for sharing. We share nothing. These days it's getting harder and harder to trust people. Yeah, but still there is trustworthy people, you know. I met people who they are very trustworthy. Again, you have to examine people, you know. You have to, you don't just trust people blindly, right? Like one of the reasons actually, people, they invite me to go and join them, like you see those conferences, apologetic, etc. I've been invited many times before. I said no. One of the reasons I don't go, I don't trust those who they are attending. I'm not saying they are bad, but I believe always there is Judas everywhere. Always there is Judas somewhere. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I was invited many times. And they said to me, you are the first one should be here. All those, they are learning from you. You will give us an extreme value for our conference. I say, no, thank you. You know, I refuse. First of all, like, you know, I don't want people to, you know, praise me. Secondly, again, I don't trust people. I will see. I don't trust to have. It's not easy for me to have a friendship, even with those who claim to be Christians. I mean, imagine if the disciple of Jesus themselves, one of them, he betrayed the Lord himself. So you have to learn from that. You know, life teach you. Jews? What does have to do with the Jews? We said Judas, the person who betrayed Jesus. We are not talking about Jews. All right. Money is the most important to people. No, there is many other issues. Some people, they might try to harm you just because they are jealous. There's many people, you know, their life is destroyed because of jealousy. There's people, they will write article about you, against you, lying about you, just because they are jealous. They claim to be Christians. There's a guy, he opened a channel, he says, Christian Prince teaching heretic. You know? Why? Because simply nobody listened to him, so he got jealous. He came here, I showered him. So he, you know, so I laugh, it's okay. But you will find a lot of weird people around you. Jealousy, you know, competition, they feel themselves insecure. This is the main reason I don't work with others. Like how many times I've been invited to speak in different channels. I went maybe once or twice, that's it. And it was a mistake, actually. I should not have done it. But I disagree to go anywhere in any channel. Like Al-Fadi, you know Al-Fadi channel? This guy is a wonderful guy. I think he's a very good guy. But I said to him, no. You can ask him many times. And I told him why. I told him because if I accept with you, people will ask me why I don't go a different place then. If I go with him, right? If I go on his channel, then what I will say to people, I keep saying to them, I don't go to anyone. When I agree to go somewhere, it's just to debate a Muslim to help, like in the example, when those Filipinos, I'm not going to their channel to interview, etc., you know, to debate a Muslim, to get them busted, like surprise. When this channel, like the Indonesian one, they call me in Skype, etc., I agree, so we can get the Abdul busted. Otherwise, I will never go anywhere. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about me. I am bulletproof and women-proof. You know, like you as a man, you will be tempted for sure. Especially some women, they can very good looking, pretty, etc. But depend what you are looking for. If you are looking, if you look at the women in a certain way, you will see what you are looking for. If I want to speak to a woman, I will speak to her brain to see how smart, how decent, how you know, like certain details is very important for me. But if you are looking for a physical attraction, then that is where you can be trapped. Physical attraction is the most deceiving part in relationship between man and women. Because if a man is attracted to, I'm losing my voice, to your physical appearance, he will be attracted for any woman she have the same appearance, or maybe better than you. Which means he is not really attracted to you. Same for the women. If the woman, she like the man because of physical appearance, well, she will be attracted to anyone, similar or better. So if one day she found someone he looked better than you, and always there's always somebody look way better than you, you know. If not now, tomorrow, she will stop looking at you and she will go with that guy. So physical appearance is a kind of a stupid way to have relationship with someone. The most important part is to be connected. You know, when you talk to the person, you feel first there's energy. You know, like I don't want to sound like those energy people. They talk about energy like the Buddhist, etc. But there is energy in the voice. Energy, like when you lie, there's a machine. And the machine discover if you are lying, correct? So simply, even the machine teach us that an energy change. The energy of a liar change, his voice change. When he is saying the truth, he have different energy. So it's very important that when you listen to a person, you feel comfortable, but that's not alone not enough. Because he can still be a deceiver, you know. He have, let us say, skills. So then you have to examine what is making you feel comfortable speaking to this person. Is it his decency? Or just because he speak nice? Or maybe because he can tickle my brain? Because, you know, intelligence, you see, I don't want to go in details, but human being sexuality is not necessarily in the private part. In fact, most of it is in the brain. So a woman, she can be attracted to a man sexually because she like his brain, but not his decency. So if both did not match, you have a problem. So it's your brain who convinces you that this person is beautiful. It's your brain who convinces you that this person is attractive. Your brain convinces you that she is pretty or he is good looking, or he have he's educated. It's all in the brain. So sexuality is in the brain. So if you let sexuality drive your brain, then your brain is doomed. If you let your brain drive sexuality, then you are doing the right thing. Am I making it complicated? You know, my English is not so good. I'm trying to explain to myself in the way I could, you know. I wish I speak better English. So either you let somebody control your brain, tickle your brain, and let's say give your brain a massage, like relax, you know, you feel relaxed with this person, but not necessarily really he is a decent person, not necessarily he is a good quality person. He was able to control your mind. That is very dangerous. This is the example actually of those women who chase me here. Sometime you see them. They are not really, they don't like me, they don't know me, but their brain is tickled, you know, they have a ticklish brain. So they like certain things I say, certain things I do, etc. So their brain now is driven in a sexual way. And that is very dangerous. It can be evil too. But if you let your brain drive everything you think about, including your emotion, then you are going in the direct, which is very careful. So you check out what do you like about this person. You check out the important thing. Okay, if you marry this man, is he going to be a decent? Can you trust him? What if he leave for a vacation? Is he going to cheat on me? Can I leave him alone without a guard? Is he what he say? So those things you have to check, not what you convince your brain already he is. So it's you who you have to decide how your brain go, which direction, right? So you have to be, you have to be careful. And this goes for men and women. Either you let the temptation control your brain, ticklish your brain, or you do the opposite. You let your brain, in charge. All right. My friend told me, should I go to her hairdresser because she is so good? Okay. I see. Have you ever visited Portugal? No, but I saw many videos about Portugal. I watch videos about off a grid. I like to learn skills, because I like nature, I like hunting, I like to go out in the wood, So those people who live not depending on electricity, etc., they got some experience. You can learn from it. So I saw some videos about Portugal. Beautiful country. All right. CP, we need to find you a sister. Okay, find me a sister, good. But be careful. Don't find me a monster. A sister, okay? Not a monster. Deal? Yeah, be careful. They have long nails, my brother. Very long nails. They can be very dangerous. In the appearance, they are beautiful, and they are soft, and they are kind. But their nails is so long. Yeah. They can rip you apart. Just watch out. What, you don't like the way I say Portugal? In Arabic, we don't have P. In Arabic, we have B. So this is why sometimes when I say P, I say B, like I say Pakistan. People think I'm just making mockery. No, but this is how it is. It's Pakistan. There's no P. Even in their language, it's not Pakistan. It's Pakistan. You see, they don't use. They use our letters, Arabic letters, so they don't have P. I'm sure of that. They have B, which is Pakistan. Yeah. In Arabic, by the way, but the word potato is batata. The Egyptian, they say batatas. So it's very close. I don't know what the origin of it. Potato, batata, potatoes. Do you like football, soccer? I used to watch when I was, 20 years old. But I don't watch it no more. It's a waste of time, and it's all about money. And there's no game in the game. This is all, those are professional. Professional, anything involved professional, it's not really a game no more. It's involved hundreds of millions of dollars, billions. This is not a game. This is a gambling. In fact, we as a Christian should not involve in those games because all of them involve gambling. There is many gambling agencies. They gamble over who is going to win. And in fact, even the game itself is a gambling game, because there is a prize and there is people who invest in certain team to get money back. So imagine now you have, so they called stock market, you know, like a team for sale, a player for sale. They are buying a human being to play for them. It's a slavery too. So, you know, for me, I reject totally this game. It's not a game no more. I support this game if you people, they play it for fun, right? But this commercial thing is garbage. No, Palestine, there's no, it's F, Palestine. In Arabic, we say Palestine. Fi, Palestine, Palestine. There's no Palestine. Like you say falafel, Palestine. There's a 3 dots and the letter B. Okay, is that going to make it P? The 3 dots will make it P? I don't speak Urdu, but what I know in Arabic, there we don't have P. Yeah. Thank you, my friend. I would like to go to Ethiopia. Nice people. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you know, you see those, what is this guy, his name? The one who is playing now for Saudi Arabia? You see, they don't even have loyalty to their country. Shouldn't he play only with his country? No, they don't have loyalty to their country. They don't have nationality. They are for sale. They are working for the devil, you know? And then you will see somebody, he says, oh, this guy, he draw the cross in his head. Yeah, he's religious. He's religious, he live with girlfriend, he sleep around, he drink, you know, I mean, garbage. So, if somebody is a famous person, suddenly he's a Christian. He is not. The Lord said, from their fruit you shall know them. We are not the same as Muslims. You know, if somebody famous, he is a Muslim, oh, Allahu Akbar, he converted to Islam. We don't, you know, like, who care? You convert, you leave, this is your business. And celebrity, we have to be always careful with those called celebrity, because the same people, they can bring shame to you because they are celebrity, you know. Those celebrity, usually they are lost, they do crazy stuff, and one day they will bring you shame. Would you like to visit Lady Fatima Sanctuary? What is that? And why I want to visit Lady Fatima? What for? Those things, they don't count for me. I mean, we have the empty tomb of Jesus. If I want to go, I might go there, but even going there is not important. We are not the same as Muslims. I will visit who there? What I will do there? What is that about? Okay. Somebody saying that there is a 3 dots under the letter B, and that will make it P. Okay, this is something I just learned from you. But anyway, in Arabic, the word Pakistan is Pakistan. Got it? Dubai was built by a rich and American. And Dubai will be destroyed by the Iranian. Our Lady, the mother of Jesus, where she is. Do you know the address? I don't know. People, they say crazy stuff, my friend. What are you talking about? Christianity is not based on buildings. Let us say, for the sake of argument, Mary, the mother of our Lord Jesus, she is now in certain city. I'm not going to go there. What for? Herself, not she was there one day. I will not go there. Why? Why I want to go there? Is that Jesus? Are we Christians? If we are Christians, we have one Lord, one Master. His name is the Messiah. One Savior. Nobody else. So if the Messiah is coming, I will be so glad to be there, to bow down under his knee, you know, his feet. But anyone else, what was that? Doesn't matter where Mary is. But Mary is not our God. And we don't, no Christian worship Mary. And your Savior is not Mary. There is only one Savior. The Lord said, no one can go to the Father but by me. Right? So don't, you know, don't fool yourself and mention names. Not Peter, not Paul, not Mary, nobody. It is only one person. My friend, I do not need to do. I'm not into those things, you know. Simply, I follow the Bible. Anything is not biblical, it doesn't count for me. If there is anywhere in the Bible it says to you, you go and visit Mary, someone says build a building for her. Does it say that? No. Nowhere. In fact, the name Mary mentioned a few times only in the Bible. That's it. Did Jesus say to us, go and make images of me, pictures of me, pictures of my mother? No. For me, I'm not against pictures if they are made to, as I mentioned, mosaic, like to write history, to preserve history, or for art, no problem. But not to cry and pray in front of them. Do you think Mary can intercede? You know, for me, why I need somebody to intercede? If I can speak to the King of Kings directly, why I need anyone to intercede? If the Lord himself, he said, you can pray, calling your Maker, our Father out of heaven. You're our Father, look how close you are. Why I need anyone to intercede? You can say there is miracles in those churches happen, maybe true. But still, I do not need anyone except Jesus. That's what the Bible says. Remember carefully, for me, I follow only what is biblical. Anything is not biblical, it is not biblical. All right? When they say to him, they say to the Messiah, your mother and your brothers are waiting for you, seeking you, asking for you. What Jesus said? Anyone remember what Jesus said? You got the answer, right? And that is telling you what Jesus is telling you. My brothers and my sisters are those. Do you ask others to pray for you? Yeah, we as a Christian, we believe in the power of the prayer, but this is not intercession in the meaning of because of you, you know, but this is because we are a group of faithful people to the Lord. So this is not a person interceding for me. No, it is we as a believers, we join together, and that will make us like a family. It's a beautiful thing. So we pray for each other because this is an act of love. This is why the Lord, He will reward those people, because simply you are not praying for yourself, praying for somebody. That's beautiful. So here, this is not about intercession, but it's about beautiful love. So the Lord, He will see you, all of you as a group, as a beautiful group. Look, this person praying for this person. Like, you know, you remember the brother who called us 2 days ago, 3 days ago in Sunday? James? I don't know how many of you prayed for him. I remembered him today. I remember him yesterday. I was speaking to someone that remind me of him too. So we pray for James, right? A wonderful person. And I hope all of you prayed for him. But the reason this prayer is important, not because you are interceding, but because you are praying for not for you. Because we as a human, we are selfish. We pray, I want things, I want money, I want success, I want this, I want that. So I pray to God to do things for me. But when you pray to someone else, that is very beautiful. This is a different story. And this is not about intercession. This is about you being not selfish. Otherwise, God, He can hear him too. No? But the beauty of it, that you are not being selfish. You are not thinking about yourself. You put someone else before you. You are not praying, hey, God, help me. You are saying, oh, God, help me. Help this person. Oh, please, Lord, you know, recover him, heal him. So you are devoting your time and your heart to pray for someone you don't even know, maybe. That is beautiful. So praying for each other, pray for your enemy. This is not about praying for Al-Qaeda or ISIS. No. Praying for enemy, many people, they take it wrongly. Enemy is like in a society. You know, Jesus was not talking to nations or Hamas in this side and the IDF in the other side. When Jesus says pray for your enemy, He's talking about things happen in the society. So you might find the brother and sisters, they are become enemy to each other. What the Bible says, that they will curse you in my because of my name. Right? Even, you know, the parents, you became your enemy. So this is the enemy we are talking about. It's not about war, two nations, etc. No. But then people, they take it to different level. So now they think that we should love ISIS. Nowhere in the Bible it says love the wicked ones. Those are wicked people. We love to see them repent, but we don't love them as wicked people. But there is many who they are hypocrite. They take the sentence and they apply it for everything. The story of a Krishna and basket of water. You know, people, they fabricate lies, and I find them laughable. The basket of mooses. If you go and check what this person he said about Krishna, you will see in 2 seconds that they lie. People, they love to lie. I saw a Muslim actually trying to compare between the story of Krishna and Jesus. It was hilarious. You know, if you go and check, you will find everything they said is absolutely lie. They said that the Krishna mother was a virgin. Krishna, he have, I don't know, his mother, she have, I don't know how many kids. 7 or 8. They made her virgin. So people, they lie and they fabricate things. Yeah. You remember what I said to you? Check out what people are saying, because people, they love to lie. And some, they are not liars, but they are copying lies. They copy and they paste. They heard something. Lord have mercy. Krishna was an ancient king. Well, I don't know. In India, they worship everything. I mean, even rat have a temple. Right? But you notice that they call him Lord Krishna as God, not just, they call him Lord Krishna. Right? So they worship him. Anyway, Hinduism is based on a lot of fictions. Yeah, they have a rat temple, and they believe that those are gods. The Hindus, according to Sadhguru, they have 35 million gods. Only. Rat temple, etc. I mean, crazy stuff. God in the head of the elephant, and yeah, the fantasy of the mind of a human being. Well, you know, people, they need God, so they create one. Having a God is some kind of a need, you know. So you create one, and then you believe yourself what you created is God. Yeah. Yeah, 6 arms. Nothing wrong with the 6 arms. It's like octopus. You know, once I was swimming, and this octopus, suddenly I felt something on my neck, you know? And I like, you know, the octopus have like his arms, they stick. I mean, it's like this unbelievable. And it was really a good size. But thank God it's not a woman. As long as it's not a woman, I'm fine. It's just an octopus, not a big deal. What? Someone what? That's an octopus. As long as it's not a woman, I'm safe, I'm okay. I did not get nervous. So first of all, I was like, what? Who is putting his hands on my neck? I thought maybe it's a woman. So, but thank God it was just an octopus. Yeah. And I was safe. Otherwise, if it was a woman, I would be dead. Yeah. Funny chat. No, it was a funny octopus. All right. Have you ever went to Israel? Well, I want to go. I'd like to go, but I don't like to go and waste my time. If I want to go, I have to go to do something useful, not just to visit places. The Lord is in heaven, and He is not in Israel right now, right? So if I want to go there, it have to be for something good, not just to go. All right. CP, you are scared of women seriously? Why? I don't know. Ask your dad. Well, women, they can bring a drama to your life in 2 seconds. It's like in the speed of a switch. Beep, what? Fire. Don't know what happened. So for me, I prefer to have a quiet, comfortable, peaceful, no nails, no eyelashes, no tears. Right? Well, my friend, don't take me wrong. I love Mary. She is the blessed between all women. So, in no way, in no mean, we can disrespect Mary. She is an amazing person. She is the mother of the Lord. I mean, how honorable that it can be. I mean, there's no person is more honorable than her. The Lord, the Messiah himself, he chose to born through this woman. So this is not, I mean, we dream just to touch his hand, for a second. Because I'm sure if we just touch his hand, we will be healed spiritually, physically. I mean, amazing. So imagine he was born, he chose to be born from Mary. So in no way, no mean, I am saying Mary is not important. But what I am saying, places, we are not the same as the Muslims. There's Kaaba and black stones and etc. Right? Mary is not there. The Messiah is not there. Our Savior is the Messiah. So if I want something, I will speak to my Lord in heaven. If Mary is here, I will ask her to pray for me. As many people do. Nothing wrong with that. Pray for us. This is the rosary, right? Yeah, they are not praying to Mary. They are asking Mary to pray for them. But I am saying, don't focus on stones and locations. Focus in what the Lord, he told us. That is the most important. What I do beside the live stream, after that I go to the bathroom. If there's any more details you want to know. Yeah. I mean, all of us, we love our mothers, right? So how about Mary, the one chosen by God? The Bible says it clearly. The angel, they say to her, blessed you between the women, Mary, right? So the Lord himself blessed her from heaven, chose her from heaven. And that for sure is for a reason. So there is no way that any Christian, he disrespect Mary or don't love Mary, or he beat her down. Over my dead body, I will never do that, But the Bible is so clear. No one can go to the Father but by me, through me, correct? As simple as that. Mary is not your mother? Yeah, she is not. But I'm saying we love our mothers. So if we love our mothers, why would not love the mother of Jesus? The very chosen person for such a task, a mission, holy mission. You know, don't be... I advise people always to go and read the Bible only, and to go only by the Bible. Anything else, it doesn't count. Who forgive my sin? The Messiah. Who will be the judge? The Messiah. Who will be the Savior? The Messiah. Who is coming back to collect his people? The Messiah. Who said that I'm being given the power over the flesh? The Messiah. Did the disciple confirm that? Absolutely. So there is only one person can save you in this earth and in heaven. That is the Messiah. Would you consider actually would do worse if she converted as potential girlfriend? And what does that mean? Anyone can tell me what that means? I could not understand the word. I have no idea. Hussein al-Iraqi. Is that the guy who have a weak vision? He wear glasses? Is that the guy you are talking about? The ex-Muslim? Obviously, he have a very weak vision in his eyes. Because I remember I saw a video for someone like that. Yeah, it sounds like a very nice guy. I did not really watch his debate. I saw him for a few minutes. Yeah. But I wish that the Lord, he will heal him and get him better vision, the same as he gave him vision for his heart. Because I noticed that to read something, he have to zoom, and you know, he wear very thick glasses. Maybe hijab. Okay. No, that Mimi Hijab, this is a Muslim girl. She called to insult Jesus. I showered her. What girlfriend? What are you talking about? Turning the water into wine was the Christ's first miracle. Why Mary went to him? Well, you see, the Bible said that nobody can count how many miracles Jesus he did, correct? There is no books, that's what the Bible says. There's no books can count or write or collect the miracle of Jesus. So obviously, what the Bible give us is little, is the important about the word of Jesus, what he's about, what he said for salvation. The Bible did not mention to us every miracle Jesus did. That is for sure. Because this is what the Bible says. So Mary, when she asked Jesus, first of all, don't Mary, isn't it Mary who received the news from angels before Jesus was born? Right? So already she knew. She knew, she'd been told who is going to be. His name will be called Emmanuel. Is that true? Isn't what the Bible says? So she knew exactly who is this newborn person. The angels, they told her. And so why she will not know that he can do miracles? Right? Yeah, I know what you're talking about that woman. CP never spoke about Imam Medhi. His name is Mahdi, not Medhi. Mahdi. No, I spoke many times. The Mahdi is a fiction name, does not exist, never exist. And the Muhammadan, they created tons of fiction stories about him. As an example, he's born from his mother thigh. When he fell down in his butt, he say Allahu Akbar. He never farted, he never pissed, he never had poo-poo. The Mahdi is just a fiction name, does not exist. Yeah, we will do like once a week, maybe this Sunday or Saturday. We will do like a Christians can call. You can join us if you want. Not now, my friend. I was supposed to go from long time ago, but people keep giving questions. Yeah, all the stories about the Mahdi is just a fabrication. There's no Mahdi. This is a joke. You know, his name is the Mahdi. This is how stupid Islam is. If his name is the Mahdi, which means the guidance, you know, or the one who guide you. So what Muhammad did? What the Quran did? It's just a joke, you know. Yeah, fictions, tons of fictions in the Islamic mythology. The Mahdi is like somebody trying to create a character like Jesus. So, like his mother, her name is Maryam. Some they say his name is Nargis. They don't even know, I mean, who this guy. And then, brother, he went and disappeared in the cave. Look at the mystery, you know, cave. And he will come back. He's now in the cave, brother. Yeah, and all this time is in the cave. Like Hassan Nasrallah, Hizballah. Right? Yeah. People love stupid stories. And, you know, just spread a false story now, today. 300 years from now, you will find tens of thousands, they believe it and they follow it. Especially if it's so stupid. Once in Pal Talk, who remember here from Pal Talk? Anyone remember me? Anyone remember like my program in Pal Talk? There was a woman, she claimed that she is a prophet. But not Christian prophet or no. There's different religion, you know. God. So I went to her room. I wanted to talk to her, you know, to get her busted. But this filthy woman, anyone his name is a Christian, she bounce him right away. Like immediately, you know, like the second they see your name a Christian, they hate Christians to death. Don't just get in with the name of Christian. Demonic. So anyway, I went inside and she was talking that God, he came to her yesterday. He was in a boat and he arrived to the edge of her window. And then she put her foot on the boat, one foot. And then she remembered that she is not wearing underwear. So she grabbed an underwear. I'm just trying to remember that story as it is. It's a long time ago. I mean, it's really funny, weird. So And then they saw my name a Christian, bingo, they bounced me. So this woman, she have a temple. I wish I can remember the name. She have a huge temple, and her chat room have hundreds of followers. I'm serious. A lot of money they donate. They they listen to her. She speak to God every day. If this garbage woman, she was able to convince hundreds of people, and then one of her followers, he threatened me. He said, "Do you know that we can find you?" I said, "Don't forget to bring your prophet underwear with you and use it as a mask when you attack me." So they are so crazy about her. She's so stupid. I mean, this woman, she say the most stupid, awkward stuff. And those all like, wow. All right, prophet, what happened? Tell us more. I don't know what happened in the rest of the story because she bounced me. I don't remember what happened next. I don't know if I came back after. I'm not sure. But she have a temple. They have their website in the banner. I click in it. They have a like sun, like the sun, like those Krishna stuff, The temple is a real building. Big, huge. I think it was maybe Arizona or something like that. I forgot. Yeah. So, it's easy to deceive people to claim. I met once, I was doing a seminar in a church, but they rented a big building, the church. And then there's an open buffet, like, it's not food really. It's like cookies, tea, coffee, for everybody. So there's a woman next to me. She said she thought I am from, this building have many meeting rooms, big rooms, like big theaters. So she said, so what do you think about what the prophet said? I said, which prophet? She mentioned to me the name. And those are Christians, supposedly. So you believe it or not, there's many people right now are deceived by frauds, people who call themselves prophets. And they believe them. Is it true? You can search right now. If I type, let's see, prophet, list, let's see, list of prophets, and let's see if there's any new brand prophet. 2024 or 20 conferences, hold on. Okay, October general conferences. The prophet Joseph Smith. This is old one. We want a new prophet. Yeah, there's tons. I don't know. I don't know how to find their names, but there's a lot of flyers. They claim to be prophet, and people believe them. They live fancy life, villas. Yeah. Like the guy, he claimed that God, he spoke to him, and he told him to buy a private airplane. But his name, Dollar, his last name is Dollar. Right? Yeah, there's a lot of garbage, search NAR. Okay, the search NAR. I'm supposed to have to go on to 3 hours ago. NAR. Just NAR, nothing else. Or NAR profit. In new apostolic reformation. Unbiblical religious movement emphasize experience over scriptures, mysticism. Oh boy. Okay. Anyway, the Lord, he says, watch for false teachers, you know. We do not need them. We have the scriptures. The Bible says it clearly, let him be accursed any bring other than this scriptures, right? So to be a prophet, that means you are receiving scriptures. Is that correct? That's what the prophet means. And the Bible confirmed, let him be accursed, the one who bring other than this scripture. Which means there's no more scripture. Don't believe those people. Kabich? There's no other scriptures. What do you think about WEF? I don't know what is that. I never heard it. Well, you know, if the Messiah, all the prophets, they came to prepare for the Messiah. All the prophets, they are their existence to prepare for the coming of the Messiah. And the Messiah came. So all those are false. Right? Can I add anything after the Messiah? Nothing. The disciple of Jesus, because they are the disciple, so the Lord, he prophesied to them. After that, there's no prophets. All right. Well, our topic can continue until tomorrow, and I think this is not good, right? You are dead ass. I thought ass mean donkey. What do you mean you are dead ass? What is the point? Children's? What does that mean, Ishmael? What do you mean? What the point? Children? I'm not sure, Ma. What you mean, my friend? Do you mean what the point of having children's? Is that what you want? Why make kids? Well, you know, depends who you are. We cannot call it make kids. You are not making anything. But anyway, Depend who you are. People have different reasons to have children. Some, they have it as insurance, not because they love the child who will be born, but they love to use the child. Like as an example, in the Middle East, you see those Palestinians, so-called Palestinian, each one of them have like 20 kids. They bring them, they throw them in the road. They knew they cannot afford to, feed them, but they don't care. So the reason they bring them, they throw them in the street. If everyone he make $5, $10, they give the parents a little money, whatever money they make, and that is an insurance for those parents when they get old. So this kind of family is to abuse. It's not because they love children, but they use them as an insurance or assurance for the future, for they have no secure future. So if that is your reason, you are evil. Number two kind of people who they have kids because they love to have kids, but they don't love to be parents, which mean it's like somebody want to buy a cat or a dog, but as soon they get the dog, they hate it. Oh, I don't know that I have to clean behind him. I do not know that I have to walk him. So some, they are like immature. They have kids because they love to have kids to use them as toys. Cute. I love to have a baby. If you are this kind, you are evil too, because you are not having a kid because you love the kid, but because you love yourself. You are selfish. You are just in need to have a toy. The third kind of people who have a child is those who believe in love and family, which mean they wanted to have a wife, a husband, a child, a family who love each other, and they are willing, because of their love, to sacrifice each other for each other. That is a real family. So this is the purpose of having a child. So you have to choose which one is your purpose. Did I answer you? Or I made you dizzy? Did I make you dizzy, guys? Is my answers are making you dizzy? Is my answer sound like Quran confusing you, or it's fine? Yeah. So you have, you have to decide in your life why you do things. Same when you get married. Like, do you marry the women because you love her or because you want to just have sex? Because it can be that you are desperate for sex, so you marry the women. So she have a beautiful body, you are desperate to have her body. So what is the purpose of this marriage? If your purpose is sex, well, you're an evil person, because you never have a purpose. Like a man, he can think sexually about the women, for sure, if he like her when he marry her. So for sure that will come, the first thing maybe come to his mind. That is not wrong, because it's part of the relationship that she is a female and you are a male. So we are not saying you are a bad person if you think in such a way. So if I see a woman, I think about her in a sexual way, but my purpose is to marry her. See, maybe she can be my wife. So, but in my imaginary, for sure, I am attracted sexually to her too, physically. But if my purpose is just to marry her for sex, that is a very stupid purpose, and this is evil. But if my purpose to establish a family of love, including making love, which is nothing wrong with that, that is a beautiful. So the process of marrying this woman or the man is not based in getting a benefit of sex, for this is animal thing only, but to have something more beautiful. And if you feel that you are attracted only sexually to this woman, but not something else, then you better stay away. Never marry her. Even if you are thinking for a second to marry her, because simply, obviously, the relationship will not be successful. The whole attraction is about sex and sex only. So your marriage will be a failure. Well, I don't know about this near-death experience. I have to go there to tell you. I don't take what people they say for granted. People, they can say things true, maybe false, we don't know. But me, myself, I reached point where I was near death, you know, but nothing happened. Once there was a car explosion, and I woke up, like I never been in hospital to go myself by walking in my feet, but I woke up in the hospital. I don't know how many people died. I think like 200 maybe, you know, very, very massive explosion. A piece of glass fell down from I don't know which building around and it stuck in my head. Literally in my head, you know, not in my arm, not in my foot, not in my, you know. So I woke up in the hospital. I was on the floor. They have something on my face to cover me with towel or something. It was so full of blood. Blood is coming like crazy. But because they have too many people, and God knows how many people get killed. People lost their arms, people, they have no legs. I mean, you look around, you people dead everywhere, you know. So I don't know what happened. I woke up in the hospital and I did not feel like I am at risk at all. I did not even get panic or even the blood is coming. I tried to put my hand on where the blood is coming, and then the glass is stuck in my hand because I did not notice that I have a glass in my head, you know. It was stuck, like, you know, coming up. Anyway, I lost a lot of blood. I don't know for how long I was there. And until my turn came, because there's many more important, you know, there's people, their leg is gone, anyway, they did the stitches. But I'm just telling you, I almost died, but nothing happened. I know. I wasn't even worried. I wasn't afraid. When the doctor, he said, doctor, he come and he chose the cases, like who is going to go next in the emergency room. So he said, can you see me? I said, yeah, I can see you, and I can tell you what you say to the other guy too. I'm fine. Yeah, so he said, I will take you next. I said, take this person. This person next to me, look, he cannot even move. You know, I don't know if he maybe is dead. Yeah, they took him first, you know. So I was even willing to wait, you know, until like they take the person next to me. And nothing happened. I never felt insecure. I never felt scared. Even though I don't know really what happened to me exactly. All but I know there's a piece of glass in my head. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you see, like, in my life, I went through a lot of stuff, and I believe that nothing can happen to me, nothing, you know, nothing can happen to me will make me be scared, because I went through a lot of crazy stuff. People who used to hide and run, and they got killed. They got killed inside the basement. You know, they hide from rocket, they hide from, you know, I never run. All right. You almost died many times. I know. I think the Muslim, they were saying like, oh, CP, we wish you died, man. And you know, the funny is, even though it was an emergency room, uh, the stitches this guy he did, this doctor, if I show you right now, you will not believe how good his, you will not even see it. Like, you have to look carefully to see the location of the wound, you know. This doctor stitches was amazing. Like after that, I went to like, because this was emergency, right? So I went to like a normal doctor, you know, like you pay, you know. He said, "Who did this stitches for you?" So, I don't know, in the hospital, in the emergency. He said, "This guy is an artist. How he can do that? You know, this is like in the head, because in the head they don't have too much skin. It's like, it's very, you know, it does nothing. There's bones." He said, "This guy, you're lucky. This guy is an artist. You know, like I cannot even believe how he did it." Yeah. Maybe I'm a cat who have us. Yeah, you know, those stories about a cat have 7 lives and 9 lives look like they are international. You know, you see how fiction spread and superstition. So now, like, I heard this everywhere, even in the Middle East. Like in the Middle East, they say cats, they have 7 lives. 7, right? Yeah. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say to you when what about danger? If you fear danger, danger can happen to you anywhere. Death can come to you anywhere. You can be very careful, but still you die. You know, because death can be in the highway, it can be in the elevator, it can be on you're taking your stairs, it can be by eating wrong food, it can be anything, you know. So those who they fear death, they will never enjoy their life, because they are dead already. They have a phobia of death. So never have such a phobia. First, you are a believer as a Christian, and you believe that it doesn't matter when time comes, you will be with your Lord. It's going to be just a new step of life, not the end of the life. So don't fear it. Don't think too much about it, and don't make a phobia of death chase you. You're afraid always about. You will never enjoy life. You will never ever enjoy yourself. You will be worried about anything. Those kind of people, they never enjoy their life. Right, people in Rumble? All right. Yeah, if you fear something, usually if you fear something, it's going to chase you. Like, look what happened to me. I fear women, they chase me. See, I just approve it for you. Yeah, the second you fear something, whatever that thing is going to chase you, it's going to follow you wherever you go. If you chase something, you chase it, you know? Like, if you chase it, it's going to run from you. You know? So, if you are afraid of something, it's going to follow you. If you don't want it. If you chase it, it's going to run from you too. If you chase women, they will run away from you. If you run away from them, they chase you. So choose which one you want to be. Everybody have to fear women. They are the soft bomb. All right? All right. SG, you are afraid of me? Okay, you will see me in your dreams. But nothing more will happen than a dream. All right. I faint when I see blood. I don't know why. Yeah, well, maybe, you know, people are different. I don't know, maybe I was 5, 6 years old when my dad, he brought chicken. Like a farmer, a villager, he walked by, and he have a chickens, live chicken, you know, like big rooster. You know, very big. So my mom, she said, who's going to, you know, do it? You know, like there's nobody. I was the only boy at the home at that time. So I went to the kitchen without telling my mom. I got a knife. I grabbed a rooster, you know, and I cut his head. I came back. I said, Mom, the chicken is dancing. She said, what do you mean? She said, I don't know. She is dancing, going up so high. So this rooster started jumping like boof, up, like, you know, crazy, jump everywhere. You know, like left and right and, you know, jumping. She said, what you did? I said, what? You said we want to eat it. I said, you? How you get the knife? I said, from the kitchen. Yeah, when you cut the head of the rooster, the chicken will start jumping like crazy, you know, like they go really high, actually, like 2 meters high. Yeah, it was all over the place. The blood is all over the place. What you did, you don't do it this way. You have to, like, you cut the head and you put it in a barrel, not like what you did. Sorry. So I was like a kid, you know, like, well, she said we want to eat the chicken. She didn't know, you know, she went, what to do. I'm the man of the house now. Took advantage. Yeah. So you are saying you faint when you see blood? Maybe you should, when you were a kid, your parents let you like slaughter a chicken. You will not be fainting. Yeah. And actually, I was so good. I cannot believe it, how fast it was. Like, you know, the knife is so sharp. And right away, you know, actually, the way I holded that chicken, I should not describe that, sorry. I mean, they just told you they faint when they see blood and you are describing how you killed the chicken. Unbelievable. You shouldn't do that. Right. You get to make your mind about Catholicism. And who are you to make me get my mind, make my mind? What does that mean? CP, you got to make your mind about Catholicism. Seriously. What I should do, brother? What you should do? Take the from bus, brother? What do you think? Crazy people. All right. Anything else? Don't fall into the trap of division, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox. Be a believer in Christ. He is your Savior. And don't be a foolish who preach division between people. Division is from the devil. So I made my mind about the Catholic. There are people who love Jesus, they worship Jesus, they believe in Jesus, and they believe that only Jesus forgives their sin. And you are no better than them. If you are truly a believer, you are the same as them. Same as Orthodox, same as Protestant. So only silly people, they think that certain group, they have the key for heaven. The key of heaven is in the hand of the Lord. not in the hand of your priest or their priest. So don't waste your time with those stupid things and you go around. You need to make your mind about the Catholic. What's wrong with them? I am against the Pope. I believe he is a deceiver, he's a liar. But the Catholic are Christians. But there is many false teachers everywhere, in every church. Every single church. I saw Middle Eastern priests, they say Muhammad, he is from Ishmael, and Muslim, they believe in the same God we believe. I saw Orthodox, I saw Protestant, I saw Catholic saying that. So don't be silly and be stupid, you know. Everyone should be called by his name. But nobody represent everybody. So can I say that the one who says Muhammad, he is sent by the same God as the God of the Christians, and he's a Protestant? Can I say all the Protestants believe in that? No. Can I say all the Catholic? No. Can I say all the Orthodox? No. So either you are stupid, you are just being a devilish, going between the, like a rat, you know, like a cockroach, from a chat room to bring division, or you are a person who worship the Lord and you spread love and unity between the Christians. Choose what you want to be. All right? All right? I hope we are clear in that. Here, you are not allowed to bring division, otherwise I will smash you. I like when a Christian show his true color. Exactly, and I will show you more of my color. I'm going to send you to Allah, free shipping and handling. May the shit of Allah cover you. Are you happy now? I just showed you what you deserve. This is an evil man. He is copying here to cause disturbance between the Christians. He noticed that the Christians here, they are happy, they are having fun. So let us bring the devil. You know, this is the devil. This is Muhammad. So let us open the topic which will make them fight. He is hoping that a bunch of idiots will be here, and then they start calling each other names. It did not sweet him that we say that we Christians, we love our brothers and sisters in Christ, and we don't teach division. He don't like that. So I like it when a Christian show his real color. You saw nothing about Christian yet. Good, you did not meet me when I was 20 years old. Otherwise, I will put shit in your mouth for real. Literally. Coward. Those kind of people don't deserve respect. Never respect them. Do you see what the devil want to do? He came, oh, those Christians having good time, talking, etc. Let us spread some poison. Christian Prince, you have to make your mind. He is the one who will tell us how to make our mind. Satanic evil creature. Yeah, I don't tolerate this kind of evil. This is evil. For me, this is evil. This is nothing but evil. In fact, this is why I don't associate with some Christians, because for me, if you want to spread division, you are no Christian. You convince yourself you are Christian, but you are doing the opposite. Some they are naive, some they are convinced that this is the right thing to do things. No. This is not what the Christ you want. You can ask yourself in 2 seconds, is it Christ going to like us to be divided? You know the answer. The Quran in chapter 5 verse 14 says, Allah will spread hatred and enmity between the Christians. Christian Prince, the movie, support Christian Prince. There's a movie? What is that? Lisa, there's a movie? I hope it's not made by Michael Moore. What movie are you talking about? Somebody made a movie? Is that the real Lisa or someone else? All right. All right. It's hard to read all the comment. I'm trying to read. I don't know. All right. All right. Let's see.
Brother and sister,
What is that? Brother and sisters? Zakir Naik, Tohiva singer?
person, his name is the Christian Prince. And he tried to make fun of the Prophet, beat up him.
Son of a muta, listen carefully, let me spank you and change your diaper because you smell so bad as a bambino. You are the one who robbed banks, and you are the one who robbed houses, and you are the one who kidnapped people from their houses. ISIS are your fan.
What Allah did is exactly the same, but in a higher standard.
Who is the director of this movie? That's hilarious. That's hilarious and weird too. Oh boy. Actually, there's a movie. It's called Zakir Naik. He is sexy and I know it. But I cannot play it for you because YouTube will flag our account because of the music. Like somebody made a cartoon. Supposedly I call Zakir Naik at the middle of the night. I don't know who made this cartoon, but it's funny. I think it's called I Am Sexy and You Know It. Yeah, but I can't play it because this have this music. Let us see. Where is the cartoon? Oh, I cannot find it. Maybe the name is different. I don't know. Zakir Naik cartoon. Let us see. Cartoon. Ah, here we go. Zakir Naik cartoon. I found one, but it's not the one I want. It doesn't look like this is the original video. Let us see. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think this is the original video. No. But in the video, I call Zakir Naik in the middle of the night. So what was the name of the video? Let us see. Let's see, hold on. Copy. I will not play it because, as I said, the video have a music. But I will play just the part. Hold on. So this is Zakir Naik is sleeping, and I called him.
Brother, Let us call Zakir Naik.
Oh, hold on. Let me put it in the screen. You guys cannot see it. Go back.
Let's call Zakir Naik. Taradan, taradan.
Look what it says in the phone. Do you see what it says in the phone, the caller? Christian Kuffar. I mean, this guy who made this video is really hilarious. Even he put a graphic in the phone itself. Christian Kuffar.
Taradan, taradan. Taradan, taradan. Taradan, taradan. Taradan, taradan. Taradan, taradan. Assalamu alaikum.
Christian Prince, please, for the sake of Allah, leave me alone. I told you 1,000,000 times, don't call me after middle of the night. First of all, I might be having sexual intercourse with my wife now. Secondly, this is sexual harassment. Number 3, I have no answer for you.
Brother, but we have a question here about this verse in chapter 66, verse number 3. I mean, what the prophet, he told his wife a secret, and then the secret spread around, and the secret became very well known, and then Allah told him about it, and then Allah, he made him know part of it and avoid the part. What is that part?
Okay, I will tell you. First of all, don't ever listen to Christian Prince. He always, first of all, show me your face. Show me your face, I will give you the answer.
Dr. Zakir Naik, the people want to know. It's not forget about Christian Prince.
I cannot forget about seeing your face. I am sure you had in your face because of a very, 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 very reason, very, very good reason.
Okay, Zakir Naik, maybe I don't look good, man, like you know. You look good, I don't look good. Why I want to show my face?
I know it. I know it. I am sexy and I know it. Thank you very much.
And then Zakir Naik, he will start dancing. I will stop the music now. You know, he will start dancing in the stage, singing, "I am sexy and you know it." Look at this graphic. And then Zakir Naik, he will start doing what Zakir Naik can do best. Yeah, I wish I can play the music, but YouTube will flag us, you know, because of the song. Oh boy. And look, there's reference too. Oh boy. I don't know who made this video, but it's really funny. And look how he go with his butt. Oh boy. Yeah, I think I was in Europe when somebody sent me this video, and I was really laughing like crazy. You know, there were, I don't know, like who told me, I forgot really. Yeah, and then I played it again. I think in the train, and the person next to me said, "Oh, this is a nice cartoon." Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, that's enough. Yeah, but this guy, obviously, he's a good in a graphic. You know, he made the phone answer, and the music is halali music. And look how he made Zakir Naik face get red, gets angry.
1,000,000 times, don't call me after middle of the night. First of all, I might be having sexual intercourse with my wife now. Secondly, this is sexual harassment. Number 3, I have no answer for you.
Brother, but we have a question here about this verse in chapter 66, verse number 3.
All right, that's enough of Zakir Naik. The link for the video? Okay. This is the link for the video. But this is not the original video. The original video is shorter. I don't know, like this is like a longer video. Yeah. But maybe you can search for the video which is cartoon only. No screen? You guys don't see my screen? I know it is the screen. Maybe some people they have delay, maybe. Yeah. Alright guys, I'm not going to keep this video. I will delete it because, you know, we talk about many things and it's not really what we want. We prefer to keep it about Muhammad only. And I will try to go live in this coming Sunday. So Christians who would like to call us, remember one thing. We as a Christians here, we are going to be always united. I will never allow division. I will never support division. And anyone who will do that, I will, you know, kick you out. You're not welcome. So avoid embarrassment. Just leave. If you are a person who like to hate Protestant or hate Catholic or hate Orthodox, you are in the wrong place. Here we are Christ warriors, and all churches are our churches. We understand that a human being have like wrongdoing, and that is exist in every single church. But there's only one person he never do wrong. That is the Messiah. So we put our trust in his name, not in the name of a priest, even though there's many good priests, wonderful priests, you know, but there is many that are bad too. However, the Bible is so clear. There's only one. He never commits sin. He never did sin. He is the only one can be trusted. That is the Messiah. So if you put your trust in any other person, including me, you are making a big mistake. This is why those who unite with the Messiah, they will be united with him. We can disagree with some people. Like, you know, I say, this church says that, I say, I don't agree with them. But doesn't mean they will go to hell. Doesn't mean they are evil. Doesn't mean they are bad. I disagree with them, but our disagreement is not based on hatred and not based on division. Should not be that. It should be based on love. So we can disagree as brothers. Like, you know, if you go and you see the disciple, they send letters to each other, discuss, beautiful discussion, you know, beautiful, nice. Not, you know, you are, etc., you are, etc. So division is not from God, it's from the devil. God did not create churches. God made one church. And the church is us, all of us. And the Muslim, they love to see you divided. Remember that always. They will be unhappy to see Christians united together. A nation is divided. The Bible says that clearly. So a nation which is divided, a kingdom is divided, is going to be destroyed. That is supposed to be the kingdom of the devil, not the kingdom of God. If the Muslim now attacking Israel, then Israel, nobody want to support the army. There's no army then. Israel will be demolished in 2 seconds. Division will bring destruction. The enemy will take advantage of that. Many, many kingdoms collapsed because the nation, they were stupid and they were divided. Division never good for a family, and we are a family. We are the family, a family of Christ. We have elders, we respect them. We have youngers, we care for them. We have weak, we protect them. This is how family is. Everyone do his part. The elder, they give us wisdom when they are wise. If they say foolishness, we rebuke them. The younger, they are strong, physically strong. They do build. They go, they join the army. They protect the family. We guide them. We offer them wisdom. We offer them advice so they will not be misled. They will be doing the right thing. The weak ones is the one who need help. Those are, maybe they can be very young or they can be very old. All of us, we are one family, and Christ is our Lord. He is our master. He is our carrier. He is our shepherd. So don't let anyone to be your shepherd beside him. That is against God teaching. So don't take the word of the man who divide you. Take the word of the man who advise you and preach love between the Christians. So if I am a person who don't agree with this, my brother in Christ, about something, I will never put him down, especially if he is doing nothing wrong. He is not trying to divide us. He's not trying to spread hatred. He don't agree with me about something. Let us say having a picture in a church. Well, I know that he have a picture because he loves Jesus, not because he's evil. I know that he have picture because he have a lot of love for the person in the picture, not because he is worshiping the picture. So I understand him, but I don't have to agree with him. So we speak to each other in love. If I can convince him, if I'm right, I pray I will convince him. If I'm wrong, I pray he will convince me. So let us pray that the one is right convince us wrong if we are wrong. Right? If I'm wrong, I pray from my heart that you can convince me that I'm wrong. But remember, both of us, we pray for one Lord. We don't have two. So he unite us, he make us a family, and with him, we can be victorious. Without him, we are a bunch of losers. Learn from history and don't repeat the ugly history because it can come back. And then that history can hunt you. It can literally hunt you. Don't make the same mistake as your grandfather did. Be smarter. We divided, we fail. United, we win. I want to say thank you all for being here. And we pray, all of us, that the Lord will guide us. We pray that the Lord will correct us when we are wrong. We pray that the Lord will prove us wrong when we are wrong. For this is how we can get the wise and the wisdom from the Lord himself. We pray that the Lord will use good brothers and sisters so they can correct us when we are wrong. Nothing wrong with somebody correcting somebody. This is wonderful, actually. People who love you, they correct you. People who don't care, they will let you go and be blind. But remember one thing. When we speak to a Christian brother, not, someone is lost like Jehovah's Witnesses, those are not Christians, Mormon, Christian brother, who believe only in the Messiah, he is the only Savior. Those brothers, if we disagree with them, we should disagree based on love, not based on hatred, not based on evil, because then we lost who we are. We lost our target of being a Christian. So always remember that. We can disagree, but we disagree with love. And we should not fabricate lies against each other to prove a point. Like I saw many people, sadly, they claim to be Christian and they lie about other church. Like I saw this guy who, they are not Christian, they are Seventh Adventists, I think. This guy, he was saying that Mary, she was a Catholic nun. I died laughing. No, sorry, not Mary. Khadija, the wife of Mohammed. She was a Catholic nun, yeah, and Muhammad was the Pope. So I could not believe how far the stupidity of the liars can go. It is hilarious, but I felt sad in the same time how ignorant, stupid the audience. Nobody stood and said to him, "You idiot, what are you talking about? Where do you get this from?" But when people are full with hatred, nobody want to check the information. They just didn't like them. That's it. That's it. He's attacking the Catholics, so we should support him. It doesn't matter how many lies he said. So always stand against liars, no matter who. No matter who. Remember, who is the father of all lies? Satan. So whoever come to you with lies about any group, even about Muslims. Like if somebody says to me something is not true about Muslims, about Muhammad, I would say it's not true. I never heard of it, you know? So you have to be careful Otherwise, you know, you join the club of liars, and that mean will make you join the club of satanic people. Don't be satanic, right? Yeah. Anyway, thank you all for being here. May the Lord bless you. And I'm not going to keep the video. I will take it down, or maybe I will cut it part. I don't know. We will see. So until I see you again, maybe tomorrow, if I could. God is good. So is Jesus. And man, I am here for many hours. See ya. Bye-bye. God bless.